Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3520. The middle-aged man's gaze was gloomy as he continued to attack. An endless stream of sourcebox arrays descended upon Lu Yin. Wu Jin shouted, "Old salamander, attack!" The old salamander struck the cube with a blow. The perception immortal hesitated for a moment before attacking as well. Lu Yin's body had swayed, which gave them confidence that he had reached his limit. Everyone thought that Lu Yin had reached his limit. The middle-aged man's frenzied attacks were especially so. Even if Lu Yin had not reached his limit before, he would eventually reach his limit. Lu Yin stared at the middle-aged man. "Are you that duke?" The middle-aged man met Lu Yin's gaze. "My son has been taken care of by you." Lu Yin finally understood why the Plain Master sect feared this duke. He was a heavenly master of spiritual treasures, but he was also not one. Did this person walk the path of spiritual treasures? Lu Yin was confused. How had he managed to instantly set up a sourcebox array? Furthermore, there were so many sourcebox arrays that Lu Yin could not comprehend. This should not even exist. Lu Yin knew that even if he merged with all of the Origin Heavenly Masters and became the #1 Origin Heavenly Master in history, surpassing Ancestor Hui, he would not be able to do this. This was already beyond the level of an Origin Heavenly Master. Did this duke surpass the Plain Master sect in Ancestor Hui? Impossible. Lu Yin continued to withstand the attacks of the sourcebox array. On the other side, the cube was also being attacked by the old salamander and the others. Even though there was an upper limit to how far things could go in the opposite direction, and these people could not break through it, this situation had persisted for too long, and Lu Yin's combat power had reached its limit. Everything could go in the opposite direction. While he was enduring damage, he was also accumulating damage. When Lu Yin had broken through to become an emissary, he had used this method to defeat Progenitor Qin, a humanoid tribulation origin cultivator. And now the accumulated damage had reached a terrifying level. Lu Yin looked at Duke from afar and slowly raised his left arm. He waved it gently in the old salamander's direction. The void stilled and everything came to a standstill. The old salamander, Wu Jin, and the perception immortal felt their scalps tingle at the same time. They felt an unimaginable sense of danger descend upon them. This was a life-threatening danger that they had rarely experienced in their lives. This sense of danger appeared the moment Lu Yin waved his left arm. Lu Yin's left arm gently waved and a gust of wind blew past him. Lu Yin's hair. Blood dripping blood. The universe seemed to have just recovered. No one could describe their feelings at this moment. They could only see old salamander, Wu Jin, and thought immortal collapsing on the ground. Other than that, there was nothing else. What just happened? Something must have happened. But other than the 3 bitter Calamity Realm experts, no one else knew. The 3 of them fell to the ground, staring blankly at the starry skies. The disparity was too great. What happened to the agreed limit? Duke Xiang's eyes shrunk to the size of a needle tip as he looked at the scene in shock. How was this possible? Everyone was speechless. Among the spectating cultivators, some of them felt their legs go soft and knelt down subconsciously. This was the power of a god. He wasn't afraid but rather in awe. He was completely in awe, just like how he used to look up to Xianxia. More and more people looked at Lu Yin in a different light. This person wasn't human, he was a god. Who in the spiritualized universe could defeat him? Defeating 3 bitter disaster realm experts with a wave of his hand? This had never happened before. This scene shocked all the cultivators who saw it. Lu Yin hadn't expected them to be so shocked. The truth was far from being as simple as it seemed. Extreme matter reverses was a mystical technique. While it could defend against external injuries, it could also accumulate damage and release it in an instant. In the Xuanhuan universe, Lu Yin had battled with extreme matter reverses too many times, but it had never shocked anyone as much. This was because during that time, the accumulated damage he could endure had never reached a level that exceeded everyone's expectations. When there were no more enemies in the Xuanhuan universe. The only true god who could threaten Lu Yin's life was the Grand Empyrean's 6 paths of reincarnation. He had been forced to use a heaven-bestowed spirit seed to be reborn and go to the spiritualized universe. In the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin's body had almost reached the limit of what he could endure, and the accumulated damage was instantly released. This instantaneous destructive power was strong enough to defeat a bitter Calamity Realm powerhouse. Let alone 3, even a few bitter Calamity Realm powerhouses might not be able to endure it. This was a different kind of power. However, this power had actually been given to him by the old salamander. Otherwise, Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to unleash such terrifying destructive power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so apprehensive of Xianxia. He couldn't do this when fighting Xianxia because Xianxia had the ability to break through extreme matter reverses. There was no way for Lu Yin to accumulate damage. In other words, Lu Yin's attack was between his own limit and breaking through it. It was also between Xianxia and Xianxia. The shock it brought was naturally great. At this moment, the one with the worst expression was Duke Cheng. If he had known that Lu Yin could unleash such a terrifying attack, he wouldn't have come out. He was a spiritual prime, so the old salamander wouldn't have thought highly of him and made him attack. He also wouldn't have been targeted by Lu Yin. After all, there were several spiritual primes watching the battle. He had thought that Lu Yin had reached his limit, which was why he had attacked. Now, it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. Lu Yin's gaze landed on Duke Cheng. His Reaper transformation had disappeared and he looked much weaker. Duke Cheng's expression was gloomy. I don't believe that you haven't reached your limit. Those of the royal god mount and kill him. In the distance, several people in the crowd hesitated, not daring to attack. Duke Cheng's eyes widened. If you don't attack, you will be punished as a traitor to the royal god mountain. Still no one made a move. At this moment, those who were qualified to attack were at least at the level of the sequence laws. Although they were apprehensive of Duke Cheng, they wouldn't be so frightened by his words that they would fight to the death with Lu Yin. No one knew whether Lu Yin had reached his limit or not. Throughout the entire battle, they had all thought that Lu Yin had reached his limit, but he still stood there. On the contrary, it was the bitter Calamity Realm powerhouses who had fallen instantly. If they attacked now, they might even die. Duke Cheng's expression was ugly, and he was about to say something when Lu Yin suddenly appeared in front of him. Duke Cheng's pupils shrank and his figure faded away. It was another source box array. The starry sky around Lu Yin's heart expanded, and Duke Cheng appeared in the distance. Stars rotated in front of him. Lu Yin looked over and saw Sirius art explode. With a boom, the stars exploded, and Duke Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood before crashing into the distance. Aside from Lu Yin, no one else was still standing in the battle of the spatial abyss. Lu Yin looked around and panted heavily. This battle could be said to be easy, but it couldn't be said to be easy either. These old fellows all had their own tricks up their sleeves, but they were still lacking when Lu Yin went all out. If he had not dealt with Zhen, the carefree old man and dancing butterfly in the horizon, he would have been in real danger. If that had happened, he would have been forced to use his karmic wheel, sky palace, and true God's freedom technique. In the wisdom sky domain, everyone who was watching this battle fell silent. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They all looked at Lu Yin with fear, shock, and an indescribable reverence. It was as if they could see Xianxia attacking. Who else could compete with this person for Xianxia's position? Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared beside Wu Jin. Under Wu Jin's despairing gaze, Lu Yin suppressed him into the point general platform hell and then went to the Thought Immortal's side. The Thought Immortal said bitterly, I really don't want to fight to the death with you. Can you give me some face? Lu Yin did not say a word and simply grabbed them. These bitter Calamity Realm powerhouses could increase his karmic heavenly path by too much. When Wu Jin and the Thought Immortal were suppressed into the point general platform hell, the karmic backlash disappeared. Lu Yin walked towards the old salamander again. The old salamander exhaled and looked blankly at the sky. His body could not move. Even if he had a perfect rebirth, what was the point of it? He could not escape from this person. Grandpa, Grandpa, the little salamander shouted from afar. Lu Yin was unmoved. An enemy was an enemy. The old salamander did not show any mercy in this battle. He was even the biggest threat to Lu Yin. The several attacks were all arranged by this old fellow. How many bitter Calamity Realm powerhouses were there in the entire spiritualized universe? Lu Yin did not know, but he knew that he had at least captured more than half of them. The foundation that the spiritualized universe had accumulated over time was being weakened by him step by step. Did Xianxia care? He did not care at all. As long as he reached the eternal realm, these foundations were dispensable. He was also afraid that Lu Yin would announce the matter of the little spiritual universe. If that happened, not only would Lu Yin and the people from the Tianyuan universe become the public enemy of the spiritualized universe, but he would also be attacked. To a certain extent, Lu Yin's continuous weakening of the number of top powerhouses in the spiritualized universe was actually helping him. Even if he was invincible in the universe, he could not suppress all the top powerhouses in the spiritualized universe by himself. The void trembled as a heavy pressure came from afar and kept approaching. Lu Yin stopped and looked at the sky. There was another powerhouse. The spectating cultivators looked up. Another powerhouse dared to make a move? Could it be Xianxia? Old Tao and the others suddenly turned around. Behind them, a pair of huge eyes suddenly appeared, releasing a pressure so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. The star toad was immediately frightened. Its body became colorful and it pointed its pitchfork behind it. The huge eyes stared at the star toad. What species? The star toad grinned and gripped its pitchfork tightly. Dangerous, extremely dangerous. Another old guy who had undergone bitter calamity. How many old guys were there in the spiritualized universe? Familiar. I've seen you before. The creature with the huge eyes appeared in their line of sight. Old Tao's eyes narrowed. Mia. Mia Wuhuang? Palace Mistress Yao, Kai Kaching and the others' expressions changed. It was actually him? Qing Yun, Qing Xiao and Ru Mu's expressions also changed. Mia Wuhuang was a legendary powerhouse. It had actually come. You've seen me before? The star toad's voice rang out as it stared at the incoming creature. It was a huge monster that looked like a standing lizard. It had a huge tail that fiddled with the stars and covered most of the sky. It was looking down at Old Tao and the others. It was called Mia Wuhuang, an 8-star powerhouse on the dark spirit list. Mia Wuhuang ignored the star toad and charged toward spatial abyss. Finally, it crashed into the ground, causing the ground to crack and dust to fill the sky. It turned into a gale that swept toward Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-21. The old salamander and Duke were blown away by the wind. The huge crack extended along the ground, causing the abyss to collapse and fall into an unknown underground. The surrounding cultivators gaped. Mia Wuhuang. 8-star dark spirit, the legendary Mia Wuhuang is here too? This is a ruthless person. On the other side of the spatial abyss in Jikong domain, Mr. Li's expression relaxed. Mia Wuhuang had actually come. This battle could still be fought. At the back, Elder Yu was calm. He wasn't surprised by Mia Wuhuang's appearance. The day of the guardian spirit was about to arrive, and Sang Tian's position was extremely important. Although Mia Wuhuang could not replace Sang Tian, it was still necessary for him to make a move. It seemed like the other side had paid quite a price to invite him. In the current spiritualized universe, the only place where they could find Mia Wuhuang was there. After the Battle of Space Abyss, the other side felt the pressure as well. This third boss had to figure out the depth of the other side or else no one would feel uneasy. Lu Yin stood on the ground, dust billowing in front of him as he faced Mia Wuhuang. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, it was another beast-formed spiritual molt. The 10,000 Beasts border was really going all out. Perhaps he would have to make a trip to the 10,000 Beasts border and destroy that lousy place. Wait, what's this guy called? Mia Wuhuang? Lu Yin heard the discussions of the surrounding cultivators and his expression turned strange. Mia Wuhuang? One of the 7 great mulberry skies, the owner of the 10,000 Beasts border was called No Emperor. This fellow was called No Emperor Mia. Was it from the 10,000 Beasts border? Tianya's voice sounded, Third Elder, this guy is called Mia Wuhuang, an 8-star dark spirit cultivator, a trader of the 10,000 Beast border. He once competed with Wu Huang for the position of master of the 10,000 Beast border, but lost to Wu Huang in the end. However, he was never satisfied and has always been the enemy of the 10,000 Beast border and the outer sky. He is extremely strong and is not easy to deal with. Old Tao's voice could also be heard, Master, be careful of Mia Wuhuang's mouth. He can spit out an extremely strong killing power. Lu Yin looked at Mia Wuhuang. Mia Wuhuang also looked at him, his gaze covering the entire spatial abyss. He said loudly, Old Salamander? You're here too? And he lost? Is that Baoqi? Was he dead? What a pity. I really want to break Sang Tian's neck one by one. It would be best if I could break you Sang Tian's neck, ha. A loud voice reverberated in the abyss. All the cultivators who heard it felt dizzy. The sound was too loud. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked up. Mia Wuhuang laughed for a while before his eyes landed on Lu Yin. You're the third master of Dayu Manor? Must have been hard for you. The old salamander is very cunning. You were able to kill Baoqi and defeat the old salamander. You are not bad, but this is the end. Let me tell you some bad news. I am coming to beat you. Ah. Another wave of loud laughter resounded through the starry sky, and it caused the stars in the distance to collapse. The cultivators who were watching were dumbfounded. How arrogant. Mia Wuhuang was indeed worthy of being called Mia Wuhuang. He was even more arrogant than the third headmaster. The third headmaster had defeated many strong cultivators and remained standing, making them think that only Xianxia could fight him. Xuanhuan wanted to beat him up? Wait, he had just arrived and hadn't seen the previous battle. Everyone had the same thought as they looked at Xuanhuan strangely. Duke Cheng's eyes lit up. The old salamander laughed. The third headmaster had captured Nian Xian, Wu Jin, Big Golden Wings, Wuxia, and Tong Mu. Xuanhuan didn't even know how many strong cultivators had participated in this battle. He thought that it was just him and Bao Qi. This was interesting. Xuanhuan had fought until now with his peak strength. He would definitely be able to find out the third headmaster's strength. Lu Yin looked at Xuanhuan laughing wildly. Beat him up. This guy really deserved a beating. Xuanhuan looked down at Lu Yin. What, are you scared out of your wits? You must have never seen such a strong spirit-molted beast. Aha, don't worry, I will only beat you up today. That guy's reward is to beat you up. If it was that idiot Wu Huang standing here, I would have killed him. And that hypocrite Xianxia too. Just thinking about them makes me angry. Kid, if you make me angry, I will beat you up a few more times. Everyone listened to Xuanhuan's arrogant words, but no one stopped him or reminded him. He was just too unpopular. He was an enemy of Wu Huang's myriad beasts border and was not tolerated by outer sky. He had entered the dark spirit list, but once he appeared, he would offend everyone. He had no friends and no one in the spiritualized universe was willing to help him. If he wasn't good at escaping, he would have died long ago. Now he was a rare 8-star dark spirit on the dark spirit list. He was the public enemy of the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin raised his brows at Xuanhuan's words. Reward? Who paid you? Xuanhuan snorted. I may look down on people who hide their heads but show their tails, but I still have morals. Why would I tell you? Guess for yourself. Looks like you don't have good relationships. Everyone was speechless. No one in the spiritualized universe had worse relationships than Xuanhuan. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I'll make a deal with you. Xuanhuan laughed. Beg for mercy? That's impossible. I have morals and I have to do things after receiving a reward. Next time you won't die anyway. At most you'll feel some pain. He lifted his leg and stomped down on Lu Yin, shouting, Old salamander, look carefully. I'm much stronger than that idiot Wu Huang. Boom. The ground cracked and the intel space domain shook. Many people couldn't stand still, but they stared into the distance. Xuanhuan looked beneath his feet, but there was no one there. Lu Yin suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked Xuanhuan's head at the same time. Xuanhuan was shocked. The power of time? You want to kick me? Learn from me? Kid, I admire you. Lu Yin's kick missed and he was shocked. So close yet worlds apart. Xuanhuan's body was covered in particles, and the majestic particles made many people's scalps go numb. This was the result of his many years of cultivation. Xuanhuan was of the same generation as Primal Chaos, and he was definitely an old guy. Dodging Lu Yin's kick, Xuanhuan's huge body was extremely agile. He appeared behind Lu Yin and clenched his beast claw into a fist, punching out. Lu Yin turned around and punched out as well. Bang. A loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth, cracking the void and collapsing the stars. Countless cracks spread along the fist, and the space shattered layer by layer, crushing the surroundings. Xuanhuan's body sank into the ground, and his beast claw bent. He was shocked. You? Lu Yin sneered. My deal is to beat you up too and tell me who paid you. With that, boundless power flowed and pressed against Xuanhuan's beast claw. Xuanhuan's huge body was pressed into the ground, and he howled in pain. Lu Yin looked down from above and stomped down. Terrifying power accompanied by the explosion of the stars pressed down into the ground. The earth was overturned and the spatial abyss could no longer be seen. Bao Qi's corpse was buried in the abyss and disappeared. Underground, Xuanhuan roared, and a black light spread out and shot into the sky. Lu Yin looked down at the black light. Was this anti-gravity? He punched out and the terrifying power was offset by the anti-gravity. A huge beast claw rushed into the sky and slammed towards Lu Yin. Kid, you're too arrogant and immoral. Lu Yin raised his hand, and the dust ancestors' world condensed the soil into land and pressed down. Bang. There was another loud bang as the black anti-gravity twisted and tore apart, and Xuanhuan's body was pressed down again. He roared and an even thicker black light rushed into the sky, overturning the dust ancestors' world. The moment the land was overturned, the black light suddenly flowed in reverse, and Xuanhuan punched at Lu Yin with unimaginable speed. This was not just speed but space itself. Lu Yin clenched his fist, and his body withered as he gathered battle force from the Palm realm. Boundless power flowed as he punched out. There was a loud bang and blood splattered across the sky. The huge beast claw was torn apart and sent flying, blood raining down along the way. Xuanhuan brushed past Lu Yin, and his right arm was broken. His eyes flickered. Impossible. Lu Yin loosened his grip and slowly turned to look at Xuanhuan. This was a power that surpassed the limits of a living being. From the first clash, Lu Yin had discovered that Xuanhuan's body was comparable to Su Wang and the Strength Beast. He did not underestimate him, and that punch just now had used gravity and anti-gravity to unleash a power that surpassed the limits of a living being. Although it was not by much, it was on a completely different level and he stood on the same level as Lu Yin. The Tianyuan universe was a spiritualized universe. Aside from Yu Sang Tian and the one true God, this was the third existence that Lu Yin had encountered that surpassed the limits of a living being. Even Yu Shan's change of the 9 heavens had not been able to surpass Xuanhuan. Of course, the difference between him and Xuanhuan was huge. On the ground, half of the old salamander's body was buried by the shattered earth as he stared at the sky. He had lost. In terms of power, Xuanhuan had lost to the third manager. This was something that he had not expected. If the third manager had not reached his limit, then he could have defeated Xuanhuan, but it should not have been in terms of power. In terms of power, aside from Yu Sang Tian's change of the 9 heavens and Xuanhuan, who else in the spiritualized universe could surpass Xuanhuan? Such power had actually been defeated. The third manager still had not reached his limit. What was his limit? Xuanhuan turned back and stared at Lu Yin. Think about it, Lu Yin said in a low and slow voice. Xuanhuan suddenly opened his mouth, and endless darkness turned into a beam of light that shot towards Lu Yin. Xuanhuan cannon. Lu Yin dodged. However, the beam of black light suddenly expanded as if it had flipped the universe upside down, forming a black cross-section that directly enveloped Lu Yin. Light flashed around Lu Yin's body, and in a second he used the reverse step to appear behind Xuanhuan's head. Xuanhuan was stunned. How could he do this? Lu Yin kicked out and Xuanhuan's head was kicked to the ground. The beam of black light in his mouth pierced through the ground and tore a corner of the Intelliski domain. That direction happened to be where Mr. Li and Mr. Yu were. Seeing the beam of black light fall, Mr. Li was shocked and hurriedly brought Mr. Yu away. Mr. Yu was still in shock. He was not the third manager, and if he was enveloped by the beam of black light, he would be dead for sure. Mr. Li was also scared. Xuanhuan's strength was extremely strong even among the bitter adversity powerhouses. Even Sang Tian was a bitter adversity powerhouse, and there were not many who could defeat Xuanhuan. He did not have the confidence to defeat Xuanhuan, especially when it came to Xuanhuan's ultimate move. Xuanhuan's head hurt and he turned back, only to see Lu Yin kick out again. This time, Xuanhuan had learned his lesson and dodged. Lu Yin's kick missed and he looked to the side. He turned back and attacked again, but his attack was dodged again. Lu Yin continued to attack, but he could not hit Xuanhuan. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-22. It wasn't like Lu Yin hadn't faced so close, yet worlds apart before. He'd even broken down the landscape map in his heart, so he had so close, yet worlds apart's particles were different from Xuanhuan's. Xuanhuan had reached the deified level and was comparable to the base of the sequence. World's Edge Mirror. This was Xuanhuan's power after completing so close, yet worlds apart and becoming a deified. It was because of this power that he'd been able to escape the 10,000 beast border and outer sky. He'd wanted to use his physical strength to suppress Lu Yin, but he couldn't. He couldn't beat him, so he had to use his brain. Xuanhuan's right arm was broken and bleeding. He used World's Edge Mirror to dodge Lu Yin's attacks and create distance between them. Lu Yin stopped and looked at him playfully. Is this what you meant by beating me up? Xuanhuan grinned. I was too careless. I can't beat you. Then he glanced at the old salamander. Old man, you're so immoral. Why didn't you warn me when this guy is so strong? The old salamander coughed. I was injured. I couldn't warn you. Bastard. Xuanhuan was furious. The old salamander was helpless. But it's not too late to warn you. Bao Qi and I weren't the only ones who fought in the Battle of Void. There were others too, but they all lost to this third master. Who else? Xuanhuan had a bad feeling. The old salamander grunted. They're all old friends. For example, Wu Jin, Thought Immortal, Goldwing, Yoxia and Motherchild. There aren't many of them. Xuanhuan gaped at Lu Yin. You're Yu Sang Tian in disguise, right? Hee before this third leader defeated Zhen, Old Man Wang Yu, Dancing Butterfly Tianya, and Su Shidao. Now that I think about it, he defeated at least half of the top great beings in the spiritualized universe. How ruthless. Annihilation Emperor, didn't you want to surpass Emperor Wu? Defeat him. If you can defeat him, everyone will admit that you can beat Wu Huang. Wu Huang wanted to curse. Old man, you're still so immoral. I'm just here to watch the show. I'm just standing too close. I'll leave now. Wu Huang turned to leave. Lu Yin's fingertip released a karma spiral, and it headed for Wu Huang. Wu Huang felt something. What was it? He couldn't see it, but he instinctively avoided it. The world's edge mirror was very convenient, allowing him to instantly disappear into the distance. Lu Yin stepped forward to parallel time. Wu Huang swung his tail, tearing the void apart and disrupting time. I said, stop chasing. I'm just here to watch the show. Streams of light shuttled around Lu Yin's body as the starry sky in his heart released the so close, yet worlds apart sequence particles. He rarely used the sequence laws to prevent himself from being seen through, but it didn't matter now. The origin of the Xuanhuan universe had long been known. The essence of flowing light was space chasing after time. Lu Yin used the so close, yet worlds apart sequence particles to chase after the world's edge mirror, locking onto Wu Huang and preventing him from escaping. The two figures disappeared into the abyss in the blink of an eye. No one could find them. Lu Yin could not let Wu Huang go. He wanted to see through the karmic lines and find out who was targeting him. Wu Huang really wanted to curse. He couldn't run away. How did that guy catch up to him? He had provoked Wu Huang several times, and even if he lost, Wu Huang could only jump around and curse him. Wu Huang couldn't do anything to him, but this guy could catch up. He kept trying to escape, but he couldn't shake off Lu Yin. Lu Yin would always catch up to him. Stop chasing me. We don't have any deep grudges. Who paid you? I can't tell you. It's a moral issue. If I catch up to you, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. You're the one suffering a fate worse than death. Kid, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I just don't want to fight anymore. Look at this. In front of him, Wu Huang took out a snow-white pear flower with his left arm. It swayed in the wind, looking very beautiful with a faint white halo. Lu Yin didn't understand. Your spiritual weapon? Wu Huang was pleased. This is good stuff. It can bring pleasure to a person. Try it. He threw the flower at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he suddenly thought of Qian Li from the insectoid civilization. That flying insect covered in thorns could bring pain that even a half-ancestor couldn't endure. This pear flower looked similar. Wu Huang said proudly, once you touch the pear blossom, I guarantee that you'll want to die. This is a pear blossom suppressing Wu Huang specially prepared for that idiot Wu Huang. Don't force me to help you. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. You're courting death. He raised a hand and the karmic spiral turned into a karmic wheel that pushed forward. The karmic wheel had a miraculous effect against powerhouses who had passed through bitter adversity, and it might even knock them out of the bitter adversity realm. Mr. Li was so wary of Lu Yin because of this. Wu Huang was also very wary at this moment, so he had to run. Lu Yin stared at Wu Huang's back as a stream of light flashed past. Wu Huang paused for a moment before disappearing again. However, the karmic wheel touched him in that moment and a karmic line was drawn out. Lu Yin saw a person, Old Tao. Old Tao's appearance in the karmic wheel could only mean one thing, Heaven's hand. Of course, this didn't mean that Old Tao had paid Lu Yin. It could only mean that Old Tao was related to the entire karmic situation. Wu Huang ran away. Lu Yin could chase him all he wanted, but he had already obtained the answer he wanted. In Spatial Abyss, everyone was waiting for the final result of this battle. Old Salamander and Duke Cheng had run away, as well as a few powerhouses from Royal God Mountain and other major powers. No one was stupid enough to stay behind and wait for Lu Yin. When Lu Yin returned to Spatial Abyss, there was nothing but broken earth. It was a pity that Old Salamander and Duke Cheng had escaped. However, he hadn't expected Wu Huang to flee so quickly that Lu Yin didn't have time to catch him. Bao Qi's corpse fell into Spatial Abyss and disappeared. With Elder Yu's appearance, the battle was over. Congratulations, Third Master. You're invincible. Lu Yin looked over. Master of Intellicong Domain, Elder Yu? Elder Yu smiled. That's right. Third Master, are you interested in visiting Intellicong Domain? Are you inviting me? Of course. Yu Sang Tian is my enemy, and I've challenged the realm beyond heaven, breaking the rules time and time again. How dare you invite me? Lu Yin retorted. The continuous battles had exhausted him, and he had indeed been suppressed or countered several times. It wasn't easy to fight these old fellows. Elder Yu laughed. Third Master isn't the only one who challenged the realm beyond heaven. Third Master, you came all the way to my spiritualized universe to fight to the death for your home. I admire your spirit. The relationship between the three universes might not be as you think. Lu Yin stared at Elder Yu. Intellicong domain had a very high status in the spiritualized universe, and this old man's words represented the spiritualized universe's attitude to a certain extent. Old Tao and the others landed, and Dancing Butterfly Border walked over from afar. Master, are you all right? It's all my fault for being useless. I couldn't help you, and I couldn't even stop Old Salamander from escaping. Please forgive me. Old Tao blamed himself, and his face was filled with grief and indignation. That's the truth. The Old Salamander, when Old Tao and Duke Cheng had escaped, he had wanted to stop them, but Old Salamander had glanced at him, and he hadn't dared to do anything. Although Old Salamander had been heavily injured, as long as Lu Yin didn't interfere, he could regenerate perfectly. He wasn't someone that Old Tao and the others could deal with. Duke Cheng was even stranger, as no one knew what technique he had used. Even Lu Yin couldn't understand it, so he paid close attention. Palace Mistress Yao, Qingyun, and the others arrived at Geyser Abyss. A gust of wind blew past, and the traces left behind by the battle continued to collapse. There were still remnants of various battle auras, which were terrifying. Those who had fought here were all at least at the spiritual prime realm. Since ancient times, such battles had rarely occurred, even in the competition for Sang Tian's position. Dancing Butterfly Border's heart sank. Lu Yin's absolute strength made it impossible for them to kill Yu Sang Tian. Even Lu Yin wasn't confident in defeating Yu Sang Tian, so it was easy to imagine how naive they had been to think that they could kill Yu Sang Tian with just Thunderous World. Butterfly Border felt a lingering fear, and she gripped Border's hand tightly. Border hugged her comfortingly. Not long after, Elder Yu invited Lu Yin's group to head to Intellicong Domain, leaving behind many spectators to recall the battle. This battle was enough to be recorded in history, and it would never be forgotten. From then on, Lu Yin's fame would surpass Yu Sang Tian's. In the spiritualized universe, even the 7 great Sang Tians couldn't suppress him. The first person he killed was Sang Tian Baoqi. He loved reading books. Beyond Geyser Abyss was Intellicong Domain. In front of him were Yu Sang Tian and Mr. Li. Yu Sang Tian bowed slowly to Lu Yin without saying a word. Mr. Li was afraid, and he only glanced at Lu Yin before looking away. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Where is the secret transmission? I want to see it. Elder Yu smiled. It's said to be a secret transmission, so naturally you can't see it. But he's been watching me, Lu Yin said calmly. Elder Yu shook his head. He's watching the entire spiritualized universe. The Dayu Manor appeared out of nowhere, and the third head is invincible in the universe. He'll naturally be watching you. If the third head isn't happy, I'll ask him to stop watching the Dayu Manor. Lu Yin looked at Yu Sang Tian. Since ancient times, the Intellicong Domain's masters have been passing down their transmissions secretly. I don't think it's fair. Yu Sang Tian stood there calmly and looked down at the ground. He didn't answer or say anything. Elder Yu said, there's a competition between open and secret transmissions. The Intellicong Domain won't interfere, and the major forces in the spiritualized universe won't interfere either. What if I want to interfere? Lu Yin asked back. Elder Yu laughed. Then it'll be a trial of the secret transmission. After you pass it, you'll be even better than the ancients. The Zhikong Domain was just an ordinary region. It did not have rich resources, nor did it have beautiful scenery. Everything looked so ordinary that it was not ordinary at all. Lu Yin easily looked through the entire Intellicong Domain, and there was nothing special except for the Spirit Treasure Array. However, he couldn't tell what the Spirit Treasure Array was. This was the Intellicong Domain, and it was rumored that it was ahead of the current era and had the authority to distribute the spiritualized universe's resources. It was one of the 7 major forces and was feared by many cultivators, including Yu Sang Tian. That's it? Elder Yu only invited Lu Yin to enter the Intellicong Domain, and the rest of the people waited outside. Regardless of whether the Intellicong Domain was ordinary or not, they couldn't enter without an invitation. This was a sign of respect to the Intellicong Domain. The wind was cold, and the withered yellow reeds swayed in the wind. The small boat moved slowly along with the current in the reed marsh. The boat was light and the wine was good, and 2 people sat alone. In the distance, the setting sun brought a little warmth, but it couldn't dispel the chill in the air. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-23. To cultivators, the chills that ordinary people felt were useless against them, but at this moment, Luyin felt a chill that could be used as a metaphor to describe a person. Yulao poured wine for Luyin. Luyin looked at the wine that flashed under the setting sun and picked up the glass to take a sip. Yulao smiled, put down the jug and picked up his own cup. To third master. Luyin put down his cup. Just say what you want to say. Yulao was about to pick up the jug, but he thought for a while. Third master has 4 maids, why don't we invite one to pour wine for us? Oh. Rumu. Sure. Rumu came over and stood beside the table, pouring wine for the 2. Her bright eyes seemed to be flowing with waves as she looked at Luyin with admiration. Yulao took a sip. Third master is called Luyin? Luyin nodded. You can also call me 7th brother. Rumu smiled faintly. 7th brother? Yulao was an old man who had lived for a long time. Yulao laughed. Master Lu? Luyin was calm. Sure. Yulao praised. As expected, third master is the master of the Xuanhuan universe. Rumu's eyes narrowed and she looked at Luyin in surprise. Master of the Xuanhuan universe? Now that everyone knew that Luyin was from the Xuanhuan universe, how could the primordial origin control them with Luyin's power? Boundless and Deyuvilla were both from the Xuanhuan universe, and the primordial origin was also controlled. But Rumu really didn't expect that Luyin was the master of the Xuanhuan universe at such a young age. No wonder he had such power and could suppress almost half of the top powerhouses in the spiritualized universe by himself. This was something that only a master of the universe could do. Pour wine, Luyin said casually. Rumu sobered up and quickly poured wine for the 2. Master Lu's purpose for coming from the Xuanhuan universe is clear. It is to deal with the spiritualized universe, but I don't understand why Master Lu is taking the risk? Elder Yu was curious, and he looked at Luyin curiously as he finished the wine in his cup and put it down. The only points of contact between the spiritualized universe and the heaven's origin universe are xianxia and jianghu, but Master Lu has led a group of powerhouses from the heaven's origin universe to kill their way into the spiritualized universe with an unstoppable momentum. Also, how did you come to our spiritualized universe? How did he know to set up the springboard? Can Master Lu answer my questions? Luyin found it funny and looked at foolish old man. Old man, you're in charge of the intelligible domain and distribute resources to the entire spiritualized universe. Can you tell me what role you played in the 3 Sangtian's expedition to the spiritualized universe decades ago? Yulao thought for a moment. I agree. Luyin's lips curled up. So you're also an enemy. The foolish old man shook his head and looked at Rumu as he poured wine for him. Standpoint is not only determined by benefits, it is also determined by strength. All this time we thought that the Xuanhuan universe was within our grasp. We were just waiting for the best opportunity to restart it. Origin was sent to weaken the future scale of the Xuanhuan universe, which is equivalent to making the Xuanhuan universe unable to resist our spiritualized universe. But with your arrival, Master Lu, it changed everyone's impression of the Xuanhuan universe in the spiritualized universe. Yulao's expression was solemn. The Xuanhuan universe is not easy to deal with. If things go wrong, a large number of people will die, and the deaths of these people will cause the spiritualized universe to lose their best opportunity. Luyin listened calmly. For example, Yu Sangtian wants to wait for the spiritualized universe to have at least 30 powerhouses who have crossed the bitter adversity and nearly 100 spiritual primes before restarting the Xuanhuan universe. He wants to bring these powerhouses to a higher level in one fell swoop. Among them, how many eternal realms will be born, how many will cross the bitter adversity, and how many of those spiritual cultivators will break through to the spiritual primes realm? These are all things that we are considering. We can afford to wait. The spiritualized universe is like a large family, and everyone's life and death is for the sake of this family. It is not just for the sake of a single person or a generation. But at this moment, the Xuanhuan universe's strength has exceeded the spiritualized universe's expectations. If the 2 sides go to war, even if the spiritualized universe wins, no one knows how many bitter adversity and spiritual primes will survive. This is a price that the spiritualized universe is not willing to bear. Luyin disdainfully replied, Nonsense. If you don't bear this price now, the price you will have to pay in the future will be even greater if you want to restart the Xuanhuan universe. Yulao nodded. In theory this is the case. The longer it takes, the harder it will be to restart the Xuanhuan universe. But what if there is a better choice? For example, restarting the consciousness universe. Luyin raised his brows. Yulao continued, The consciousness universe is not easy to deal with. You have already experienced Wu's strength. For many years, our spiritualized universe has been thinking of ways to restart the consciousness universe. Of course, sometimes, it is the same as restarting the Xuanhuan universe. We are waiting for the right opportunity. This is the relationship between the three universes. But now, Master Lu, your arrival has allowed the spiritualized universe to see the strength of the Xuanhuan universe. Since the spiritualized universe and the Xuanhuan universe are both ruled by humans, there is a second option, which is to restart the consciousness universe and let our two universes work together. Lu Yin stared at Yu Lao. Yu Lao looked deeply at Lu Yin. Master Lu, you are very clear about the relationship between the three universes. From your point of view, the consciousness universe is suppressed by the spiritualized universe, and the war is the same as the Xuanhuan universe. In theory you should work together, but in reality, the true standpoint is not the direction of the war but the living beings themselves. Master Lu, never forget that the spiritualized universe and the Xuanhuan universe are ruled by humans. The consciousness universe is different. It is a different kind of living being, or rather, it is not even a living being. It is a kind of pure power that was cultivated. Humans must always think for themselves, even if the result is very cruel. Since Master Lu has cultivated to the position of master of the Xuanhuan universe, you must have seen through the word cruel. You also have your own opinions on what is right and what is wrong. Everything I said is true. Of course, the Xuanhuan universe is weaker than the spiritualized universe, which will make Master Lu feel uneasy. I can only guarantee that Master Lu will have a chance to attain eternal life. Compared to Master Lu leading the boundless universe to the death, the spiritualized universe will be much safer. Compared to Master Lu, this path is better. Lu Yin's goal was very clear. Although Yu Lao did not understand how the Xuanhuan cosmos knew about the spiritualized universe's situation and why they were so desperate to court death, the path that Lu Yin had given them was much better than courting death. A chance to step into the eternal realm was equivalent to giving the Xuanhuan cosmos a chance. They would not have to risk their lives to fight the spiritualized universe. Especially since no one wanted to die, and all cultivators wanted to step into eternal life. Ru Mu poured wine again and looked at Lu Yin. Elder Yu had presented Lu Yin with two options. The first option was to continue causing trouble and wreak havoc in the spiritualized universe. In the end, he would definitely become an enemy of the entire spiritualized universe, and the outcome was unknown. The second option was for the Xuanhuan universe and the spiritualized universe to work together and restart the consciousness universe. This would allow Lu Yin to obtain the opportunity to step into eternal life. What would this person choose? Rumu was curious. Lu Yin picked up his cup and took a sip before looking at Elder Yu. Seeing Yu Lao staring at him, Lu Yin was puzzled. Continue. Don't tell me you are done. Yu Lao looked at Lu Yin deeply. Master Lu, what else do you want to hear? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Old man, do you think I am a madman who only cares about cultivation and knows nothing else? First, you explained the relationship between the three universes and made me inclined to change my position. Then you tempted me with eternal life. Finally, you gave me two paths. Next, you should talk about the trouble of xianxia. Your thinking is very clear. Rumu blinked and looked at Yu Lao. Yu Lao smiled bitterly. Master Lu, you are prejudiced against me. Lu Yin sneered. He picked up his wine cup and shook it. No, I think you are very amiable. Yu Lao was puzzled. What? Lu Yin smiled. Because I often fool others like this. Yu Lao was startled and then laughed. Rumu looked at Lu Yin and her eyes became brighter. Lu Yin finished the wine and put down the cup. To fool people you must have a clear thinking. You must see what the other party is thinking and analyze the other party's mentality. Make the other party subconsciously think that you are right, then quietly change their position and finally give them a choice instead of waiting for them to choose. Old man, your method doesn't work on me. Tell me, my biggest concern is xianxia. How do you plan to fool me? Yu Lao smiled. Before that, I would like to ask Master Lu a question. Who is behind Saint Daliu? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Yu Lao looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu deliberately released the news that Saint Daliu exchanged his life. At the same time, you let the Intent Realm find out that Qigong was the one who stole the White Willow. You deliberately led the Intent Realm to lead out a non-existent person behind this. What is Master Lu planning to do? Lu Yin looked at the reeds in a daze. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. This old man saw through it. Everything he had set up was to conceal his ability to absorb the consciousness of the consciousness universe. If it was exposed now, the consciousness universe would definitely become his mortal enemy. The spiritualized universe would also be more hostile towards him because of fear. This was troublesome. Saint Daliu doesn't have anyone behind him. Qigong was the one who stole the white willow, but he was influenced by Wu Wei. Master Lu guided all of this to take away the consciousness universe's life forms. In fact, Master Lu had already united with some kind of existence from the consciousness universe in Torch City and achieved the conditions, right? Yu Lao guessed. Lu Yin looked at him in surprise. Really? Yes, there was such an explanation. It was very reasonable. Yu Lao smiled. As expected. Let me guess, only the consciousness universe's 13 celestial phenomenon can do such a thing. The other consciousnesses can't reach Torch City without being hindered. Master Lu, I told you all those things in the beginning because I didn't want you to be confused by the consciousness universe's life forms. The consciousness universe's life forms cannot be trusted. They are not the same species as us humans. If Master Lu united with the consciousness universe, let's not talk about whether or not you can fight against my spiritualized universe. Even if my spiritualized universe loses, the consciousness universe will still be the Tianyuan universe's greatest enemy in the end. Lu Yin didn't think too much about it and said faintly, it's still better than facing the spiritualized universe, a colossus that can conquer two universes at the same time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-24. Looking at Lu Yin's calm expression, Yu Lao sighed, that's why I'm looking for you and offering you another path. A spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe might not necessarily be mortal enemies. In the end, the purpose of a spiritualized universe is to restart a certain universe and achieve a transformation. This restarted universe could be the Tianyuan universe or even the consciousness universe. I'm more inclined toward the consciousness universe. After all, after so many years of war, the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe have too many blood feuds. Those consciousness life forms don't care about hatred, but the spiritualized universe does. Many cultivators from various families have died in the consciousness universe. Lu Yin frowned, since it's a war, let's not talk about this nonsense. All right. In short, I'm inclined toward restarting the consciousness universe and joining forces with the Tianyuan universe. As for you Xianxia. He paused for a moment. Rumu looked at Yu Lao. Lu Yin also looked at Yu Lao. Yu Lao spread his fingers. Of the 7 Xianxians, 5 can support you, Master Lu. Lu Yin was astonished. That many? Yu Lao said, first Master Lu, you defeat Bao Qi and clearly compete for the position of Xianxian. I can get the other Xianxians to agree, and even you Xianxian can't object. After all, the day of sacrifice spirit is coming, and you Xianxian needs to lead the 7 Xianxian's guardian spirits. Then Master Lu, you'll be one of the 7 Xianxians regardless of where you come from. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He felt that this was a very strange point. He couldn't figure out how someone who didn't belong to the spiritualized universe could compete for the position of Xianxian. His confidence in competing for the position of Xianxian came from the day of sacrifice spirit. If you Xianxian could appoint a Xianxian, then Lu Yin would deal with that Xianxian. A defeated Xianxian wasn't qualified to become a Xianxian. Thus, because of the day of sacrifice spirit, he might be able to become a Xianxian. But that was because he was forcing the spiritualized universe. If the spiritualized universe felt that someone from the Tianyuan universe like him could become a Xianxian, then there was a problem, a very big problem. It was as if the position of Xianxian wasn't that important. However, Xianxian's position was very important. This gave Lu Yin a strange feeling of contradiction. There was also a strange sense of contradiction, and that was origin. On the day of sacrifice spirit, Yu Xianxian would lead the 7 Xianxian's guardian spirits. Then what about the Genesis? Genesis was the Tianyuan universe, where were the 7 Xianxian? The spiritualized universe's solution to this problem, which was also the origin. He arranged for the land of the sacrificial spirit to be in the Lushan domain. The Lushan region was where the Zhen family resided, and it was also where the Zhen family had established themselves. Since primordial origin wasn't here, he would arrange for the guardian spirit's location to be in the Lushan region. Yu Xianxian would lead the other 6 guardian spirits and that would be enough. When Lu Yin had first heard about the day of the sacrifice spirit, he had asked Yuanqi about it. Since the day of the sacrifice spirit was so important, how could Yuanqi casually replace it with the Lushan domain? This was what the spiritualized universe had always done. It was impossible for the 7 great mulberry skies to be present on spirit sacrifice day every single time. If anyone was not present, then the spirit sacrifice day would be moved to the place where the absent mulberry sky was present. Such an important festival could force the spiritualized universe to accept an outsider like Lu Yin as a mulberry sky, but it was so simple that it made people's hair stand on end. This contradiction left Lu Yin unable to find an explanation for it. As for the people from the spiritualized universe, they felt that this was normal and didn't need any explanation. It was just like how ordinary people felt that the sky was above them and the earth was below them. This was how it should be. There was no need to explain. The position of mulberry sky, the day of the sacrifice spirit, it was important, but it also didn't seem important. We can make a deal with mulberry sky and have him agree to let Master Lu become a mulberry sky. I'm sure he won't refuse, especially after what happened at the border. He took a sip of wine. There's also the School of Arts and the Zhan family. Master Lu, you don't have to worry about them. Your relationship with the Zhan family can be resolved with just a word. Lu Yin wasn't surprised that Yu Lao could see through his relationship with the Zhan family. The Intelliski domain seemed to have nothing, but how could it have nothing when it was constantly being allocated the spiritualized universe's resources? Moreover, the battle of the 5 regions are empty had been the work of that secret messenger, so he could easily see the source of the Dayu Villa's information. If the secret messenger knew, then Yu Lao would naturally know as well. Rumu didn't know and she was shocked. The School of Arts was related to the Dayu Villa? Since when? Yuanqi hasn't been stripped of his position as Mulberry Sky. He already has the support of 3 Mulberry Skies. The remaining ones are Meng Mulberry Sky, Emperor Wuhuang and the 9th Spirit. Yu Lao smiled and glanced at Rumu. As long as Master Lu is willing to release Qingyun, there won't be any problems with the 9th Spirit. I will resolve this conflict. Meng Mulberry Sky's position is unknown. Emperor Wuhuang. Lu Yin laughed. He's definitely against it, but it doesn't matter. If his opposition is effective, I'll kill him. Rumu pursed her lips. Yu Lao laughed. Don't underestimate Emperor Wuhuang, but I believe in Master Lu's strength. Then I have a question. Can Master Lu answer it? Lu Yin looked up. You Mulberry Sky? Yu Lao nodded. When Wu Jiang entered the spiritualized universe, Master Lu provoked the realm beyond sky to fight for the position of Mulberry Sky. You Mulberry Sky didn't do anything, so it's impossible that he doesn't know. He hasn't shown up until now. Can Master Lu answer my question? Lu Yin stared into Yu Lao's eyes. Yu Lao also looked at him without any intention of backing down. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. It seemed that this old man really didn't know about the little spiritual universe. Yu Mulberry Sky didn't do anything because he was afraid that Lu Yin would reveal the little spiritual universe. Once it was exposed, he would really become the public enemy of the spiritualized universe. This was the only thing that could be used against Yu Mulberry Sky. Lu Yin shook his head. I won't. Yu Lao was disappointed. Master Lu must have something on Yu Mulberry Sky that made him unwilling to show up. Master Lu, you're good. After saying so much, do you have a choice, Master Lu? Lu Yin didn't care. How can I choose so quickly? Helping Yu Mulberry Sky doesn't mean killing him. If you can help me kill Yu Mulberry Sky, I'll definitely cooperate with you. Yu Lao was helpless. Yu Mulberry Sky is invincible. To deal with him, we can only plan slowly and not fight to the death. Master Lu led Dayu Manor here and was prepared to die, but it doesn't mean that you will die. Lu Yin was curious. You don't seem to oppose me killing Yu Mulberry Sky. What? Yu Lao said, if there were no 3 universes, Yu Mulberry Sky's existence would be a good thing for the spiritualized universe. But now that there are 3 universes, Yu Mulberry Sky acts arbitrarily. With his personality, even if he reopens a universe in the future, he might not transform the entire spiritualized universe. So, his existence might not be a good thing. It's mainly because he doesn't want the Ji Kong domain to have Mulberry Sky's position, Lu Yin said. Yu Lao laughed. Is Mulberry Sky's position in the Ji Kong domain important? Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. The Ji Kong domain's position in distributing the spiritualized universe's resources was higher than Mulberry Sky's. After all, Lu Yin couldn't see through Yu Lao even after facing him for so long, and the boat had drifted so far away. This was very abnormal. He really wanted to slap this old man. However, not being able to see through him didn't mean that this old man was stronger than him. It only meant that their paths of cultivation were different. Help me get rid of the Royal God Mountain, Lu Yin suddenly said. Rumu paused and looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Yu Lao sighed. The Royal God Mountain isn't easy to deal with. Master Lu, why do you have to be enemies with Yu Mulberry Sky now? Since you have something on him, you don't have to be afraid of him. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. What about the 10,000 beasts border? That should be fine, right? Yu Lao was helpless. The 10,000 Beasts Border's Emperor Wu is about to return. Furthermore, the 10,000 Beasts Border has a special position in the spiritualized universe for collecting the spiritualized beasts. If you attack the 10,000 Beasts Border, it will give the spiritualized universe the impression that you want to get rid of the spiritualized beasts. Especially since the Ji Kong domain can't interfere, it will change the pattern of cultivation. This won't work, that won't work, what's the use of cooperating with you? Even if the Ji Kong domain doesn't help me, I can still become Sang Tian, Lu Yin said coldly. Yu Lao shook his head. I really want to cooperate with the Tianyuan universe. Master Lu brought a group of experts from the Tianyuan universe, but not all of them. If the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe work together, the consciousness universe will be rebooted very quickly. Why not? There's no need to affect the big plan for a temporary dispute. Be it the 10,000 Beasts Border or the Royal God Mountain, no one knows the future. At least, Master Lu has to consider the current situation of the boundless universe. Lu Yin stared at Yu Lao. Are you threatening me? Yu Lao smiled. Of course not, but there are some situations that I should make clear. The key to the Gate of Arts might not be able to threaten the Zhan family. Even though the Zhan family obtained a lot of benefits from the sky beyond sky with the key, the Zhan family might not want to open the Gate of Arts. There's a group of old men waiting for death in the Gate of Arts. Some of them are even comparable to old salamanders. These old men don't want to wait for death, but they have no choice. If they can die on the battlefield, they would be more willing. Master Lu doesn't want the boundless universe to become the burial ground of a group of old men, right? Lu Yin was disdainful. What do you think those old men can do? At least they can consign the boundless universe to eternal damnation, Yu Lao said solemnly. Lu Yin didn't seem to care. If you say so, I would like to go to the Gate of Arts to take a look. I want to challenge all the experts in the world. A group of old men waiting for death is also qualified. Master Lu, why do you put yourself on the opposite side of the entire spiritualized universe? Yu Lao was helpless. I've said so much before, could it be that Master Lu isn't moved at all? Lu Yin raised his eyes and looked at Yu Lao for a while. He raised his wine cup and shook it. I believe what you said, and I also believe that you are sincere in cooperating with us. I even believe what you said about you Sang Tian. There's only one thing that I don't believe. Yu Lao looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin said indifferently, everything is for the spiritualized universe. Time is just a concept. This is the concept that you instilled in me. But in reality you don't have much time left. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a hurry to cooperate with us and talk with me for so long. Lu Yin looked at Yu Lao and asked, what changed your original idea? Rumu looked at Yu Lao and silently poured wine for them. Yu Lao laughed. Master Lu is extremely wise. I admire you. But you think too much. Every master of the Wisdom Sky domain is maintaining the stability of the spiritualized universe. They are one generation ahead of the current era, and they hold the right to distribute resources and cultivation. Through you, I see the next era of the Tianyuan universe. It's a colorful era full of vitality. An era that has the qualifications to surpass the spiritualized universe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-25. After a pause, Yu Lao continued, the future of the Tianyuan universe will surpass that of the spiritualized universe. Once the Tianyuan universe is on the right track, the spiritualized universe will be at a disadvantage. Eradicating the boundless universe is not a price the spiritualized universe is willing to pay. Since that's the case, we can only fix this future. Lu Yin was confused. Rumu was equally confused. Yu Lao said solemnly, eternal life is the end of cultivation. However, it is extremely difficult to step into eternal life. The only way is to restart the universe. Currently, only the 3 universes that we know of can be restarted. Restart the consciousness universe as soon as possible so that those who should step into eternal life in the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe can step into eternal life. Under the current situation, the number of eternal life experts in my spiritualized universe will definitely surpass your Tianyuan universe. No matter how high the scale of your Tianyuan universe will be in the future, the result of restarting a universe has already been determined. The number of eternal life experts will be fixed. My spiritualized universe will forever surpass your Tianyuan universe in terms of the number of eternal life realms. This is an unchangeable fact. Even if the Tianyuan universe has a peerless genius like you, the number 1 hero of all time, it will still be the same. Lu Yin stared blankly at Yu Lao and then laughed. What a laughable conclusion. Yu Lao took a sip of wine and stopped talking, allowing Lu Yin to ridicule him. He knew very well that Lu Yin was not ridiculing him, as what he said was the truth. The spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe had different futures. In the beginning, the spiritualized universe had restrained the Tianyuan universe's development, causing the Tianyuan universe's cultivation model to be chaotic. There was no order to the cultivation of the sequence laws, and one could only fumble around. This also allowed the spiritualized universe to easily control the Tianyuan universe and restart it at any time, just waiting for the right time. At that time, everyone in the spiritualized universe was indeed working for the benefit of the entire universe. They did not care about the life and death of a generation, only the overall strength of the spiritualized universe. However, with Lu Yin's rise, the spiritualized universe could not wait any longer, which was why they had invaded the Tianyuan universe. However, time had been reversed, and Yu Tian saw that it was useless even if the spiritualized universe sent out more experts. Thus, he changed his plan and lured Lu Yin to the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin had to go to the spiritualized universe to make up for his karma, but Yu Tian did not expect Lu Yin to know the secret of the small spirit universe and use it to threaten him. Lu Yin could not be sure whether Yu Tian knew that Lu Yin knew the secret of the small spirit universe before he lured Lu Yin to the spiritualized universe. But that was Yu Tian's plan. From the foolish old man's point of view, the spiritualized universe would be able to deal with the Dayu Villa's group of people from the Tianyuan universe, but the price to pay was too great. If Wu Jiang had just entered the spiritualized universe, then the foolish old man would have been willing to pay such a price. However, Lu Yin had fought his way here, and not only had he suppressed a group of spiritualized universe elders, but he had also joined forces with Dancing Butterfly Border and the others. This was a completely different story, and the price that Lu Yin had to pay was far beyond what the foolish old man could accept. Even if the Grand Universe Villa was completely eradicated in the end, the spiritualized universe would still weaken greatly, which would make the war against the consciousness universe much more troublesome. From Elder Yu's point of view, Lu Yin had already joined forces with the consciousness universe, and once the spiritualized universe weakened too much, the consciousness universe would definitely retaliate. In the end, none of the three universes could gain an advantage. This had led to Elder Yu's scheme, which was to give the Tianyuan universe a new lease of life so that Lu Yin would no longer have to worry about the Tianyuan universe being rebooted. This also gave him a chance to step into the eternal realm. However, in comparison, the spiritualized universe would definitely have more people stepping into the eternal realm, which would forever suppress the Tianyuan universe. No matter how high the scale of the Tianyuan universe was in the future, the eternal life stage was already the limit. As long as the consciousness universe was rebooted, the number of eternal life stage cultivators in the spiritualized universe would surpass that of the Tianyuan universe. That would be the end of the competition between the two universes. Can never change. This also achieved his goal. This was Elder Yu's plan. This was a plan from the perspective of the entire spiritualized universe. Whether or not Elder Yu had his own personal interests in it had nothing to do with Lu Yin. 2K The only path Lu Yin could take now was the path that Elder Yu had given him, or else it would be a life and death struggle. Lu Yin was very glad that he had suddenly thought of the person behind Saint Daliu, causing the intent realm to mistakenly think that everything was orchestrated by the person behind Saint Daliu. He had also misled Elder Yu, making him think that he had joined forces with the consciousness universe. Otherwise, Elder Yu might not have made such a plan. It could also be that the battle in the abyss had shown Elder Yu his strength. Along the way, Lu Yin had challenged all the experts in the world, which had caused the spiritualized universe to be frightened and had no choice but to compromise. A small boat and wine accompanied by beauties. In the reed marsh, fish swam and leaped, drawing beautiful stripes under the afterglow of the setting sun. Lu Yin stood beside the small boat with his back facing Elder Yu. The scenery is very ordinary, but it makes me feel comfortable, as if I have returned to being an ordinary person. Elder Yu looked at Lu Yin's back. If Master Lu is willing, you can stay in the Jikong domain, and you can enter and leave the Jikong domain freely. Lu Yin smiled. Old man, is your idea really ahead of an era? Elder Yu shook his head. The world is overpraising, the so-called ahead of an era is just a setup in advance and grasping the corresponding power. Lu Yin said, but what you are doing now is indeed ahead of the ideas of many people. By fixing the number of eternal realm experts forever, the spiritualized universe does not have to fight to the death with the Tianyuan universe, and it can also suppress the Tianyuan universe forever. Elder Yu said seriously, the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe are both dominated by humans, which is why it can be achieved. If it was the consciousness universe, it would definitely fight to the death, there would be no other choice. Lu Yin turned around and looked at Elder Yu. What if Xianxia does not agree? He does not care about my weakness, what will you do? Elder Yu and Lu Yin looked at each other. That is your Xuanhuan universe's business. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu and Elder Yu looked at Lu Yin as well. Ru Mu poured wine for herself. This scene had happened many times, this was their confrontation. After a while Lu Yin sat down again and drank the wine. Ru Mu poured wine again, but Lu Yin suddenly grabbed Ru Mu's hand. Ru Mu was startled and looked at Lu Yin. Master? Lu Yin did not care about Ru Mu, he stared at Elder Yu. Kill? Ru Mu's face turned pale and looked at Elder Yu. Elder Yu shook his head. No need. She heard our conversation, and she is from the Imperial God Mountain. Lu Yin said indifferently. Ru Mu pouted. Master, let him speak. Lu Yin interrupted. Elder Yu said, this girl is Rugua's daughter, she can be trusted. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. You trust her, but it does not mean I do. Then he looked at Ru Mu with cold eyes. Why did you take the initiative to be my maid? Give me a reason not to kill you. Ru Mu looked at Lu Yin. I took the initiative to monitor you for the Imperial God Mountain. I can also lead the way to the Imperial God Mountain. Lu Yin looked at Ru Mu deeply and slowly let go of her hand. Ru Mu looked at the fingerprints on her wrist. She did not dare to say anything and continued to pour wine. I have a condition. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu. Give me that, Mr. Li. Elder Yu frowned. I am not begging you, this is the only way out for your Dayu manor. Master Lu, I hope you understand. Lu Yin nodded. Head. I understand, you don't have to do it, I will catch him myself. Elder Yu had a headache. Why does Master Lu want this, Mr. Li? He is the Dao protector of the Zhikong domain's successor. I also promised to give him a chance to step into immortality. Lu Yin sneered. It is impossible for him, I was besieged by Old Salamander and the others. Dancing Butterfly Horizon wanted to help me, but this guy stopped him. Elder Yu sighed. Mr. Li is a powerhouse who crossed the bitter adversity. Such a powerhouse would rather die in the consciousness universe than be wasted. It is not a waste to give him to me. Lu Yin wanted this, Mr. Li. At this time the spirit cloud stone vibrated. Old Tao contacted him. Lu Yin answered. Master, big news, Yi Sangtian was defeated by the Master of Heaven's Hand. His position is no longer guaranteed. The Master of Heaven's Hand will replace him. Lu Yin suddenly looked up. Where? Grand Domain. Lu Yin took a step forward and disappeared. Elder Yu stood up, not good. In the starry sky, Lu Yin's expression was gloomy as he headed towards the Grand Domain alone. The Master of Heaven's Hand had played a good move. Previously he had used Lu Yin to eliminate Jin, Old Man Wang Yu, Dancing Butterfly Horizon, Master Su and other powerhouses. After Lu Yin defeated Old Salamander, Big Golden Wings and other powerhouses in the spatial abyss, he had made his move. Now that he had defeated Yi Sangtian, in the entire spiritualized universe, most of those who were qualified to compete for the Master of Heaven's Hand had been defeated by Lu Yin, and no one would compete with him. He had a 99% chance of becoming the Master of Heaven's Hand. However, if he wanted to become the Master of Heaven's Hand, he would have to ask for Lu Yin's permission. At this time, the void distorted, and Lu Yin turned around to see Elder Yu chasing after him. Master Lu, what are you doing? Lu Yin's eyes were cold. Killing the Master of Heaven's Hand. Elder Yu was puzzled. The Master of Heaven's Hand becoming the Master of Heaven's Hand has nothing to do with you. Why make enemies? I will guarantee that the Master of Heaven's Hand will agree to you becoming the Master of Heaven's Hand. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu and sneered. I was wondering how he was able to grasp the timing. It turns out that you are the one. Old man, who do you think I am? To be manipulated by you? Elder Yu's tone was deep. This is the spiritualized universe. Even if you are the master of the Tianyuan universe, you should have some concerns. Blindly making enemies is not beneficial to you. Lu Yin casually struck Elder Yu with his palm, and the old man hurriedly dodged. This palm was extremely powerful. I, Lu Yin, don't need to compromise to obtain the Master of Heaven's Hand. Since Wu Jiang is here, he is not afraid of death. All of us should be prepared to die, including myself. The Master of Heaven's Hand used me to eliminate his opponents, and he also wanted to use the Master of Heaven's Hand to deal with me. If the Master of Heaven's Hand couldn't deal with me, he would have leaked Bao Qi's whereabouts to me and lured me to the spatial abyss. Previously, it was also you who instructed Mr. Zhan Li to stop Dancing Butterfly Horizon from attacking, and xuanhuan was also hired by the Master of Heaven's Hand. Do you think I don't know anything? You saw through the Dayu Villa from the very beginning. You wanted to see the Dayu Villa's methods in the spiritualized universe, and you saw the Gate of Arts. After that, the Master of Heaven's Hand used me to deal with the powerhouses vying for the Master of Heaven's Hand's position, which should also be related to you. You were also the one who told the Master of Heaven's Hand about Bao Qi's location. Otherwise, how could the Master of Heaven's Hand have found Sang Tian's location? Your series of plans didn't manage to deal with me, so you changed your plan and want to cooperate with me. Old man, what do you take me for? Do you think I'll let you do whatever you want to me? You are still far from being able to play with me. Once I deal with the Master of Heaven's Hand, your wisdom void domain will be next. Lu Yin then used the reverse step and disappeared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-26. Foolish Old stood in place with an ugly expression. How had he been seen through? How had Lu Yin known that the Celestial Hand had hired xuanhuan? The Celestial Hand's master had become Sang Tian, and it was indeed related to the Zhikong region. Although the Zhikong region could not become Sang Tian himself, he could control the position. Sang Tian had once been one of the Celestial Hand's masters. Sang Tian had not truly been defeated by the Celestial Hand's master, but rather he had abdicated at Foolish Old's behest. Lu Yin's use of the battle at Spatial Abyss had exceeded Foolish Old's expectations. He had thought that he would be able to deal with this person in Spatial Abyss, but the experts had been defeated one after another. In the end, even xuanhuan had been defeated. However, he still could not see Lu Yin's limits, which had changed his mind. He had not expected this person to see through him. Did this person really not care about limitless survival? How did he know that xuanhuan was related to the Celestial Hand? Elder Yu was having a headache right now. He had assumed that Lu Yin was the kind of person who had exceptional cultivation talent and was shrewd enough to know how to seek benefits and avoid losses. Lu Yin should have agreed to cooperate with the Zhikong realm to protect Limitless. However, he hadn't expected Lu Yin to be so shameless and completely disregard the situation. Lu Yin had actually wanted to kill the Celestial Hand and ruin Foolish Old's plans. Foolish Old did not understand Lu Yin at all. Throughout Lu Yin's path of cultivation, there had been times when he had endured patiently and times when he had exploded. His only goal had been to clearly see his future path. He had once endured the Day-Night clan and borrowed their strength to fight against them. He had even joined the Lockbreaker Society and continuously looked for backers to continue walking down this path. Whether it was the Cosmic Tree Society or the Six Paths Society, he had endured patiently. However, in this spiritualized universe, enduring patiently was no longer useful. From the moment Limitless had entered the spiritualized universe, they had been schemed against. If he endured patiently, he would only be schemed against even more ruthlessly. Under such circumstances, he could only fight until the spiritualized universe lost its voice and until no one dared to use them aside from Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin could tolerate Yu Sangtian's schemes because he was not Yu Sangtian's opponent. However, he would not allow anyone else from the spiritualized universe to scheme against him, including the Zhikong region. They had schemed against him over and over again. He was not confident that he could always see the future, so he would make all those schemes disappear. The spirit cloud stone vibrated and old Tao's voice rang out, "Master, the Master of Heavenly Hand is no longer in the Grand Universal Domain. He is in the Southbound World." Southbound Realm? Lu Yin had never heard of this place before, as it was not one of the 36 filaments. South Turing World is a rather remote place in the spiritualized universe. It has nothing to do with the 36 regions. In fact, it's where the Master of Heavenly Hand resides. Outsiders don't know that the people of Heavenly Hand are scattered across the 36 regions. They don't have a fixed location. In fact, South Turing World is the birthplace of Heavenly Hand. Yabunko, how did you know? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Although Old Tao was the fourth Heaven's Hand, he had asked Old Tao before, and Old Tao did not know the relationship between the Southbound Realm and the Heaven's Hand. Old Tao said solemnly, "Heaven Hand told me of his own accord just now." Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone and followed Old Tao's directions to the Southbound World. Foolish Old had told the Master of the Heaven's Hand that he wasn't confident in fighting against Lu Yin in the Grand Universal Domain, so he had returned to the Southbound Realm. It seemed like he wanted to use the entire Heaven's Hand to contend against Lu Yin. On the other side, outside the Zhikong Domain, Old Tao put down the spirit cloud stone and exhaled. Another battle was about to break out. Couldn't the leader take a break? Did he have to attack the Heaven's Hand at this time? Besides, other than using the Su Master's path to plot against the leader, the Heaven's Hand did not seem to have done anything else that would make the leader want to kill him. Why was the leader in such a hurry? Southbound Realm? What is he doing there? Qingyun asked. Old Tao said, to find trouble with the heaven's hand. I thought. The ninth spirit is back. He is going to find trouble with the ninth spirit, Qingyun muttered. Her words shocked Old Tao, Palace Master Yao and the others. The ninth spirit is in the southbound realm? Palace Master Yao asked. Qingyun nodded and did not hide it. Actually, no one knew where Xianxia was. Previously, Bao Qi was in the spatial abyss and no one in the spiritualized universe knew. The ninth spirit, Meng Xianxia, and the other Xianxia who did not belong to the seven major powers. Similarly, no one knew where they were. Even Palace Master Yao, who was so close to Yu Xianxia, did not know, let alone Old Tao and the others. They felt like they had heard a huge secret. Bao Qi was in the spatial abyss, next to Zhikong domain. The ninth spirit was in the southbound realm, next to Heaven's Hand. No matter how they looked at it, it was not a coincidence. Right, since he wants to deal with the Heaven's Hand, this is for him. Qingyun took out a piece of jade. It records the distribution of the Heaven's Hand in the 36 domains. Old Tao took it and looked at Qingyun puzzled. Qingyun said, the ninth spirit dislikes the Heaven's Hand very much, especially the first difficulty. When she has nothing to do, she investigates the Heaven's Hand. If he can solve the first difficulty, the Heaven's Hand should disappear. Old Tao looked at the contents of the jade and contacted Lu Yin again. Before long, he contacted Dayu Villa as per Lu Yin's instructions. It was time for Dayu Villa to move around again. In space, Lu Yin was getting closer and closer to the southbound realm. Suddenly a voice sounded. Chen Min Faidu greets the third master of Dayu Villa. Lu Yin looked at the mouth in the dark space not far away and was surprised. Just one mouth? Spiritualized talent? Yes, I've embarrassed myself in front of the third master. Lu Yin laughed. You don't dare to appear personally? I'm afraid of the third master. I'm timid. Please forgive me. There's nothing to forgive. Chen Min Faidu, is the Heaven's Hand's master on the surface? Chen Min Faidu said respectfully, Third master, are you going to the southbound realm? So what if I am? What should the Heaven's Hand do to make the third master stop? Lu Yin's speed did not change and so did the mouth. This surprised Lu Yin. It was just a mouth. How could it keep up with his speed? He stared at the void and gradually saw that it was a door. In this dark space from where the mouth had appeared, there were countless doors leading into the distance. The mouth was not relying on speed to keep up with him, but on passing through door after door. Interesting. There was such a spiritualized talent? The spiritualized universe's cultivation method was unified. Although it was not as creative as the Tianyuan universes, the spirit molting Tao was truly magical. There were very few people in the Tianyuan universe who had the talent. Once a cultivator had the talent, their status would be different. The spiritualized universe's cultivators could obtain spiritualized weapons or spiritualized talents once they spiritualized. Lu Yin once thought that the probability was very low, but looking at the countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe, there were still a lot of them. In this regard, the spiritualized universe was far superior to the Tianyuan universe. Chen Min Faidu was just a spiritual prime. Logically, he should not be able to keep up with Lu Yin's speed in space and time, but he was able to keep up with him with just a mouth. Myriad Beasts Border, Royal God Mountain. Pick one and help me deal with it. Third Master, you have the Heaven's Hand's full support. Nonsense. I'll deal with anyone who stands in my way. I don't need your support to decide who I want. The Heaven's Hand has the information of the spiritualized universe. Third Master, you can use it. Lu Yin looked at the mouth. For example, Zhen Wangyu Old Man Dancing Butterfly? Chen Min Faidu was silent for a moment. Third Master. Before he could finish, Lu Yin slapped out. The void shook and a terrifying force shattered one side. It spread out and shattered all the doors. These doors stood in the starry sky. Ordinary people could not see them, not even cultivators at the level of the spirit progenitor. It was similar to the transparent power in the Tianyuan universe's burial garden, but it was much more powerful. But no matter how amazing the talent was, it could only be shattered in the face of absolute combat power. The moment Lu Yin shattered those doors, far away in the southbound world, Yinan opened his eyes. He still came. Chen Min Faidu walked out of the void. We can't stop him. Yinan stood up. Xuanhuan has been fighting continuously, and he still dares to come to the Heaven's Hand. Does this person really have no limits? Impossible. Even Lord Yu Xianxia has his limits. Yinan shook his head. The result is the same. It seems that he really wants to eliminate Royal God Mountain or Myriad Beasts Border. Go to him and tell him that once he starts a war with the Heaven's Hand, the entire spiritualized universe will know that the Great Uvilla came from the Tianyuan universe. Sang Tian was originally controlled, and they will be the enemies of the entire spiritualized universe. Knowing it by default was completely different from knowing it openly. Before this, everyone knew that Wu Jiang came from the Tianyuan universe and that the Great Uvilla was a cultivator of the Tianyuan universe. But as long as no one said it openly and Yu Sang Tian did not say anything, no one would seek death. The 7 major forces alone were not a match for the Great Uvilla. They would need at least half of the forces to fight against it. But if they said it openly, Lu Yin's following actions would be taken into consideration by the 3 universes. Any action would be magnified and would be seen as an insult to the entire spiritualized universe. For example, starting a war with the Heaven's Hand. In this way, the Great Uvilla would have a hard time in the spiritualized universe. Of course, this was a difficult idea. Qian Min Faidu hesitated. The third master might not care. He challenged the world's experts, took in those who violated the rules, and threatened to carve words outside the extreme palace. Even if he is not from the Tianyuan universe, these actions are enough to make the Great Uvilla a public enemy of the spiritualized universe. Yinan had a headache. Why did he encounter such a person? The foolish old man was confident that he could persuade this person, which was why he chose this time to fight for Sang Tian's position. He did not expect that this person would want to fight to the death. If he had known this, he would not have stood up now. He would have at least waited until the day before the sacrificial spirit. At that time he might not have provoked this person. Also, Miao Huang was hired by him, so how did this person know? Old Tao? Impossible. He was only number 4, so he did not know about the Heaven's Hand hiring Miao Huang. This was the trigger for this person to come to the southbound realm. If he had known that Miao Huang could not deal with this person, then he would not have done anything unnecessary. The main problem was that no one knew where this person's limits were. So many top experts had come, and even Miao Huang had not been able to reach this person's limits. Moreover, Miao Huang had even escaped. He kept saying that everyone was immoral, but in reality he was the most immoral. Miao Huang was truly disgusting, and the most important thing right now was to resolve the crisis that was Lu Yin. Qian Min Faidu went to find Lu Yin again, and the same mouth appeared in the void. At this moment they were very close to the southbound realm. Third Master, the Heaven's Hand created the black and white spiritual lists, and it controls many intelligence channels in the spiritualized universe. It will be of great help to the Great Uvilla. Third Master, are you really not going to consider cooperating with the Heaven's Hand? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-27. Lu Yin looked at the mouth with disdain. I'll consider it, but do you dare to cooperate with me? We can provide information for the Dayu Villa. We don't need your information. There are plenty of people who will provide it for us. If Third Master insists on fighting with Tian's hand, the Dayu Villa's origin might spread throughout the spiritualized universe in the shortest time possible. At that time, even if everyone pretends to be deaf and dumb, someone will definitely stand up and attack the Dayu Villa. Third Master, do you really want to fight to the death? You're not worthy. Lu Yin struck out with his palm and the mouth instantly disappeared. However, he did not realize that the flowing light had traveled ahead of time and reversed for a second. The spiritualized universe was naturally at a disadvantage when faced with the power of time cultivated in the Tianyuan universe. Chen Min Faidu was weaker than Lu Yin to begin with, so it was even more impossible for him to resist. Lu Yin's palm smashed the mouth into pieces. In the southbound realm, First Master heard a wail from not far away. He looked over and saw Chen Min Faidu's face covered in blood. He stood up angrily. This is too much. Does this person really think that Tian's hand is afraid of him? Activate all the spirit treasure arrays and pass down the order. Everyone in Tian's hand is on standby and be prepared to announce the Dayu Villa at any time. Understood. Chen Min Faidu's teeth had been knocked out, but he was only taught a lesson and would recover quickly. After all, he was a spiritual prime powerhouse. However, this slap had left him without any dignity. It was just like how Lu Yin did not need to give Tian's hand any dignity. This slap had hit Chen Min Faidu, but it was actually a slap to First Master's face. Even so, First Master did not plan to fight to the death with Lu Yin immediately. Tian's hand did not want to become cannon fodder that would perish together with the Dayu Villa. Why did the 7 major powers not besiege the Dayu Villa? It was because of this. No one was willing to work for someone else. As long as there was room for negotiation, they would not start a war. First Master was waiting for foolish old man. The wisdom void territories weight and foolish old man's methods were his bottom line. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived in the southbound realm. First Master and Chen Men Faidu were all in the southbound realm, looking at the starry sky. The southbound realm was not considered small, and it was about half the size of the Fifth Mainland's outerverse. However, it was located in a remote area, and it did not have many resources. It also did not have any famous powerhouses. There were too many places like this in the spiritualized universe, and no one knew that this was where Heaven's Hand was located and where the ninth immortal, Sang Tian, lived. Heaven's Hand's numinous treasure spirit design covered 2/3 of the South Turing world, avoiding the ninth spirit. There was more than one numinous treasure array formation because Heaven Hand had 2 numinous treasure heavenly masters. Lu Yin looked down at the southbound realm and frowned slightly. He could decipher the numinous treasure array formation below, but Chen Men Faidu's words made him concerned. It wasn't a good thing for the Dayu Manor to completely reveal Wu Zhang's background, even though they had already prepared for it. Since that was the case, he decided to give the Dayu Villa some time. Qin Yun had provided the locations of many of the Sky Hand's branches. If the Sky Hand wanted a life and death struggle, news would have to spread from these branches. It all depended on whether the ninth spirit's investigation was complete. Now then. Lu Yin slowly descended and entered the spirit treasure array. He was surprised. He had actually taken the initiative to enter the spirit treasure array? He had thought that he would use brute force to decipher it. Right, this person had climbed the 9-step celestial master staircase. Logically speaking, he could become the 10th heavenly master of the Numinous Treasure Association. His ability in the Tao of Numinous Treasures might even surpass the 2 Numinous Treasure heavenly masters of the Sky Hand. How long will it take to decipher the spirit treasure array? Chen Men Faidu asked. Not far away stood 5 cultivators of the Tao of Numinous Treasures. They were the lock-breakers of the Xuanhuan universe. This was because 2 of them were Numinous Treasure heavenly masters. This spirit treasure array had been set up by them. One of the Numinous Treasure heavenly masters had a solemn expression. Over the years, we have set up a total of 3 spirit treasure arrays. They are the Cooling Dispelling Heat, the Clear Water White Stone, and the Scroll 16. The Cooling Dispelling Heat looks cold, but what one feels is scorching heat. Everything is in opposition. Actions, vision, everything is in opposition. This is a spirit treasure array to prevent people from entering unintentionally and to chase them away. There is not much killing intent and it will not attract too much attention. Clear water and white stone is the second layer of the Numinous Treasure formation. It contains the strongest killing intent created by the 2 of us. Under the clear water, the white stone can be seen. It is like the light of a firefly in the darkness. It is also extinguished in the darkness. It is enough to kill experts of the spiritual cultivation level. Chen Men Faidu frowned. Spiritual master? Even he, a spiritual master, could not stop the 3rd master. However, he did not blame the 2. They were only Numinous Treasure heavenly masters and were only spiritual progenitors. They were defeated by the 9-step celestial master ladder. They were not that powerful. It was already good enough that they could reach this step. The Scroll 16 was not created by the 2 of us. It was given to us by forefather Yinan. The 2 of us spent countless years to set it up. We do not know how powerful it is. You do not know the power of the spirit treasure array you set up? Chen Men Faidu did not believe it. The 2 heavenly masters smiled bitterly. We do not know. This spirit treasure array is completely different from the ones we usually come in contact with. We do not know the details. Yinan watched Lu Yin enter the Cooling Dispelling Heat without saying a word. The 2 heavenly masters did not say anything either. Chen Men Faidu glanced at Yinan. He did not know the origin of this spirit treasure array. Scroll 16? It did not even have a name. On the other side, the 100 Herb domain was very peaceful. There were fewer people monitoring the Dayu Villa than before. Lu Yin fought his way out in the outside world and attracted too much attention. Many people gradually started to focus on Lu Yin. They did not believe that there was someone in the Dayu Villa who could surpass Lu Yin. Figures walked in all directions of the boundless. They were the Tianyuan army, mechas, and black energy source users. The crazy director stood at the bow of the boundless ship and looked into the distance. Everyone had left. Another big commotion. Chu Yi, Desolate God, Lu Tianyi, Celestial Victor, Second Fate, Mu Zhu Yi Luo, and Luo Shan all left the boundless to eliminate the Heaven's Hand branch according to the list and location sent by Old Tao. In the outside world, Dancing Butterfly Horizon and several other powerful people who were friends with them were also on the move. The Heaven's Hand was distributed in all directions of the spiritualized universe, especially the 36 domains. Fortunately, there were many powerful people on the boundless. Together with Dancing Butterfly Horizon and the others, they were able to eliminate all the branches on the list. The closest branch was the 100 Herb domain. The 100 Herb domain also had a branch of the Heaven's Hand, which had been handed over to the ancestor of the past. When Lu Yin arrived at the southbound realm, all of the Heaven's Hand branches received orders from Qianmen Faidu to remain on standby and organize all information regarding the Dayu Villa so that they could be prepared to announce it to the spiritualized universe at any time. The Heaven's Hand branch in the 100 Herb domain was very far from the boundless realm. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary valley with many ordinary people living there. Among these ordinary people, there was one family that was clearly wealthier than the others. They had large doors and even guards. To the surrounding people, this was just a rich family. However, they did not know that this was the Heaven's Hand branch. Everyone here was an ordinary person. They really were ordinary people who had been sent to prevent the boundless realm from being discovered. Jiang had seen the problem. If there were cultivators here, they would definitely be noticed by the boundless realm. Thus, this branch was filled with ordinary people. However, these ordinary people could pass on information to the outside world. The ancestor of the past arrived at the valley, but no one saw her. She naturally walked into the rich family's house and sat in the courtyard, waiting for the right time. In the Allen domain, the water curtain domain had recovered a lot. With the help of powerhouses, it could be easily repaired. There was a power not too far away from the water curtain domain called the Sunset Court. It was filled with women and had a lowly status in the Allen domain. They needed to hand over resources to the larger Sunset Court, which belonged to the Sunset Sect. The Sunset Court was one of the 12 sects in the northern half of the Allen domain, and all of them had to hand over resources to the spiritual masters who ruled the Allen domain. No one would have thought that the lowly Sunset Court was actually a branch of the Heaven's Hand. Yiro arrived outside the court. Lu Tianyi arrived at the Cloud Crane domain and saw the scene of thousands of cranes flying together. Here, the Crane sect was in charge of a domain, and the strongest person was the Crane Guard. However, he did not fear Lu Tianyi. Powerhouses at the same level could rarely fight against Lu Tianyi. He found the Heaven's Hand branch, and the person in charge was a loose cultivator called Crane Guard. This person did not know that Lu Tianyi had his eyes on him. "Who are you? Coming uninvited is against the rules of etiquette." Lu Tianyi looked over. He did not know how the Crane Guard found him. The Crane Guard was not loose cultivator Crane Guard, but the master of the entire Cloud Crane domain. The Crane Guard's expression was solemn. Lu Tianyi gave him pressure. This person was very strong. Lu Tianyi of the Dayu Manor. The Crane Guard's eyes narrowed. "You are from the Dayu Manor?" Lu Tianyi did not hide it, and there was no need to hide it. Now, there was no need to hide anything from the Dayu Manor. The more they hid, the more guilty they would be. "I wonder why someone from the Dayu Manor has come to my Cloud Crane domain?" The Crane Guard did not understand. Lu Tianyi looked at loose cultivator Crane Guard, who still did not notice him. "This person is the manager of the Heaven's Hand branch." The Crane Guard was shocked. "He is from the Heaven's Hand?" He did not doubt Lu Tianyi's words. Otherwise, why would Lu Tianyi come? However, even if he was from the Heaven's Hand, what did he have to do with the Dayu Manor? Suddenly, the Crane Guard thought of something, and his expression turned solemn. "The third master wants to fight the Heaven's Hand?" After the battle at the Abyss of Time, Lu Yin went to the Zhikong domain as a guest. After the news of Yi Sangtian's defeat in Yi Sangtian spread, he went to the southbound domain. Those who were watching Lu Yin did not know at all. They thought that Lu Yin was still in the Zhikong domain. Now that Lu Tianyi had found the Heaven's Hand branch, the Crane Guard was not stupid. He naturally thought of this. Lu Tianyi put his hands behind his back and waited for the right time to strike. The timing could not be early. Otherwise, the other branches of the Heaven's Hand would know and flee. Everyone had to strike at the same time. The Crane Guard looked at Lu Tianyi deeply. The Dayu Manor was indeed full of experts. He could not afford to offend them. He turned and left, pretending not to have seen anything. Qianlan White Region, Ghostfire Region, Boat Region, and even Yi Sangtian's Dequan Region had sent experts from the Dayu Manor. The one who went to Dequan Region was Chu Yi. The one who also had the Heaven's Hand in his domain was Dancing Butterflies in the Horizon. No one knew why Dancing Butterflies in the Horizon had suddenly left his domain, but no one was watching them. The domain, however, did not welcome them. Dancing Butterflies in the Horizon did not cultivate consciousness and had now joined the Dayu Manor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-28. Why have the two of you come to my realm? Xiao personally blocked them outside the realm. Diawu frowned. What, we can't go in? Xiao said in a low voice. The concept here is different from the other 36 domains. The two seniors should know this. Tianya's tone was gentle as he said, Don't worry, we're not looking for trouble. May I ask if Miss Wudong is here? Xiao was puzzled. Are the two of you looking for Wudong? Diawu replied, Third Master asked us to give Miss Wudong a gift. Xiao didn't think that there would be such a thing. Although Wudong wasn't bad, she was far from being comparable to Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Kiching. As for having dancing butterflies from the horizon come to the intent realm to deliver a gift? He couldn't figure it out. What's wrong? Are you not going to give the third head any face? Diawu was unhappy. Xiao didn't understand Lu Yin's intentions and he wanted to refuse. But if he did, it was hard to say if he would provoke the third master again. As for asking Wudong to come out, the reason was the same. He didn't give her any face. Helpless, Xiao said, Of course not. Please. The dancing butterfly horizon was extremely powerful, and Xiao admitted that he had no confidence in blocking it. Looking at the artistic conception, it was fortunate that he still had inaction. Wu Wei's consciousness was enough to restrain the two of them, which was also the source of his confidence. The two of them still couldn't compare in terms of intent realm. Soon, the butterfly dances in the horizon entered the intent realm. One by one, the experts of the Dayu Manor headed to the Heaven's Hand branch. Time continued to pass. Lu Yin, who was far away in the south traversing world, observed the spirit treasure array formation with interest. Lu Yin had rushed over to southbound realm in a hurry, but he had not immediately taken action. He had also not accepted Sky's Hand's offer to reconcile. There had to be some sort of scheme, but they did not know the specifics. Even though Sky's Hand's information network was powerful, it was impossible for him to keep an eye on so many powerhouses in the Dayu Villa. They could not understand why the Ninth Spirit had investigated so many branches of the Heaven's Hand, and why Qing Yun had told Old Tao and Dayu Villa about it. Otherwise, the Dayu Villa would have been made public long ago. Finally, Lu Yin received word that everyone had arrived. He lifted his foot and took the next step, breaking through the lingering winter-dispelling summer spirit treasure array and arriving at the next level, Clearwater Whitestone. The eyes of Heaven Hand's group trembled and they began to move. Yinan frowned. He had a bad premonition, but he didn't know what was going on. Third Master, is it really impossible for Heaven Hand and Your Excellency to reconcile? Lu Yin looked around at his surroundings, brimming with killing intent. Royal God Mountain or Myriad Beasts border, choose one. Yinan's eyes were sinister. Since that's the case, don't blame the Heavenly Hand for being merciless. Pass down the order. Publish the information on Dayu Villa. Let's see who else will pretend to be deaf and dumb. Lu Yin looked up and stared at Yinan. You're dead, old man. Yinan's expression was grave. Beside him, Qianmen Faidu immediately ordered. However, his expression quickly changed. Something has happened. The branch has lost contact. Yinan was shocked. What did you say? He suddenly looked at Lu Yin. It's you? In the 100 Grass region, the ancestor of the ancient era left the valley. The courtyard was deathly silent as fresh blood flowed out from the cracks of the door, dyeing the fields red. Cloud Crane region. Loose cultivator Shuha was lying at Lu Tianyi's feet. In the Allen region, the Sunset Court disappeared without a trace. At this moment, rivers of blood were flowing in every domain of the spiritualized universe. Within the intent realm, Diawu suddenly attacked, using the sequence of annihilation to attack a region, completely erasing that region. Xiao was shocked and released his consciousness. Dancing butterflies in the horizon, what are you doing? The cultivators stared warily at Dancing Butterfly World's horizon. Wu Wei's consciousness shrouded the area and pressed down on the intent realm. World's horizon calmly said, Don't panic. It's just a branch of the Heaven's Hand. Xiao's eyes narrowed. A branch of the Heaven's Hand? You just destroyed a branch of the Heaven's Hand? Diawu sneered. Do you really think that we gave that Wudong a gift? Xiao stared at the two, not knowing whether to believe them or not. Master Feng quickly reminded him, it might really be a branch of the Heaven's Hand. He did not want to become enemies with the Dayu Villa. If that third master was lured here, the alliance might end up like the Qi family. Beyond Heaven would not save the Qi family or the alliance. Even if they did, they might not be able to save them. That third master had become invincible after the battle at Xuanhuan, and even Sang Tian had not been his opponent. Unless Yu Sang Tian personally acted, the intent realm would be in danger, and Xiao did not want to die. Whether or not that region was a branch of the heaven's hand, they had to believe it. At this moment, Wu Wei's consciousness dissipated, as he did not want to interfere. Helpless, Xiao could only take a deep breath and suppress his anger. Please leave. Dancing butterflies in the horizon did not say anything else and left the intent realm. Looking at their backs, Xiao's expression darkened. Since when had his intent realm been humiliated like this? Master Feng smiled bitterly and could only sigh. Alliance leader, in my opinion, that is really a branch of the heaven's hand. I know, but they did not even greet us. They are looking down on the alliance. Xiao clenched his teeth. Master Feng did not know what to say. Faced with that powerful third master, what else could they do? Dancing butterflies in the horizon was also an absolute expert. Suddenly, the two exchanged glances. A branch of the heaven's hand? The Dayu Villa attacked a branch of the heaven's hand? First disaster, they just defeated Yi Sang-tian and might very well succeed him. Why would the Dayu Villa attack them now? Master Feng did not understand. Xiao looked at the sky again. The heaven's hand is unlucky. It was not a big deal that a branch of the heaven's hand had been massacred, as many people did not know that it was a branch of the heaven's hand that had been massacred. Even the battle at the southbound horizon had not attracted much attention. No one knew that Lu Yin had gone there, much less that the heaven's hand and the ninth spirit were there. First disaster, how did they know that the Dayu Villa had massacred a branch of the heaven's hand? Even old Tao could not have known. Yu Sang-tian valued him and sent the ninth spirit to monitor him because he was adept at the power of thought. Lu Yin thought that he could defeat the third master by attacking with thought. Who knew that this person not only grasped the power of time, but also saw through the power of thought? Lu Yin praised, looking at the three universes, there are very few people who can cultivate the power of thought. Unfortunately, I've met more than one. Master Wei, Ancestor Hui, and even Bai Wuxian all had the power to change thought. Although Lu Yin did not cultivate this power, he was not unfamiliar with it. No wonder Yinan attacked with his saber. He knew that even the divine claws of the big golden wings could not hurt him, but he still attacked like this. It was because he wanted to take advantage of the moment when the blade was broken to grab his thoughts with his bone hand. If he had not reversed time and understood the power of thoughts, he might have really fallen into his trap. Third Master, since you know the power of thought, you should know that it is not easy to deal with. Everything the heaven's hand has done to you can be compensated. Tell me what you want. This is the heaven's hand's sincerity. First disaster was afraid and clenched the bony hand tightly. His trump card had been seen through, and he was not confident. He would not fight if he could. He was better at assassination. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with killing intent. Booyah Zhen Wang you old man dancing butterfly world Su Shidao the battle of Jianghuan, Miawu Huang and that Mr. Li. Your heaven's hand and Ji Kong domain have schemed against me so many times. What do you think you can compensate me with? Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. This was the pain he had endured for countless years. This person had to bear it as well. In the universe, anyone who wanted to be his enemy had to bear it. In that 1 second, Lu Yin was drenched in sweat. His will had collapsed in an instant, and he knew very well that he could not bear it any longer. What kind of person could bear the suffering of countless people? He definitely could not do it. His heart was like a boulder. This was the strength of the master of the celestial hand's first calamity. None of the powerhouses who had survived the calamities were easy to deal with. In comparison, the Star Toad was simply adorable. All of the powerhouses in the spiritualized universe had their own trump cards. The skeletal hand pointed at Lu Yin, and the first calamity's eyes turned red. The calamity continued. Lu Yin raised a hand, and the karmic spiral formed into a karmic wheel. Calamity originated from the suffering of the world, from the people who had endured it. Some came from the body while others came from the spirit. However, no matter what kind of suffering one experienced, there was always a cause and effect. No one in the universe could escape karma. Since there was karma, then this karma had to be negated. The skeletal hand pointed at Lu Yin and their thoughts collided. The karmic wheel spun in front of Lu Yin, and their thoughts collided. First calamity was overwhelmed. How was this possible? His calamity was being continuously cancelled out? He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. This person was not doing anything and was just standing there, but his calamity was constantly being cancelled out. He could not use his thoughts to clash with this person. Impossible, no one could do this. Not even Yu Sang-tian could do this. Such a thing did not exist. Even if someone could endure or avoid the calamity, how could they cancel out the calamity? This was the suffering of the world that he had grasped over countless years. It was a type of experience, a type of life. Even the power of time should not be able to cancel it out. The only way to do so was to use the power of time to go back to the time before the suffering occurred and prevent it from occurring. But even so, the amount of suffering he seized wasn't just one portion, but countless portions. Could it be that this person had erased the long river of time? Had he made time meaningless? This was something that Lu Yin could not figure out. The power of karma was not inferior to that of time. Xianxia had attacked the Tianyuan universe because he had sensed that Lu Yin had cultivated the Tao of karma. This was a power that even someone like him, who had a small spiritual universe and could step into the eternal realm, feared. No one could say for sure what the future of cultivating the Tao of karma would be. Even Yu Sang-Tian and a grass grandmaster were afraid of this power. Lu Yin's current understanding of karma was enough to see through the threads of karma. He could use the karma spiral to trace back to the source, and he could use the karma wheel to cancel out the karma of events. If he was given more time, he did not know what level he would reach. At the very least, this was something that Lu Yin could not figure out. Tears of blood flowed from Lu Yin's eyes. He was unwilling to accept this. He had endured the pain of the calamity for countless years, and he did not even dare to leave the southbound realm. He had given up on fighting for Sang-Tian's position many times. Otherwise, how could Meng Sang-Tian, Bao Qi and the others have become Sang-Tian? He had sacrificed too much for the calamity technique. Why should it be cancelled out? What? Lu Yin had imagined Yu Sang-Tian as an enemy, and not only had he created the calamity technique, but he had also imagined that Yu Sang-Tian had used his heart of boulder to withstand the calamity. For this reason, Lu Yin had specially thought of another technique, reverse calamity. This technique would use the enemy's life experiences and willpower to resist the calamity as a foundation, negating the calamity to negate the opponent's experiences. It was as if he had reversed the enemy's life in order to defeat Yu Sang-Tian. Even though this technique had not been completed, Lu Yin was certain that it could be realized. Given enough time, he could even defeat Yu Sang-Tian with a sneak attack. He was an assassin. Why was this happening? No matter how much he thought about it, he could not have predicted that someone would be able to cancel out the calamity. He would never have guessed it. Lu Yin could not have guessed it either. Lu Yin had imagined Yu Sang-Tian as an enemy and wanted to create a technique that could deal with Yu Sang-Tian. There were too many geniuses in the universe and some had walked out while others had not. Yu Sang-Tian was a genius among geniuses, and he should not be underestimated. It was a pity that he had met Lu Yin. Lu Yin had once been trapped in the consciousness of the Fifth Mainland's technocracy's ancestor, Huizu. He had faced Mr. Mu and raised his doubts. Lu Yin had cultivated too many different powers, and he did not know what his future path would be. At that time, Mr. Mu's words were still fresh in his mind. All he had to do was walk to the end of each path. This was the goal that Mr. Mu had set for him. He had to walk to the end of each path. There were millions of paths to cultivation in the universe, but humans were still humans, and all of their paths would eventually converge. Lu Yin alone had cultivated the paths of many others, and they had all converged to reach the end. He was the nemesis of countless people. It was just like how this spiritualized cultivator could not figure it out. Only Mr. Mu had pointed out his future path. However, even Mr. Mu had not thought that he would be able to walk to the end of these paths. Lu Yin looked at Yinan through the karmic wheel and saw tears of blood flow from Yinan's eyes. He struck out with a palm, and Yinan fell into a state of confusion due to the disaster he had endured. A voice suddenly traveled to Lu Yin's ears. I'm giving this person to you to resolve your grudge against the Zhikong domain. I hope that Master Lu can see my sincerity. Endless illusions appeared before Lu Yin's eyes. This was a sequence technique, the second image. It was ranked 5th out of the 88 sequence techniques, and Lu Yin had encountered it before. The endless illusions seemed to flow through time and space, and Lu Yin almost could not tell the difference between reality and the past. A sword appeared from behind him. Reason in clarity, sword of calligraphy wild grass. Lu Yin grabbed the sword's edge and exerted force, causing the blade to bend. A terrifying force vibrated along the curved blade and forced Mr. Li back. Mr. Li suddenly attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin reversed the blade and slashed at Mr. Li. The 13th sword. Mr. Li's gaze turned cold. This person knew swordsmanship? The air around him transformed into a long sword again, and he slashed out again and again. Sword of calligraphy wild grass. Lu Yin's 13th sword slashed out. This sword did not attack the human body, only the emotions. The sword flashed past and Mr. Li spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin suddenly twisted his sword again, causing a flash of light that silenced everything. Silence reigned as the silent sword slashed out a bloody wound. Another flash of light followed, and yet another bloody wound appeared on the man's shoulder. Then Lu Yin's autumn flower sword intent, lightning sword technique, calm heart sword, and karmic flame sword all combined into one. Sword light pierced through the man's shoulder, causing blood to spill onto the ground. The sword flashed continuously, coming from the various sword techniques that Lu Yin had experienced at the beginning of his cultivation. These sword techniques were actually very ordinary, and they were not enough to be used on a battlefield of this level. However, in Lu Yin's hands, they had transformed into terrifying sword techniques that could injure Mr. Li. This was not only because of Lu Yin's own strength, but also because he had seen Wu Tian's celestial vault and received guidance from Wu Bei. He was using the celestial universe's sword techniques to slash at Mr. Li. More than a dozen wounds appeared on Mr. Li's body, causing him to bleed profusely. He did not block at all, allowing himself to be slashed by the sword light. His own sword fell down and a grass character formed from sword chi fell down towards Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3530. After Lu Yin also walked out of the disaster state. His long hair was disheveled and he looked exhausted. He raised his eyes and turned into a blade, slashing out with heaven's slashing art. Lu Yin swept the blade with his right hand and pulled out his left hand from Yinan's direction, hitting Mr. Li with his palm. With a bang the blade shattered. It was from heaven's slashing art, but it was also restrained. On the other side, Lu Yin struck out with his palm, borrowing the heaven's slashing art's blade will to hit Mr. Li's wild grass of calligraphy. The word grass was scattered and a few scratches appeared on Lu Yin's palm. Mr. Li was also a powerhouse who had crossed the disaster state, so he was definitely not weak. Compared to Yinan, the old salamander was much weaker, but he could still injure Lu Yin. Yinan panted heavily and stared at Lu Yin with unprecedented seriousness and fear in his eyes. On the opposite side, Mr. Li's face was ugly. He did not want to fight at all, but the foolish old man said that he must kill the third master in this battle. This person was completely uncontrollable, and the foolish old man himself would also fight, so he had no choice but to fight. He and Yinan together could not take down this person at all. Why was the foolish old man still not fighting? Lu Yin looked at his palm and saw blood dripping from it. He raised his head and looked at Mr. Li with a cold smile. The Zhikong region finally sent you here. Mr. Li squinted his eyes. You are too arrogant. The Battle of the Abyss has just ended, and you have fought so many battles consecutively. There must be a limit. Lu Yin laughed. Yes, there must be a limit. Unfortunately, trash like you can't force me to use my limit. After he finished speaking, his consciousness suddenly burst out and swept out, turning into two large sky-stripping plates to suppress Yinan and Mr. Li. The two stopped using battle techniques and resisted the consciousness bombardment while attacking Lu Yin to stall for time. They had a tacit understanding that they wanted to stall until Lu Yin reached his limit, but Mr. Li wanted to stall until Lu Yin showed a flaw, giving the foolish old man the opportunity to attack. As for Lu Yin's consciousness bombardment, although it was at the starry sky level, Yinan and Mr. Li had fought in the consciousness universe before, so they were not unfamiliar with consciousness. At their level, they had also encountered 13 celestial phenomenon. If Lu Yin used his full consciousness bombardment, it might be able to suppress one of them and make it difficult for them to resist, but if it was both of them at the same time, they could withstand it. Lu Yin naturally he knew this, but he did not want to use his consciousness to win. His goal was to wait. Old Yusheng. Does this old man really want to give up on Mr. Li? Or would they use this as an excuse to get the Zhikong domain to intervene in this battle? Even though Lu Yin had said that he would head to the intelligible void domain after dealing with Heaven's Hand, if he really attacked the intelligible void domain, then the spiritualized universe would probably explode. Extreme Palace's carving was a provocation to Sky Beyond Sky and Yu Sang Sky. Many people were happy to see this happen. However, it was different when it came to dealing with Zhikong domain. No matter how one looked at it, Zhikong domain was the leader of a portion of the spiritualized universe who were dissatisfied with Yu Sang Tian. Mr. Li was right. Lu Yin was indeed tired from the continuous battles and he had his limits. Before the Battle of the Abyss, he had already made preparations. However, he had yet to make those preparations. Lu Yin fought 1 against 2, attacking Mr. Yinan and Mr. Yinan in an attempt to find their opponent's weakness. Time continued to pass and First Disaster and Mr. Li found it increasingly difficult to hold on. This was especially true for First Disaster, who had already been injured by Lu Yin and had to endure Disaster's tribulation. If this situation dragged on any longer, it would be disadvantageous for him. He had wanted to escape for a long time, but Mr. Li's actions represented the attitude of the Jikong domain. The Jikong domain would definitely take action, forcing him to stay behind. Lu Yin purposely revealed a few openings, but Elder Yu didn't make a move. Lu Yin wasn't interested in waiting any longer. With Kanyang in one hand and consciousness in the other, he pressed down on Yinan and Mr. Li. Yinan's face paled, and he retreated step by step. Mr. Li fainted and almost fell to the ground. When was Elder Yu going to make a move? He suddenly recalled Lu Yin's words. Was the Jikong domain planning on abandoning him? Impossible, he was still a powerhouse who had transcended disaster. How many powerhouses in the spiritualized universe could do that? The Jikong domain still needed his protection. Yinan swung the skeletal hand at Lu Yin, trying to seize his thoughts. At the same time he forced himself to endure disaster once more. Their thoughts collided. Lu Yin frowned. Again. Right, Mr. Li had made a move. He didn't care that the disaster would be cancelled out by his own karmic wheel. He just wanted to create an opportunity for Mr. Li. Since that was the case, Lu Yin's body shuttled back and forth for a second. He flicked his finger, causing a gust of wind to strike the skeletal hand and split it in two. Yinan coughed up blood. Now. Mr. Li looked over and saw Lu Yin suddenly crouch on the ground, clutching his heart. His eyes flickered and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. What's this? Life's End Chapter? Yinan had cultivated the 6th echelon technique, Life's End Chapter, and created a poison that targeted Lu Yin only at this moment. Lu Yin had just used flowing light and reversed the flow of time for a second. From Yinan's point of view, Lu Yin would definitely have to endure the poison of Life's End Chapter as well as Mr. Li's attack. Mr. Li's eyes went wide, and his sequence particles burst forth. Whether it was before or just now, he had never used so many sequence particles. The boundless sequence particles flowed like a lake. Mr. Li leapt up and looked down at Lu Yin. He raised his hand and pointed his index and middle fingers at Lu Yin. Skylake, divine might of 2 elephants. All of the sequence particles instantly condensed at his fingertips, and when he pointed down, a giant figure could be vaguely seen behind Mr. Li. This was an illusion that the second elephant had displayed in the void for countless years, and it had been magnified dozens of times. At this moment, it was as if it had been deified. Although Mr. Li had yet to cultivate the second elephant to the level of a deified sequence particle, his terrifying sequence particles and techniques allowed him to unleash an attack that was close to a deified sequence particle. This was also his greatest trump card, one that not even the Jikong domain knew about. Lu Yin squatted on the ground and exhaled. In the end he had still used it. Some trump cards could be exposed while others could not. The starry sky in his heart was released, and the sky palace circulated. Facing Mr. Li's finger, Lu Yin looked over and saw mountains and rivers appear. The mountains were mountains and the water was water. The mountains and rivers were one and the landscape tomb was the same. Mr. Li and Lu Yin seemed to be separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. With a single finger, the mountains and rivers were destroyed, but Mr. Li did not relax in the slightest as it was too easy. Lu Yin was squatting on the ground, not dodging or evading. What did he rely on? Did he rely on his physical strength that even the great golden-winged divine claw could not scratch? However, this finger was not aimed at the body and Mr. Li should be able to tell. Since that was the case and Lu Yin did not dodge or evade, he must have a backup plan. Suddenly, another landscape tomb appeared, and it was destroyed by a single finger. Mr. Li's finger started from him and ended at Lu Yin. Everything along the way would be destroyed. However, more landscape tombs appeared one after another, and then one after another, continuing to connect. Mr. Li used his finger to continuously break through the landscape tombs, and he kept getting closer to Lu Yin. However, the landscape tombs continued to exist as if they were endless. Yinan stared blankly and blurted out, "Grafting flowers onto a tree?" Mr. Li was shocked. The Plain Master sect's grafting flowers onto a tree? Lu Yin's gaze was deep. Grafting flowers onto a tree? Something like that. The Plain Master sect was known as the first spiritualized universe's heavenly master of spiritual treasures because of their grafting flowers onto a tree. They could continuously graft ancient swords onto a tree, becoming the fruit of that tree. Every ancient sword was enough to threaten a spiritual prime, and even Meng Sang Tian would not be able to withstand it. This was also the reason why the Plain Master sect had the confidence to compete for Meng Sang Tian's position. Lu Yin could not learn grafting flowers onto a tree because the Plain Master sect had relied on their spiritualization innate gift to graft it onto a tree. He could not graft it, but he had the Azure Sky Palace. Grafting flowers onto a tree and the Azure Sky Palace were sourcebox arrays and techniques. Grafting flowers onto a tree could be used to graft sourcebox killing intents, while the Azure Sky Palace could also be used to store killing battle techniques. This was because the Azure Sky Palace could be inscribed, and anything inscribed could be used as a power source. The Three Realms' 6 DAOs requirement for completing their apprenticeship was to be able to unleash the power source inscribed in the Azure Sky Palace. However, these power sources were not enough to deal with those above the primordial realm, and they would take too long. The weaknesses were obvious, and the primogenitor did not use the power inscribed in the Azure Sky Palace. After all, if the primogenitor was forced to use the Azure Sky Palace, the power of the enemy would not be something that the power inscribed in the Azure Sky Palace could resist. Lu Yin had gained inspiration from grafting flowers onto a tree, and he had used the flowing energy of the stars as killing intents to create a sourcebox array in the form of a battle technique. The sourcebox array was fixed within the Azure Sky Palace, and at a critical moment he did not need to take action. All he needed to do was unleash the sourcebox array stored within the Azure Sky Palace. The Tomb of Landscape was one of them, but it was not the only one. Lu Yin stayed in the Spirit Treasure Realm for a long time and discussed sourcebox arrays with the Plain Master sect. He planned to store more sourcebox arrays within the Azure Sky Palace, but he discovered that not all sourcebox arrays were suitable. The Tomb of Landscape focused on defense, so it was the most suitable. There were many sourcebox arrays that focused on killing, such as Feng Linhuan, who had been transferred back to Celestial Master Feng. However, such sourcebox arrays required time to wear down the opponent's willpower. The most suitable sourcebox array was the Ancient Sword. The Plain Master sect had grafted the Ancient Sword into grafting flowers onto a tree. Lu Yin had also learned the Ancient Sword. Using the flowing energy as killing intent, the Ancient Sword shot out from the Azure Sky Palace and headed straight for Mr. Li. Mr. Li was stunned. He pointed a finger at the Ancient Sword. The Ancient Sword shattered, but it caused the finger to pause for a moment. Then, more ancient swords appeared, like a river of swordsmanship, and rushed towards Mr. Li. Mr. Li felt his scalp go numb, and he hurriedly dodged as he did not want to take on so many ancient swords head-on. The Plain Master sect had set up a spirit treasure array, but it used the killing intent of the source boxes as the blades, not the ancient swords. There were only a few dozen ancient swords in grafting flowers. At its peak, the Plain Master sect had stored 270 flowers, which meant that there were 270 ancient swords. Meng Sang Tian had once taken on 190 ancient swords. The maximum number of ancient swords that could be stored in grafting flowers was 999. However, the Azure Sky Palace did not have such a limit. As long as the flowing energy still existed, it could store unlimited ancient swords in the Tomb of Landscape. Mr. Li had not expected Lu Yin to have such a trump card. This person must have reached his limit, or else he would not have revealed such a trump card. But so what if Lu Yin had reached his limit? How could Mr. Li deal with this? Forget about the ancient swords, Mr. Li did not even have the confidence to break through so many Tomb of Landscape. Yinan was also stunned, and he watched as Lu Yin slowly stood up and recovered. The effects of the Life's End chapter had worn off, and although Lu Yin had been suppressed, he had remained unscathed thanks to his trump card. Now that Lu Yin had used all of his trump cards, he had basically unleashed his full power. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-31. The Tomb of Mountains and Rivers defended its surroundings. The ancient sword spun and slashed towards Mr. Yinan and Mr. Li. Mr. Li's hair stood on end, and he fled without thinking. Yinan also wanted to escape. There was no way to fight, so he also fled. The two of them fled in opposite directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire southbound realm. Stars appeared in front of First Disaster and Mr. Li. Explode, serious. Mr. Li spat out blood and retreated. If he were to change directions, he would not be able to tear the void in time. Another star appeared and exploded. In the blink of an eye, stars appeared, exploding, exploding, exploding. The southbound world was shattered. In the starry skies, Elder Yu watched calmly. Was this the limit? No, he hadn't reached his limit yet. Just where was this kid's limit? He had become the master of the Tianyuan universe at such a young age. His power was indeed terrifying. If he was given more time to cultivate, he might be able to surpass Yu Sang Tian. Seeing Mr. Li being suppressed while vomiting blood, Old Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He had to change his way of thinking about this Master Lu. This person wasn't afraid of anything, he was too domineering. Mr. Li was overwhelmed. Lu Yin looked to the other side. The first calamity had not fled into space, but had instead gone to a corner of the southbound realm. Lu Yin's gaze froze. If he had not guessed wrongly, that was where the ninth spirit resided. The ninth spirit was in the south roving world. It was because of the ninth spirit that the Dayu mountain villa had been able to clear out the Heaven's Hand branch. First Disaster was very clever. He had hidden at the ninth spirit's place. Even if Lu Yin wanted to kill him, he would destroy the ninth spirit's residence and make enemies for Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as Yinan charged into the valley, stars swirling around him as he exploded. With a boom, the valley shattered. Lu Yin was astonished. There wasn't even a source box array? He had thought that the ninth spirit's residence would at least be guarded or protected by a source box array. There was nothing at all. She had made up her mind to let Heavenly Hand guard the door for her. The star exploded and Yinan spat out blood. Like Mr. Li, he had reached his limit. He had fought with all his might to reach the ninth spirit, and now he had collapsed. The two experts who had crossed the bitter calamity were defeated. This scene was only seen by Yu Lao and the people from the southbound world. Chen Min Faidu also wanted to escape the moment Yinan and Mr. Li escaped. The rest of the Heaven's Hands also wanted to escape, but they were all intercepted by one person, and that was Old Yu. Foolish old man made his move, sealing off the entire South Turing world and the surrounding starry skies. Chen Min Faidu shouted something, but his voice couldn't be heard outside. Only Lu Yin could hear him. Lu Yin took a step forward and arrived at the shattered valley. He casually suppressed Yinan within the general appointment platform hell, but just as he was about to leave, he paused and slowly turned his head to look at the ground not too far away. Under the pile of rubble, a portrait floated up with the wind and flew into the distance. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the portrait landed in his palm. As he looked at the portrait, he revealed the most shocked expression he had seen since coming to the spiritualized universe. This was Fengbo, the Count of the Wind, one of the Eternal Tribe's 3 masters and 6 heroes, who had toppled the Mavis godly tree, and who had been dealing with Beauty Mavis in the Mirage realm. His portrait had actually appeared in the Ninth Spirit's Valley. How could this be? Fengbo definitely wasn't someone from the Tianyuan universe. Back then Lu Yin hadn't known much about this universe. It was only after he had killed Fengbo and released Hongyan Mavis that he had gradually interacted with the protectors of the 4 cardinal regions that he had learned about this universe. Before that, although Lu Yin had known that Fengbo wasn't from the Tianyuan universe, he hadn't paid much attention to it. He also wasn't someone from the spiritualized universe, or else Butterfly Tianan would have known about him. At that time, Lu Yin had used Fengbo to stall Butterfly Tianan and cause trouble for the Above Heaven sect. Butterfly Tianan truly hadn't known about Fengbo's existence, and he had even caused trouble for the Eternal Tribe. The protectors of the 4 cardinal regions were lackeys of the spiritualized universe, which proved that Fengbo definitely wasn't someone from the spiritualized universe. Ever since Yuan Qi and Zhan Yen had been captured, Lu Yin had asked them whether there were still people from the spiritualized universe around, but they hadn't mentioned Fengbo. In the 37 years he had spent reversing time, Lu Yin had captured many spiritualized cultivators, but none of them had mentioned Fengbo. Fengbo definitely wasn't someone from the spiritualized universe, but Lu Yin hoped that he was. Otherwise, there would be another universe that was related to the one true God. How had someone from the spiritualized universe come to the Tianyuan universe? Fengbo hadn't gone there on his own. His dying words had made Lu Yin understand that his trip to the Tianyuan universe was related to the one true God. Could the one true God have gone to Fengbo's universe? But what did this have to do with the spiritualized universe? What did it have to do with the ninth spirit? There was more than one portrait, and there were many more buried in the shattered valley. Each one was filled with charm and they were all of Fengbo. They vividly portrayed Fengbo's viciousness and forbearance. The person who had drawn this portrait knew Fengbo very well, and it was filled with hatred. Was it drawn by the ninth spirit? Lu Yin stood in place, his thoughts in a mess. Another universe had appeared. The Tianyuan universe that he was in had been closely followed by the spiritualized universe, followed by the Lost Tribes Insect Nest universe, and then the Consciousness universe. And now, the universe that Fengbo was in had appeared, and this universe was related to the one true God. The one true God had come to the spiritualized universe, and the ninth spirit, one of the 7 great mulberry skies, had a portrait of Fengbo. What was the connection? Lu Yin really hoped that Fengbo was from the spiritualized universe. When he thought of this, Lu Yin contacted Yuan Qi. Not long after, he put down the spirit cloud stone. Yuan Qi's reply was very certain. He did not know who Fengbo was, and Xuanhuan also said that he did not know. Lu Yin stared at the portrait in a daze. Yuan Qi and Xuanhuan were working together with the everlasting tribe, and they could sense auras that did not belong to the current universe. This meant that Fengbo had remained in the Mirage domain to deal with Hongyan Mavis. It was not just to deal with her but also to avoid her. He was avoiding Yuan Qi and the others from the spiritualized universe. At that time there were still the four guardians. If Yuan Qi and the others knew of Fengbo's existence, then they would definitely know that there was another universe. It was no wonder why Fengbo had remained in the Mirage domain. Lu Yin had felt that something was wrong at the time. Was it really worth it for Hongyan Mavis? He had stayed in the Mirage domain for so many years. Now there was a second explanation. If his guess was correct, then the one true God was not just working with the spiritualized universe. He also had another universe behind him. Lu Yin put down his hand. He had thought that he had seen through the three universes, but he had discovered that there was an even greater secret hidden in the depths of the darkness. This secret needed to be explained by the one true God, and the person who could confirm its existence was the ninth spirit. If it could be confirmed that Fengbo did not belong to the spiritualized universe, then all of his guesses would be confirmed. Lu Yin released his hand and allowed the portrait to fall to the ground. He then turned around and crossed over to the traverse domain. He appeared beside the collapsed Mr. Li and suppressed him in the Point General platform hell. Finally, he looked at the remaining members of the Heaven's Hand. The southbound domain was the headquarters of the Heaven's Hand, and there were many cultivators of the Heaven's Hand here. After being defeated by First Calamity, most of these people had committed suicide. After all, they were assassins, and their understanding of death was completely different from that of ordinary people. In the end, only the cultivators of the Tao of spiritual treasures and Chen Men Faidu were left. Chen Men Faidu had hidden countless doors in the southbound domain and the surrounding space. This was his trump card, but it paled in comparison to foolish old and Lu Yin. Lu Yin also saw Chen Men Faidu's face clearly. Previously he had only seen his mouth. Chen Men Faidu was a pale-faced youth with turbid eyes. He looked young, but he had lived for a very long time. After all, he was a spiritual prime. Facing Lu Yin, he could only plead, "Third Master, the Heaven's Hand is in charge of First Calamity, not me. Everything targeting you is done by First Calamity. It has nothing to do with me. I can help you obtain any information about the spiritualized universe. I'm very useful." Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. "All information?" Chen Men Faidu nodded and hurriedly said, "Most of the Heaven's Hand's information comes from me. I was the one who found out about Jin, Carefree Old Man, and the others. No one else could find them. I'm very useful. Let me follow you. I can definitely help Dayu Manor gather information." Lu Yin nodded, "All right." Chen Men Faidu's eyes brightened. "Thank you, Third Master. I can give you the opportunity, but it depends on your ability to seize it." Lu Yin looked at Chen Men Faidu. "Find Meng Sang Tian for me." Chen Men Faidu was stunned. Meng Sang Tian? Lu Yin stared at Chen Men Faidu and moved his finger, causing a karma spiral to pass through him. He saw his karma threads colliding with each other in a mess. "Third Master, Meng Sang Tian is one of the 7 great Sang Tians. He's not someone I can fight against. Once I find him, he'll be able to sense it. Please give me a chance. I'm willing to do anything for you. Third Master, I beg you." As he listened to Chen Men Faidu's pleas, Lu Yin saw more and more karma threads. Chen Men Faidu felt uncomfortable under Lu Yin's gaze, as if he had been seen through. He couldn't even beg for mercy. Just now he had indeed felt that he had been penetrated, but he didn't dare to dodge. He could only stand in place. He could tell that Lu Yin wasn't looking at him but above his head. What could be above his head? Chen Men Faidu couldn't understand this Third Master. This lasted for a full hour, which was the longest he had ever looked at a single causal line. He saw many conflicting causal lines, and in the end he saw a very interesting causal line. He also saw a person, the Intelligence Void Domain's dark transmission. The Master of the Celestial Hand had actually sided with the dark transmission of the Wisdom Domain. The Wisdom Domain had both overt and covert transmission. The overt transmission traveled the world, while the covert transmission sat alone outside the world. They used the overt transmission's eyes to experience the world and ultimately succeed. The Wisdom Domain's master had always been a covert transmission, including Elder Yu. There had never been an exception. For an overt transmission, competing with a covert transmission was extremely stressful. This was because everyone knew that the covert transmission was the master of the wisdom domain. Over and over again, the overt transmission couldn't compete with the covert transmission. Everyone supported the covert transmission, and the overt transmission faced too much pressure. The foolish young master had sought out Lu Yin many times in order to use the Dayu Villa to turn the tables and defeat the covert transmission, becoming the first overt transmission in history. However, he had no idea how powerful the covert transmission was. Lu Yin didn't know whether the Five Realms emptiness was the work of the covert transmission or Elder Yu, but Qianmen Faidu had sided with the covert transmission. This was something that Elder Yu didn't know, or rather Qianmen Faidu thought that Elder Yu didn't know. The master of the celestial hand, a spiritual prime, had actually sided with a junior whose cultivation wasn't very high. This wasn't just because the covert transmission had the ability to find him and convince him, but also because of the wisdom domain itself. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-32. Elder Yu was the first one, and the secret transmission had promised Qianmen Faidu that he would be the second. To Qianmen Faidu this was a cooperation, but to Lu Yin it was a surrender. That secret transmission was amazing. Lu Yin looked at the sky and saw Elder Yu. This old man had let the others die. Some had committed suicide and some had been killed by him, but he had left Qianmen Faidu alive. Lu Yin wasn't sure how much of it was because of the secret transmission, but he didn't believe that Elder Yu didn't know that Qianmen Faidu had surrendered to the secret transmission. It was indeed a pity for a spirit prime to die. Qianmen Faidu's cultivation was lower than Mr. Li's, but Mr. Li couldn't compare to him. The saddest thing was that Ming Chuan and Mr. Li had been abandoned. One couldn't see the secret transmission at all. Both were pitiful. Lu Yin slowly raised his hand and pressed it on Qianmen Faidu's shoulder. Qianmen Faidu subconsciously wanted to escape, but he forced himself to hold back. He knew he couldn't escape. Go find Ming Sang Tian and tell me. Qianmen Faidu begged. Third Master, The corners of Lu Yin's lips curled up, his gaze deep and unfathomable. You can leave now. Qianmen Faidu was stunned. Me? Go. Lu Yin withdrew his hand and said casually, Go and find him. Tell me when you find him. Qianmen Faidu couldn't understand Lu Yin. Let him go? How could he get close to this person if he left? Wasn't that just courting death? But what was the situation now? Was he just going to let him go? Then I'm really leaving? Seeing no response from Lu Yin, Qianmen Faidu flew into the sky at a moderate speed. He left the southbound realm and ascended into the sky. His heart was constantly in his throat. Sometimes what people feared the most wasn't death, but unknown death. This was what he was feeling now. Could he leave? Why did Third Master let him go? He didn't know. Compared to those cultivators who had committed suicide, he was no different from an ordinary person. He didn't want to die either. Qianmen Faidu looked back and recalled what had just happened. There was nothing. Why did he let him go? It didn't make sense. Third Master patted him. His heart sank and he looked behind him deeply. The South Turing world was already very small. In the distance, Elder Yu looked over. The Thousand Gates flying fairy bowed slowly and left with fear and trepidation. Foolish old man didn't stop him this time. He looked at the land of the South roving world, and his eyes flashed as he vanished. On the ground, Lu Yin looked up into outer space. There was no point in killing Qianmen Faidu, and suppressing him would only increase the number of spiritual primes by a single level, which was not that significant. However, if Qianmen Faidu was allowed to leave, then the Intelligencer realm would have a helper, and the pressure would be transferred to the Intelligencer realm. This would be interesting for the Intelligencer realm. How would Ming Chuan feel when he found out sooner or later? If he killed Qianmen Faidu and secretly sent a message to find another helper, Lu Yin wouldn't even know who it was, which would put him in a passive position. Since Old Yu also wanted Qianmen Faidu to live, he would let him live. The Zhikong domain had schemed against him, so how could he let them off so easily? Was there not a single person in history who could become the master of the Zhikong domain? Not far away Old Yu landed. Looking at the shattered land he sighed. Heaven's hand was at its peak. It controlled a lot of information about the spiritualized universe, created the black and white spiritual lists, and had countless blood debts. I didn't expect that it would be gone today. Lu Yin looked at foolish Old Yu. The next one is the Intelligencer realm. Do you plan to fight here or go back to the Intelligencer realm? Foolish Old Yu was helpless. Master Lu, are you still angry? Mr. Li has already given him to you. Lu Yin looked at foolish Old Yu deeply. Is he really giving him to me? Foolish Old Yu said, Master Lu hasn't reached his limit yet. I can see this clearly, and I don't think that Mr. Li alone can defeat you. Otherwise I would have done it myself. Old man, many people think that they can see through me, but they all end up in a miserable state. There are too many examples in our universe, and you might be the first example of a spiritualized universe. Lu Yin was disdainful. Foolish old you smiled. Master Lu, have you calmed down? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. You guys have done so much for the first disaster to take over Sang Tian's position. Especially in the battle of the abyss of space, it was me who helped the first disaster to suppress those mad dogs. Now that everything has gone down the drain, I would like to hear your thoughts. Foolish old you shook his head bitterly. There's nothing we can do when we meet someone as domineering as Master Lu. In fact, the compensation we gave Master Lu is far more than just defeating the first disaster. Heaven's Hand's information is all for Master Lu to use, and the first disaster Sang Tian will also support Master Lu. Does Master Lu not care about these? Lu Yin walked towards the Ninth Spirit's Valley. It doesn't matter. If I want it, I will take it myself. If I don't want it, it's useless for others to force it on me. Foolish old you followed Lu Yin's footsteps, walking slowly. I finally understand Master Lu's temper. If there's anything in the future, I will definitely discuss it with Master Lu. Xuanhuan was reading. Lu Yin didn't say anything and walked silently. What existed under the ground? In the 9-domain ring he saw 7 karma lands. One of them should be around here. 7 major powers occupied 7 karma lands. Was it a coincidence? Or was it man-made? He saw the concept wonder. In the battle just now he also used the karma spiral to penetrate the ground, but he didn't see that wonder. Could it be that it required Wu Wei's Sword of Heaven? Why is the Heaven's Hand's headquarters located in the South Turing world? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Foolish old you didn't understand. Why is Master Lu curious about this? Curious? Do you need an explanation? Foolish old you choked, but he didn't care. There's only one specific reason that I don't know. This old man has never thought about it. Lu Yin said indifferently. The 7 major powers are located in 7 different directions of the spiritualized universe. This isn't a coincidence. Foolish old you said, that might be related to Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian constantly wants to control the spiritualized universe. On the surface, it seems that he has done it, and no one dares to go against his orders. However, the 7 major powers are different from the 7 major Sang Tian. In some situations Yu Sang Tian can't act arbitrarily. Since Master Lu said so, we have to study the locations of the 7 major powers. Some situations are subtle and only outsiders can see it clearly. Foolish old you said with a thoughtful look. What he was thinking was completely different from what Lu Yin was thinking. Other than Yu Sang Tian and Master Greengrass, no one knew what Lu Yin saw. This was another world. Slowly, Lu Yin approached Ninth Spirit's Valley. Foolish old you didn't know what Lu Yin was doing here. Lu Yin stepped into the valley. The ground was shattered and many portraits were crushed under rocks. Lu Yin sat on a rock and took out wine from his cosmic ring. He tossed a bottle to foolish old you. Old man, you gave me a bitter adversity expert just to appease my anger. Is it worth it? Lu Yin drank a mouthful of wine. Foolish old you looked at the wine bottle, opened it and smelled it, smiling. Wine from the Tianyuan universe? It's fragrant, not bad. He drank a mouthful of wine. At the same time he sat on the rock opposite Lu Yin. If one didn't know them, no one would know that one of them was the master of the Tianyuan universe and the other was the master of the spiritualized universe's wisdom domain. Good wine. Foolish old you put down the wine bottle and looked at Lu Yin. To be honest, it's a pity, but it's worth it. Yu Sang Tian is invincible and someone has to stop him. You can't find such a person in the spiritualized universe, but I see hope in you. Lu Yin disdainfully said, use and be used. You treat others as pawns, but in the end you're the pawn. Old man, compared to Yu Sang Tian, who do you think is the pawn, you or him? Foolish old you smiled. We're both pawns. The real chess player is this universe and the human heart. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Don't make the topic so profound. I just want to know if Yu Sang Tian knows that you're plotting against him. Of course he knows. So you're working with me openly? You can't say that. Although the wisdom domain has a high status, it can't openly violate the rules. Foolish old you paused and said, speaking of which, there are some paths that Master Lu shouldn't take. Adapting to the situation is the truth. Lu Yin drank a mouthful of wine. That depends on whether or not you have the ability to make me adapt to the situation. Foolish old you was solemn. If you don't, why did Master Lu come to this spiritualized universe? Why violate the rules and provoke xianxia? Why do you need to hold on to his weakness? Lu Ying nodded. I admit that I'm not xianxia's opponent right now, but will I be able to fight against him if I cooperate with you? From the beginning you weren't clear about how to deal with xianxia, but now you're impatient. What made you change? Foolish old you smiled bitterly. It's not a change, it's a fact. At the beginning, I only thought that Master Lu wanted to protect yourselves, including the Xuanhuan universe. That's why I advised you to stop while you're ahead and seek the greatest benefits for both sides. But you didn't hesitate to kill Tian Shou. You don't care about xianxia's position or being surrounded by the entire spiritualized universe. I've seen the will of your Dayu manner. I've also seen the spirit of your Xuanhuan universe. Maybe it's impossible to make you submit to xianxia forever, so we can only change our direction and fight against him. Lu Ying stared at foolish old you. If we really win against xianxia, the Xuanhuan universe will suppress the spiritualized universe. Are you willing to see that? Foolish old you and Lu Ying looked at each other. You can't win. Lu Ying frowned. Foolish old you said, when I said we'll fight against xianxia, I'll change our direction and help you, not ourselves. Xianxia, you can't win, but doing this will make you cooperate with us. The final result will be the same as what I predicted. The number of Eternal Realm experts will always be fixed, and the spiritualized universe will surpass the Xuanhuan universe. However, the Xuanhuan universe will also be able to protect itself. This is the final result of the three universes and it won't change. So what you're saying now is just a bluff. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Foolish old you was helpless. If I don't say that, would Master Lu be willing to listen? You're too ambitious, so ambitious that you want to reverse the situation before you can protect yourself. This is the ambition of a young man. I'm old and so are many people in the Dayu manor. Your ambition won't resonate with theirs, but they trust you and will follow you all the way, even if it means death. How can Master Lu betray this kind of affection and trust? Do you really want to lead them to a dead end? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-33. A cold wind blew past, bringing with it xianxia's aged voice. I don't know what xianxia's weakness is, but to be able to contain him is the limit of what you can do. I sincerely hope that the spiritualized universe and the Xuanhuan universe will not be at war again. Humans are the rulers of the universe, and in the future, we will have to face the infinite and unknown universe, the unknown beyond the springboard. Humans should unite. Be it xianxia or you are both the future leaders of humanity. Lu Ying smashed the bottle, causing the shards to fly across xianxia's face. Enough. Xianxia stared blankly at Lu Ying. Lu Ying took a deep breath. Why had he come to the spiritualized universe? Just to make up for the karma? Then he could have done it alone. Why had the Xuanhuan universe rewound by 37 years? It was all because the spiritualized universe wanted to destroy the Xuanhuan universe. This was the prerequisite for everything. If Lu Ying did not have his current strength and the Dayu Villa did not have the strength, would xianxia have sought him out? Would xianxia stop him from reactivating the Xuanhuan universe? For those from the spiritualized universe, reactivating a universe meant one more chance to step into the eternal realm. Lu Ying did not believe that xianxia did not want to seize this opportunity. Now he was only saying that he was afraid of his strength. It was a possible truth based on his strength, but it was not sincere. This was the world of cultivation and this was the human heart. He did not deny that many people hoped that humans would unite to deal with unknown dangers, but this did not include xianxia or xianxia. This old man had schemed against him many times, each time more ruthless than the last. Whether his scheme succeeded or failed, it did not affect the Zhikong domain, but how many people had died? These words should not have come out of his mouth. Lu Ying slowly sat down and looked at the broken bottle. He was tired, not physically but mentally. At this moment he wanted to return to the Xuanhuan universe and see the people he missed day and night, surrounded by his loved ones. That was life. Immortality? It was all fake. He did not seek immortality. He only wanted to live comfortably, freely, and carefreely. He did not want to fight and scheme. If there was a next life, he really did not want to step into the world of cultivation. This journey had been too tiring. The wind blew past, bringing with it the scent of green grass. Lu Ying walked through the broken valley and arrived at the grassland. The green grass made him feel relaxed and happy. This was the happiness of ordinary people. After a while Lu Yin said, "Now that the first calamity is gone, who will take his place?" Seeing that Lu Yin had calmed down, the foolish old man slowly shook his head. "I haven't thought about it yet. Many people who had the absolute strength to become Xianxia were defeated by you, Master Lu. People like the old salamander are not on the same path as us. There are also some old fellows who are still alive. Master Su Dao," Lu Yin replied. Yu Lao was astonished. "Plain Master Dao? He seems to have sworn not to fight for Xianxia's position." Lu Yin said indifferently, "As long as no one fights with him, he will directly succeed Xianxia. It will not be a fight." Elder Yu was speechless. There was actually such a saying? However, when he thought about it, it made sense. Master Su swore that he would not fight for the position of Xianxia, but he did not say that he would not sit on the position of Xianxia. As long as no one fought with him, it would be fine. Now, how many people could compete for Xianxia's position? More than half of them had been defeated by this Lu master, especially Yilan. Outsiders did not know about the grudge between Tian Shou and this person. They thought that Yilan had defeated Yi Xianxian, which piqued the interest of this Lu master and made him want to challenge other experts. This was the impression of outsiders. Under such circumstances, no one dared to compete with Master Su Dao. They were also afraid that once they defeated Master Su Dao, it would arouse the interest of this Lu master and he would look for trouble. That would be the end of them. Under such circumstances, they could not refuse, as there was no difference between refusing and admitting defeat. Those experts who lost to Lu master ended up in bad condition. As for whether Master Su Dao had been defeated before, no one had seen it. To a certain extent, this Lu master's entire spiritualized universe had lost its voice. Yu Lao agreed to let Master Su Dao step forward to succeed Xianxia's position. "Master Su Dao is rather stubborn, you should persuade him yourself." Lu Yin took out a spirit cloud stone and contacted Master Su Dao. No answer. Continue. Still no answer. Maybe he was busy or maybe he was fishing. Lu Yin frowned. He waited until the second day to try again, but still no answer. On the third day, no answer, no answer. He looked at Yu Lao. Yu Lao took out a spirit cloud stone and tried to contact Master Su Dao. No answer. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. What was the meaning of this? Yu Lao looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Master Su Dao's voice came from the spirit cloud stone. "Old friend, why did you suddenly think of contacting me?" Lu Yin extended his hand and Yu Lao passed the spirit cloud stone to him. Lu Yin said in a low voice, "It's me." The other party was silent for a moment. Isn't this the third master's voice? Why are you with that old guy? Speaking of which, I just finished fishing and wanted to contact you. Look, that old guy contacted me." Lu Yin didn't care. "It doesn't matter. Are you done?" "No, that fish came to provoke me again. I must catch it. Are you busy?" "If not, I'm busy." Master Su Dao was very anxious. Lu Yin said indifferently, "Okay, go ahead. I will go to Spirit Treasure Domain personally to find you." Cough cough. "What's the matter?" "It's a long story." "Then make it short." "You succeeded Xianxian." Master Su paused. "Are you crazy? You defeated Bao Qi and defeated so many experts, shaking the entire spiritualized universe. Now, everyone is saying that no one can defeat you except for you, Xianxian. You are only one step away from announcing to the public that you are Xianxian. Now you want me to succeed?" Lu Yin said, "I am also Xianxian. You are also Xianxian." Master Su was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I am in the southbound realm," Lu Yin said. Master Su was stunned. "Southbound realm? That sounds familiar. I remember now. I always felt that this place was not right, but I forgot about it after a while. What are you doing there?" Lu Yin said, "The Heaven's Hands headquarters is here. I caught Yinan." Master Su was shocked. The Heaven's Hands headquarters is in the southbound realm. Also, you went to deal with Yinan again? No one knew that Lu Yin had come to the southbound realm to find trouble with Yi Xianxian after learning that Yi Xianxian had defeated him, including Master Su Dao. Now the outside world had confirmed two facts. One was that the third head of the Dayu Villa, the top powerhouse of the Tianyuan universe who called himself Lu Yin, had defeated Bao Qi and the others and was about to succeed Xianxian. The other was that the master of the Heaven's Hand, Yi Xianxian, had replaced Yi Xianxian. It was difficult to change the 7 major Xianxians because they were very strong and only changed one every few years. Now that 2 had changed at once, it caused a huge commotion in the spiritualized universe. Master Su Dao didn't expect Lu Yin to find trouble with Yinan again and even catch one. What was this? Did he occupy two Xianxia's positions? Right, there were two Xianxia positions, which was why this guy had given him one. Master Su Dao's teeth hurt. Why did you find trouble with the Heaven's Hand? It can't be because the Heaven's Hand lured you here to use me to deal with you, right? This is their nature and not against you. It wouldn't be surprising even if you Xianxia was schemed against by them. Lu Yin's tone was cold. It's not just that. During the Battle of Abyss, Xuanhuan was also hired by the Heaven's Hand to kill me. I see. Then Xianxia deserves to die. He's just unlucky. There are two Xianxia positions now. One for me and one for you. You make it sound like there are two pieces of candy, one for you and one for me. Those are Xianxia positions, not candy. That's not how you divide them. Lu Yin looked at the sky. I can divide them that way. To the side, Foolish Old looked at Lu Yin. Only this person dared to say such domineering words. Even Yu Xianxia couldn't say such things because he was from the spiritualized universe. This person was from the Xuanhuan universe and had positioned himself as an enemy of the spiritualized universe from the very beginning. He could say whatever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. The spiritualized universe was very tolerant of his actions based on both sides' standpoints. This person might end up being besieged by the entire spiritualized universe in the end, so no one dared to provoke such a person. This madman was domineering just a moment ago. This was the madman who had beaten up the entire spiritualized universe. Why didn't Master Su Dao accept his spirit cloud stones? Master Su Dao also knew that this person was a madman. However, it had to be said that this madman was the true ruler of the Tianyuan universe. He was the kind of person who was revered by the entire universe. In the spirit treasure realm, Master Su Dao sat in front of the fish pond and was choked by Lu Yin's domineering words. He said helplessly, "Kid, there are some things that you have to pay a price for saying." Lu Yin's voice rang out. "My price has always been there. It doesn't matter if I say it or not." "That's true." Master Su Dao rubbed his head. "But this has nothing to do with me. You can find anyone but me. I don't want to be Xianxia. You should be. I don't want to be. You can be. I can't. If I say you can, then you can. The spirit treasure Dao needs a Xianxia." Master Su Dao was speechless. To be honest, the spirit treasure Dao doesn't need a Xianxia. With a Xianxia, the cultivators of the spirit treasure Dao might not be able to walk so steadily. Lu Yin was silent. Master Su Dao was right. The Xianxia position was a benefit for the cultivators of the spirit treasure Dao to compete with other cultivators. It might not be a good thing for the spirit treasure Dao. I say, don't you hate Yu Xianxia and want to carve words in the Ji Palace? There's no need for that. The Ji Palace's carving words is too extreme. Why don't you take two Xianxia positions and attack whoever wants it? The day of the guardian spirit is near. Yu Xianxia must lead 7 Xianxia guardian spirits. If he doesn't have a Xianxia, what face will he have left? You can disgust him. Master Su Dao suggested. Foolish Old frowned. This idea was indeed disgusting. The day of the guardian spirit had always been extremely important to the spiritualized universe. Even the Xianxia who was far away in the consciousness universe had to rush back. The primordial origin had always been in the Tianyuan universe, so the location of the guardian spirit was in the Lushan region. The primordial origin became the Xianxia and represented the primordial origin itself. This was a rule that had been passed down since ancient times. Lu Yin was tempted. Foolish Old said, even if there is one less Xianxia in the end, it won't bring too much trouble to you Xianxia. At most, they will lose some face, but there won't be any substantial effect. Lu Yin held the spirit cloud stone. Senior Su, I hope you can become a Xianxia. Why does it have to be me? Master Su Dao was depressed. Lu Yin said, no one else can do it besides you. What about the dancing butterfly world? They really want to become a Xianxia. They're still a bit lacking if they're alone. I'm also afraid that Diawu will be impulsive. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-34. Su Sherdao didn't know about the grudge between Dancing Butterfly World Horizon and Yu Xianxia. You can find anyone but me. I swore that I wouldn't fight for the position of Xianxia. Lu Yin said naturally, no one will fight with you. You swore that you wouldn't fight for it. How about if no one fights for it? Beside the fish pond, Su Sherdao was stunned. There was such a thing? How could no one fight for the position of Xianxia? Especially on the day of the sacrifice spirit, many old men would risk their lives to come out. How could they not fight for it? But he was like Yu Lao, he quickly figured it out. With the third head, no one would dare to fight for it. How could they fight for it? Whoever fought for it would be unlucky. Those who didn't want to die couldn't fight for it. Bao Qi Nan and the others' fates were there. Although those old men were tempted, they weren't stupid after living for so many years. Compared to being targeted by the third head, it was better to struggle at death's door for a few days. Su Sherdao rubbed his head. Third head, I really don't want to participate in the battle of the outside world. Fishing in the spirit treasure domain and guiding the younger generation is quite leisurely. Lu Yin said, when I find a suitable person, you can lose to him and let him replace you. Su Sherdao was dissatisfied. Is my face not your face? If you don't agree, I will go to the spirit treasure domain now. Come, what can you do there? You want to fight with me? If you win, I won't be able to be Sang Tian anymore. By the way, we fought before in the spirit treasure domain. As long as I spread the news that I lost that battle, I will never be able to be Sang Tian. Master Su said confidently. Lu Yin said indifferently, I want to join the Spirit Treasure Association. The Spirit Cloud Stone was silent. You are ruthless. Same to you. Alright, this old man agrees. Let's go fishing. I must catch that fish today. How dare it spit at this old man? I must pull out its tendons, peel off its skin and dry it. With that, the Spirit Cloud Stone ended the call. Lu Yin threw the Spirit Cloud Stone to Yu Lao. Yu Lao smiled. He agreed. I have to. Lu Yin said. The foolish old man couldn't help but laugh. In the first half of Su Sherdao's life, he was actually pursuing the position of Sang Tian. It wasn't until the battle with Meng Sang that he became disheartened. The position of Sang Tian wasn't as beautiful as he thought. After he finished speaking, he took a deep look at Lu Yin. Master Lu, no matter what you think of my Zhikong realm, I have already confirmed this result. Weren't you curious about the fact that the Zhikong realm is one generation ahead of us? I'll show you the results. The valley quieted down and Elder Yu also left. The Zhikong region and the Heaven's Hand had schemed against Lu Yin many times, but the Heaven's Hand had been destroyed, and the Zhikong region had paid the price of Mr. Li. This matter was temporarily put aside. No matter what happened in the future, Lu Yin could not do anything to the Zhikong domain right now, even though he really wanted to. Compared to Elder Yu, the plain Master Dao was simply too simple. Several days later, news spread from the South Turing world that the Master of Heavenly Hand had been defeated by the third head of the Great Uvilla. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The competition for the position of Sang Tian was once again filled with suspense. The spiritualized universe shook again. Everyone had yet to recover from the Battle of the Void Abyss, and here came another battle in the southbound domain. It was still that third head. What exactly did he want to do? Did he want to monopolize two Sang Tian positions by himself? Everyone thought of the arrogant words that this person had spread to the outside world, such as harboring a criminal, challenging all the experts in the world, and even wanting to carve words in the Extreme Palace. Every single one of his actions challenged the bottom line of the entire spiritualized universe. This person was too arrogant. However, no one said anything else, as even Bao Qi's Sang Tian had been defeated. The Battle of the Void Abyss had completely suppressed that person's strength. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Yu Sang Tian could suppress him. Why hadn't Yu Sang Tian made a move yet? Many people were worried that Lu Yin would really monopolize two Sang Tian positions by himself. What would happen on the day of the sacrifice spirit? Before anyone could react to this matter, the plain Master Dao announced to the spiritualized universe that they were going to support the Sang Tian. This was no different from a thunderclap that resounded throughout the spiritualized universe. Everyone's attention was drawn to the numinous treasure region. The plain Master Dao was the spiritualized universe's #1 numinous treasure heavenly master. They were unparalleled and extremely powerful. They had once competed for the position of Sang Tian, but they had been defeated by luck rather than strength. But hadn't this person sworn that he would no longer compete for the position of Sang Tian? The Numinous Treasure Society did not react to this, but they all supported the plain Master Dao, as their position among cultivators of the Dao of Numinous Treasures was too high. When the plain Master Dao announced that they were going to support the position of Sang Tian, everyone was curious about Lu Yin's reaction. Would this person act against the plain Master Dao? This person had stayed in the Numinous Treasure region for a period of time, and it was rumored that he had an extremely good relationship with the plain Master Dao. Not long after, Lu Yin announced that he was going to support the position of Sang Tian. This news was not surprising. If this had happened in the past, his actions would have caused countless experts in the spiritualized universe to attack him. After all, he was not from the spiritualized universe. But now, Lu Yin had used his absolute strength to take the position of Xianxia, which caused countless people in the spiritualized universe to be speechless. Even if they did not want Lu Yin to take the position of Xianxia, it was not up to them to make the decision. It was up to Yu Xianxia. Yu Xianxia was the one who made the decision, and the others were just there to watch the show. However, when Lu Yin announced that he was going to support the position of Xianxia, many people thought of something, especially when he announced that he was going to support the Plain Master Dao. The third keeper of the Dao Manor was protecting the Plain Master Dao so that the Plain Master Dao could support the Plain Master Dao. Whoever went against the Plain Master Dao for the position of Xianxia would be targeted by the third keeper. Even if they defeated the Plain Master Dao, would they be able to stop the third keeper? Furthermore, the Plain Master Dao had the strength to support the position of Xianxia. Countless people in the spiritualized universe were discussing who would find trouble with the Plain Master Dao. As for the third keeper, no one would dare to find trouble with him. No matter how they thought about it, all the experts in the spiritualized universe who could compete for the position of Xianxia seemed to have been defeated. The third keeper had defeated too many experts by himself, causing no one in the spiritualized universe to dare to step forward. In the Spirit Treasure region, a group of cultivators from the Spirit Treasure Association gathered outside the Plain Master Dao's residence. The Plain Master Dao walked out. Everyone bowed. Congratulations to Senior Su for achieving the position of Xianxia. Congratulations to Senior Su for achieving the position of Xianxia. Congratulations. The Plain Master Dao frowned. What's the hurry? You have yet to achieve the position of Xianxia. Heavenly Master Zhishan smiled. Currently, no one can compete with Senior Su. Heavenly Master Yuran said, Senior Su, did you achieve the position of Xianxia in the Spirit Treasure region? Heavenly Master Inghan smiled and said, Of course. Our Spirit Treasure region also has a Xianxia. Ah. Everyone was happy. Who wouldn't want to achieve the position of Xianxia? Not everyone was as far-sighted as the Plain Master Dao. The Plain Master Dao's gaze landed on Heavenly Master Inghan. Are you really that happy? Heavenly Master Inghan was puzzled. Senior, are you not happy? Everyone looked at the Plain Master Dao. The Plain Master Dao looked at Heavenly Master Inghan deeply. How can you be happy that Heaven's hand has been destroyed? Heavenly Master Yuran and the others looked at Heavenly Master Inghan with astonishment. Qian Huifeng frowned. Senior Su, do you mean that Heavenly Master Inghan is Heaven's hand? Someone from Heaven's hand? Many cultivators from the Spirit Treasure Association looked at Heavenly Master Inghan differently. Heaven's hand was hated in the spiritualized universe. After all, they walked in the dark and specialized in assassination. No one liked them. No one was surprised that Heaven's hand could place someone in the Spirit Treasure Association. However, they were surprised that Heaven's hand was a Heavenly Master of Spirit Treasure. It was not easy to become a Heavenly Master of Spirit Treasure, especially when one had to climb the Heavenly Master ladder and become a Heavenly Master of the Spirit Treasure Association. Heavenly Master Inghan's face turned pale. She laughed dryly. Senior Su, how can I be from Heaven's hand? Senior, please don't joke with me. The Plain Master Dao said in a low voice, Before the third leader came to the Spirit Treasure region, only you approached the Heavenly Master ladder. He came to the Spirit Treasure region because of Heaven's hand. It must be related to your operation. Heavenly Master Yuran's gaze turned cold. I remember now. You were the only one who approached the Heavenly Master ladder. Inghan, are you from Heaven's hand? Qian Huifeng Zhishan, and the others' gazes turned cold. If Inghan was only from Heaven's hand, they would not do anything even though they were dissatisfied. After all, there were people from different forces in the Spirit Treasure Association. However, Inghan had helped Heaven's hand to lure Lu Yin here in order to sow discord between the Spirit Treasure Society and the Dao Villa. At that time, everyone in the Spirit Treasure Society felt that a great disaster was about to befall them as they were about to start a war with the Third Master. If the Third Master had not also cultivated the Dao of Spirit Treasure and was different from the rumors, the Spirit Treasure domain would not be as peaceful as it was now. Blood would have flowed like a river. Heaven's hand did not only use the Spirit Treasure Association to deal with the third leader, but also to kill the Spirit Treasure Association. This move was even more hateful than Wang. Heavenly Master Inghan's face turned pale. Her body was weak and her legs were weak. He was indeed a member of the Heaven's Hand. He was also the one who spread the news of Bao Qi being in the spatial abyss under the Celestial Master Ladder. When the third master came to the Numinous Treasure Association and wanted to see the Celestial Master ladder, he was also the one who spoke first. He escalated the matter to a life and death situation. I have no choice. I was adopted by Heaven's hand since I was young. I will do whatever they want me to do. I have no choice. Heavenly Master Xuanhuan knelt down and begged Su Sherdao, Senior Su, please forgive me. I have no choice. I can't get rid of Heaven's hand. Heaven's hand controls my life. I have no choice. I don't want to harm the Spirit Treasure Association. I never thought of harming you. I was forced. I was really forced. I don't want to. Everyone in the Spirit Treasure Association was furious. They wanted to cut this person into pieces. One wrong move and the Spirit Treasure Association would bleed. How could he be forgiven by begging? Su Sherdao's gaze was complicated. This person had been in the Spirit Treasure Association for many years. He was cautious and conscientious and had never done anything out of line. Perhaps this was the first time he was used by Heaven's hand. However, what he did was too bad. If he did not deal with it, he would be letting down the Spirit Treasure Association. Yuan, you deal with it yourself. Su Sherdao waved his hand and returned to the black and white zone. Heavenly Master Yuan stared at Heavenly Master Xuanhuan with cold eyes. Heavenly Master Xuanhuan kept begging and her voice gradually faded away. Su Sherdao looked up at the starry sky. His calm heart was stirred again. That brat really did a lot of harm. Sky beyond sky, extreme palace. Xianxia looked in the direction of South Turing sector with his hands behind his back. Foolish old man was too naive. Did he really think that a universe master could be used? No matter how wise foolish old man was, he would never be able to understand if he did not reach this position. The moment Yinan replaced Xianxia, he was the only one in the entire universe who predicted that Lu Master would make a move and would definitely make a move. The reality was indeed so. In South Turing sector? I hope you don't disappoint me. This generation's protector is Mr. Li. That generation's protector was named Yi Guo, but he's already dead. Are you sure he's dead? It's impossible. How old is Elder Yu? Even if he sealed himself in ice, he might not have been able to survive for that long. You should know that Yi Ji's seniority is much higher than Yu Sangtian's, and he's probably close to the ultimate peak. If he's not dead, then he's an eternal life realm cultivator. That's impossible. Luin thought about it and agreed. The spiritualized universe had developed for much longer than the Tianyuan universe. Otherwise, they would not have been able to scheme against the Tianyuan universe. The humans of the Tianyuan universe had originated from the primogenitor, and the spiritualized universe had originated from the ultimate peak grass grandmaster, who had existed long before the primogenitor. If the people of that era wanted to survive, they had to reach the eternal life realm. Volume 16, Volume 15. Do you think that there's a sequence? Luin asked. Master Su replied, there's no need to test me. I don't know. You're the #1 spiritual treasure heavenly master in the spiritualized universe. Luin did not believe him. Master Su was speechless. That's the truth, and I had my doubts back then. Volume 15. The name sounds too much like a sequence, but there's no such sequence in the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, why couldn't I find it? I searched for a period of time, but there was no news, so I just let it go. I didn't expect Volume 16 to appear now. I feel like I've discovered something. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. If there's such a sequence, then it's troublesome. Master Su laughed strangely. It's not troublesome, it's frightening. Who was the one who created this kind of numinous treasure array formation? Even if someone did, where did so many of them come from? Even if there were so many, how could an existence like Master Su not detect them? This was indeed a frightening conjecture. Could it be the Royal God Mountain? Luin asked. Master Su was solemn. You encountered something, right? What do you think? It's very strange and I can't understand it. It's as if, it doesn't seem to be a spiritual treasure array, Master Su continued. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. What's going on? Master Su shook his head. When I encountered Master Su for the first time, I had the same feeling. I wanted to spar with him many times to discuss spiritual treasures, but he rejected me. Do you know why Master Su was able to join the Spiritual Treasure Association and become a heavenly master? I helped him cheat. Lu Yin was not surprised. You cheated too. It doesn't matter, so I don't really care about the fight for Sang Tian's position with Ming Sang. Everyone is cheating and it's just a matter of who has the better method. Master Su did not care. I thought I could see Master Su's method through Master Su. Unfortunately, he didn't learn anything and barely reached the level of a heavenly master. His temperament is not good. So you didn't stop me from dealing with him, Lu Yin said. Speaking of this, he suddenly realized, old man, you're really cunning. He understood that Master Su did not stop Lu Yin from dealing with Master Su not because he could not interfere. This old man did not care about cheating and his reputation. He wanted to use Master Su to deal with Master Su, just like how Heaven's Hand used Lu Yin to deal with the other experts. Su Sherdao laughed complacently. You were the one who killed and waited, I didn't force you. What does it have to do with me? Furthermore, you also retaliated by forcing me to stand out and help Sang Tian, disrupting my peaceful life. Lu Yin was not angry as this matter had nothing to do with Master Su. Furthermore, Master Su was also what he wanted to do. In the Xuanhuan universe, Lu Yin used the Dai's 6 pips and had foresight. But in the spiritualized universe he was passive everywhere. Even if he could gain the upper hand occasionally and find out the secrets, he could not change the situation. Master Su did not even need to scheme against him as he could achieve his goal. This was the situation. It was not exactly using him but just going with the flow. Master Su's expression was solemn. Master Su's methods. Scroll 16 and Scroll 15 are hiding something. I can't find it, so I can only rely on you. Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone. He had to go to Imperial God Mountain. Perhaps Scroll 16 had something to do with it. But Scroll 15 was in the Wisdom Sky region. Was it a problem with the Wisdom Sky region or Imperial God Mountain? He did not want to think about it. He would deal with them one by one. Eventually he would have to clash with these powers. He would study Scroll 16 first. A huge battleship sailed slowly towards the spiritualized universe within a square inch of space. On the battleship, the cultivators were silent. All of them stayed in their own quarters, not daring to leave. Only 2 people stood on the deck. One was 5 meters tall, and his every movement carried an unparalleled aura. Even if he just stood there quietly, no one dared to approach him. The pressure was immense. The other was a woman. Her beauty was unparalleled, and she carried a hint of sacredness. She held a wine gourd in her hand, looking half drunk and half awake. They were Wu Huang and the 9th spirit. It's almost the day of the spirit sacrifice. How nostalgic. The feeling of home. The 9th spirit leaned against the side of the ship, sipping her wine. Her face was rosy. Nearby, Wu Huang said coldly, what a waste of time. The consciousness universe knows about the day of the spirit sacrifice as well. That's why they set up such a trap. We have nothing to gain. The 9th spirit laughed. Why do you care so much? Didn't we also catch a 13 heavenly phenomenon? Can't compare to Wu Wei, Wu Huang said solemnly. The 9th spirit looked below the deck. Speaking of which, the 13 heavenly phenomenon are all at the starry sky level. But the difference in power between them is huge. Wu Wei left the previous revered Qi helpless. If not for his injuries, the revered Qi would not have been able to capture him. This is much easier. We can catch him. It's the same for those who have passed the bitter disaster level in our universe. What's the use of that Meng Sang and Bao Qi? If not for you Sang Tian, they could not have become Sang Tian. Wu Huang was unhappy. The 9th spirit said, if not for you Sang Tian, that Mia Wu Huang might have become Sang Tian. Kiki. At the mention of Mia Wu Huang's eyes flashed with killing intent. I'll kill him when I get back. Help me deal with the thought immortal while you're at it. The 9th spirit was vexed. Wu Huang looked at the 9th spirit. A few decades ago, Yi Sang Tian and the others were about to invade the Tianyuan universe, but were stopped midway. I'm curious as to what happened. The 9th spirit put down her wine gourd. Her eyes flashed as she looked ahead. I'm curious too. That's why I rushed back early. The Tianyuan universe is not easy to deal with. Can the primordial origin really suppress the cultivation progress of the Tianyuan universe? Not just the primordial origin. The Tianyuan universe also cooperates with our spiritualized universe. It's the eternal tribe. Eternal tribe? Who can be eternal in this world? They're even more famous than eternal life. She looked at Wu Huang. Actually, I'm most curious about that old salamander from the 10,000 beasts border. That old guy has lived for too long. He's just a coward, Wu Huang said disdainfully. The 9th spirit took a sip of wine. If the position of Sang Tian is vacant, who do you think can take it? Wu Huang's eyes flashed. My 10,000 beasts border. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-36. The ninth spirit's lips curled beautifully. Not necessarily. The sky's hand has been eyeing this position. Yinan is not weak. Wu Huang frowned. If the sky's hand dares to fight, the 10,000 beasts border will destroy him. The ninth spirit thought about it. That's right. There are too many experts in the 10,000 beasts border. Let's not even talk about the three-headed death who fought for Sang Tian's position. There are already several experts who are qualified to compete for Sang Tian's position. Wu Huang smiled domineeringly. As long as the Sang Tian position is vacant, it will be ours. He did not tell the ninth spirit that before the consciousness universe, he had made a deal with the old salamander. Once the Sang Tian position was vacant, the old salamander would help the 10,000 beasts border fight for it. Although the old man was afraid of death, he was very strong. He could easily kill 1 or 2 experts for the 10,000 beasts border. In the spiritualized universe, there were few who could fight for the Sang Tian position, and even fewer who dared to compete with the 10,000 beasts border. Wu Huang's name was enough to intimidate some. Unless the position of Sang Tian became vacant before the guardian spirit, some old fellows couldn't help but take action. Otherwise, the 10,000 beast territory would definitely obtain the position. Southbound, Old Tao and the rest finally arrived. They were not as fast as Lu Yin and had only just arrived. To Lu Yin's surprise, Qing Yun and Qing Xiao had not run. Perhaps they had not run because Old Tao and the rest were watching. But the Star Toad had not run, which surprised Lu Yin. The Star Toad's face was jubilant, his golden skin glowing in the light. Run? Why should we run? I am from the Dayu Villa. Lu Yin smiled. Smart. If you had run, you would have become the enemy of the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe. These words sent a chill down the Star Toad's spine, and he hurried to express his position. You dare to destroy the Ninth Spirit's valley? That's too much. Qing Yun arrived and saw the mess in the valley. She was furious. Old Tao barked, "Shut up. What's with your attitude? This is the master of the mythological place. He is our master." Qing Yun glared at Lu Yin. Qing Xiao tugged at Qing Yun's sleeve. "Sister, keep your voice down. We can't beat them." He admitted defeat. Previously, he had been yelling at Lu Yin to take Qing Yun away. Now, he felt that it was better to wait for the Ninth Spirit to return. He had seen what had happened to the Perception Immortal. Even the Ninth Spirit would find it difficult to keep the Perception Immortal, but this person had actually captured the Perception Immortal. Lu Yin did not mind. When the Ninth Spirit returns, I will apologize to her. It was not intentional. Qing Yun glared at Lu Yin and moved away from him. "Come here." Qing Yun was furious. "Come here," he said calmly. Qing Yun didn't want to go, but she was pulled over by Ru Mu. Lu Yin raised his hand. Qing Yun gritted her teeth and glared at him for a long time before finally placing her hand in his. "Master, congratulations. You are invincible in the spiritualized universe," Ru Mu praised. Lu Yin looked at Ru Mu. "Tell me about the Royal God Mountain, especially the situation with the spiritual treasure Dao." "Numinous treasure Dao? Call it home?" Ru Mu was shocked. Lu Yin nodded. Ru Mu did not hesitate and told him everything she knew about the Royal God Mountain. Lu Yin held Qing Yun's hand and studied her body as he listened to Ru Mu talk about the Royal God Mountain. Before him, the 2 spiritual treasure heavenly masters were still setting up Scroll 16. Days passed like this. He was waiting for the Ninth Spirit to return. Fumbua's portrait flew with the wind, constantly reminding Lu Yin that there was a connection. On the other side, in the 100 Herb domain, the people monitoring the Dayu Mountain Villa had almost all left. There was no need to monitor them and they could not beat them. Even if Yu Sang Tian had said that they would attack the Dayu Mountain Villa, they would not be the first to die. The Dayu Mountain Villa's strength, even without the third master, surpassed any of the 7 major powers. If the third master was included, no one knew how many people would die in the spiritualized universe. They did not want to be the first to die. With no one monitoring, the 100 Herb domain returned to its former bustling state. Many cultivators came to search for herbs, and many others wanted to join the Dayu Mountain Villa. These people were arranged to stay in the 100 Herb domain, waiting for Lu Yin to return before deciding who could join and who could not. The change in the outside world's attitude towards Wujiang was not seen most clearly by Lu Yin or Wujiang's people. Instead, it was Yu Shan who had been hung on a tree at the bow of Wujiang's ship. When he had first been hung there, people had come to see him every day, especially the women. They had all said bad things about Wujiang and comforted him, telling him what had happened outside. As time passed, fewer and fewer people came to see him. It was not that the women did not want to come, but that most had been grounded by their families and could not enter the 100 herb domain. Some had even changed their attitude towards the third master. What disgusted Yushan the most was that one of the women had blamed him for causing trouble for the Dayu Mountain Villa. She had hoped that he could put aside his differences with the third master and obtain his forgiveness. This truly disgusted Yushan. Yushan was unable to predict the development of the situation. He originally thought that he would not be hung here for long, that realm beyond heaven would definitely take action. He originally thought that the boundless expanse would be destroyed quickly. He originally thought that there would be a lot more, but he was wrong. The boundless expanse was fine, and that third head was known to be invincible. If Xianxia did not appear, no one would be his opponent. The people monitoring the Dayu Mountain Villa were gone, and the people inside the villa began to leave without fear. They did not even care if they violated the rules, and no one dared to act against the people of the Dayu Mountain Villa. This was the first time Yushan had experienced what it meant to be helpless. He had been able to destroy a domain by himself because he had Xianxia behind him. But now no one could help him. How could this be? In front of him, Bianji and Yanxiang walked past with Bian Xiaoxiao. Her laughter was crisp and pleasant. Geniuses, Yu Block and the others had all left Wujiang, so they did not have to worry about the outside world. If someone really wanted to deal with them, then hiding in Wujiang would be useless. This meant that the entire spiritualized universe had begun to surround Wujiang. Ba Lu and Yao walked past with the sentient kitten in their arms. They glanced at Yushan and then disappeared hand in hand. He wrapped Seven in a blanket and slowly crawled to the edge of Wujiang. He seemed to want to leave, but after some thought he turned back. He had nowhere else to go in Wujiang, so there was no reason for him to leave. The Tianyuan army, the users of the black energy source, and the large mechas all walked out and scattered outside Wujiang, spreading towards the 100 herb region. The spiritualized universe's skies were beginning to change. Several months passed in the blink of an eye, and Luyin finally learned Scroll 16. The main problem was that the two heavenly masters of spiritual treasures had been too slow to set it up, and this was under the premise that they had experienced it once before. Otherwise, they would not have been able to set it up in a few years or even decades. Luyin quickly learned Scroll 16 through their setup. He used the power lines as killing intent and set it up within Jade Sky Palace. The Jade Sky Palace now had an additional source box array. Luyin had originally thought that he could wait in the valley for the ninth spirit to return. But on this day, a piece of news came that forced him to leave the southbound realm. Lu Yin's expression was gloomy as he sat on the pole. Ba Lu and Yi Yao had died in 100 herb region. This news forced Lu Yin to return to 100 herb region, and it also shook the spiritualized universe. Ba Lu and Yi Yao had originally been minor characters who were not worth paying attention to. Even if they had broken the rules, many people thought that they had been used by the Dayu Villa. They were not the main point, but rather the fact that they had broken the rules. The Dayu Villa was not protecting them, but rather the fact that they had broken the rules. But now that they were dead, the significance was different. This was especially so when Lu Yin had just conquered Spatial Abyss and Southbound Realm. His reputation was at its peak, and dying at this time was equivalent to provoking Lu Yin. Who would be so bold? Countless eyes in the spiritualized universe were drawn to 100 herb region once again. Ever since the Dayu Villa had arrived in the spiritualized universe, the spiritualized universe's view had changed along with the villa. Lu Li headed towards the 100 herb region at an extremely fast speed. Along the way no one spoke, until they reached 100 herb region. 100 herb region was very far away from Wujiang. It was almost at the border of 100 herb region, and Yuan Qi stood on the ground with a gloomy expression. He was surrounded by the Tianyuan army. Lu Yin arrived and saw Ba Lu and Yi Yao's corpses. They had been crushed to death by a huge force, and there were no signs of any other attacks. These two were at most at the level of a spirit progenitor, and crushing them to death was neither easy nor difficult. The kitten was also dead, but it was a life form from the consciousness universe, so its corpse had not been left behind. I've searched, but there are no traces. It's just pure strength and I can't find any clues. Yuan Qi's tone was gloomy. Ba Lu and Yi Yao were his disciples, and even though Lu Yin had forced him to take them in, he had taught them well during this period of time. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This place was rather far from Wujiang, which was why he had been able to silently kill these two. If he had approached Wujiang, Yuan Qi would have been able to sense it. Unfortunately, the progenitor was in seclusion, and unless someone stepped into Wujiang, he would not be able to monitor the entire 100 herb region. To be able to kill these two meant that the attacker was not weak, but that did not mean that they were very strong. The main thing was that they had caught them off guard and suppressed their aura. Strength? Lu Yin's first thought was the myriad beast's border. Very few humans could rely on strength alone to easily kill a spirit progenitor while suppressing their aura. The difference was too great, and only the spiritual molts of the beasts in the myriad beast's border could do it. Spirit progenitors who were adept at strength could do it, and it would be even easier if they were at the spiritual realm. Karma spiraled around Lu Yin's fingertip, but karma was useless against the dead. Who is that person? There was another corpse not too far away, and it was even more miserable than Ba Lu and Yi Yao's. All that was left of it were bone fragments, and the ground was stained red by a mixture of flesh and blood. This was the center of the suppression, and no matter how one looked at it, both Ba Lu and Yi Yao had been affected. From the looks of it, the attacker might not have been targeting Ba Lu and Yi Yao, but rather that person. Luo Shan went to investigate, Yuan Qi said. He could naturally see that Ba Lu and Yi Yao had been affected, but that was not important. The attacker had dared to kill them without any regard for their well-being, which was no different from directly attacking them. Not long after Luo Shan arrived. The other person who died is called Yu Cheng. He was a cultivator who wanted to join the Daiyu Villa half a year ago. You wanted to join the Daiyu Villa? Lu Yin was surprised and looked at the person. Was it a vendetta? Anyone who wanted to join the Daiyu Villa would have been forced into a corner, or else they would not have taken the risk of starting a war with the entire spiritualized universe. It's obvious that Ba Lu and Yi Yao were affected, and the attacker's target was Yu Cheng, Luo Shan said. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-37. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. One wanted to join the Daiyu Villa and the other two already did, but they were all killed in the 100 Herb territory. That person is looking down on us. I want to know who is so bold. The Daiyu Villa had not been in the spiritualized universe for long, and they did not have their own intelligence network. There were many things that they could not find out. However, Lu Yin had his own ways. Regardless of whether it was the Gate of Arts, the Zhikong territory, or other intelligence organizations like Heaven's Hand, he could find them all and get them to investigate this matter. If someone was forced to join the Daiyu Villa, then this person would definitely be famous. Half a year later, the Gate of Arts and the Zhikong territory did not provide the information that Lu Yin wanted. This was strange. That Yu Cheng was only at the level of the spirit progenitor, so why couldn't the 7 major powers find out? For this reason, Lu Yin deliberately talked to Foolish Old and Zhan Ming, but the results were that they could not find anything. According to them, there were too many cultivators in the spiritualized universe, and as long as they were not too famous, it would not be easy to find out. Master, I found him. Rumu suddenly came over. Lu Yin was surprised. Yu Cheng? Rumu nodded and smiled. This Yu Cheng is not simple. Our royal god Mountain spent a lot of effort to find him. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to let her speak, and he asked curiously, Royal God Mountain is willing to help me investigate? Rumu said, not for you but for me. I'm still a member of the Ru family, and I have some status in Royal God Mountain. Lu Yin looked deeply at Rumu. Speak. Rumu's expression was serious. Yu Cheng is from the Grand Universe Territory's 4-Horse Merchant Association. He is the nephew of the association's president, Yu Ting. He is in charge of transportation in the 4-Horse Merchant Association, and his status is not low. That's all the information that the Royal God Mountain has gathered. As for why he joined the Daiyu Villa and who killed him, we haven't been able to find anything even after several months of investigation. Otherwise we would have told the master a few months ago. Lu Yin raised his brows. How long did it take you to find out Yu Cheng's identity? Rumu said, less than a month. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The Royal Divine Mountain had been able to track down the Yueching in less than a month, but neither the Gate of Techniques nor the Zhikong domain had been able to. This was interesting. Because Zhan Yin was under Lu Yin's control, the Gate of Techniques had no choice but to cooperate with Lu Yin at times. However, there were certain rules to this cooperation. For example, when it came to matters like this, they could say that they couldn't find anything even if they wanted to. Lu Yin couldn't do anything to them, and it was fine as long as everyone was aware of this. Lu Yin did not treat himself as the master of the Door of Techniques, and he did not expect them to give him an answer unless it was something major. However, it was strange that Zhikong domain couldn't find anything. Elder Yu had repeatedly said that he wanted to cooperate with him, so why couldn't a small Yu Cheng find out his identity? Either the intelligence void domain was just a facade and did not have any control over the spiritualized universe, or they were unwilling to tell him. Logically speaking, it should not have been difficult to investigate Yu Cheng's identity, and the School of Arts should not have offended Lu Yin over something like this and made him distrust them. However, they had not been able to find out anything. Lu Yin then thought about the results from the Intellicong domain and he looked at Ru Mu. Is this four-horse trading firm not ordinary? Ru Mu praised, Master is smart. The four-horse trading firm is not ordinary. How is it not ordinary? Lu Yin was curious. Perhaps he now knew why the School of Arts and Jikong domain had not told him. Ru Mu thought about it. How should I put it? Master, you should know that because Yi Xianxia's position as Sang Tian, the grand domain trading firm under his control became the spiritualized universe's main trading firm. All transactions with the realm beyond heaven have to go through the grand domain trading firm. Lu Yin knew this. In the 37 years that he had traveled back in time, when the spiritualized universe had invaded the Tianyuan universe and fought against Yi Sang Tian for the first time, he had heard of the grand domain trading firm's name and was not surprised. With Sang Tian's status, it would not be difficult for him to dominate the entire spiritualized universe's trading firm. However, the four-horse trading firm is an exception. All of its transactions are independent of the grand domain trading firm, and they are only responsible to Yu Sang Tian, Ru Mu explained. Lu Yin was shocked. Why? Ru Mu shook her head. I don't know. Can't Royal God Mountain find out? They don't dare to. Royal God Mountain will not touch any information that involves Yu Sang Tian, even if they can find out. Lu Yin called Xuanhuan over and asked him about the four-horse trading firm. Xuanhuan was confused. What's the four-horse trading firm? Ru Mu explained, the four-horse trading firm has not been around for long. Senior Xuanhuan went to the Tianyuan universe a long time ago, so naturally you don't know about it. Lu Yin called Old Tao over. Do you know about the four-horse trading firm? Old Tao blurted out, the Yu family's four-horse trading firm. Master, are you looking for trouble with the four-horse trading firm again? Lu Yin said lightly, tell me what you know about the four-horse trading firm. Old Tao's face was bitter. Master, the four-horse trading firm has nothing to do with us. Why are we looking for trouble with them? That will be troublesome. Lu Yin asked, more troublesome than dealing with Wills and Sang Tian? Old Tao smiled. Not really, but it's close. After all, it involves Yu Sang Tian and the Gate of Techniques. Lu Yin and Ru Mu were shocked, and so was Xuanhuan. The four-horse trading firm involves the Gate of Techniques? Old Tao nodded and let out a long breath. He said solemnly, we all know that the spiritualized universe has the 10 base sequences and the 88 sequence methods. Many powerhouses rely on the sequence methods to advance, and the 10 base sequences are more important than the sequence methods. The 10 base sequences are created by the Gate of Techniques. In order to create the 10 base sequences, not only do you need the sequence particles, but you also need some special materials. The four-horse trading firm is responsible for finding these materials and sending them to Beyond Heaven, where they will then send them to the Gate of Techniques. This is a trading firm that is independent of the Grand Domain's General Chamber of Commerce. They do not participate in power struggles and are only responsible for trading these special materials because they only have to answer to Yu Sang Tian. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Old Tao said, don't look at me like that. This is all information from the Heaven's Hand. As the former Heaven's Hand number 4, I have seen a lot of information. Although the four-horse trading firm is important, it is not too secret. After all, it is just a trading firm and does not involve Sang Tian's level. However, although it does not involve Sang Tian's level, it will still be very troublesome for anyone who wants to touch the four-horse trading firm. After all, if they touch the creation of the sequence foundations, not only will the Gate of Techniques but also Beyond Heaven take action. Old Tao recalled, I remember that the Grand Domain's General Chamber of Commerce once had the idea of merging the four-horse trading firm, but nothing happened after that. That was Yi Sang Tian's trading firm. Xuanhuan was shocked. The materials needed to create the sequence foundations can be found by a trading firm? That's impossible. Old Tao replied, Senior, you have been away from the spiritualized universe for too long, so you are not sure. Before the four-horse trading firm appeared, it was indeed impossible. The materials needed to create the sequence foundations are very special. They come from various regions of the spiritualized universe and come from various cultivators. There are conflicts between the major powers, but ever since the four-horse trading firm appeared, these materials have been taken away by them for some unknown reason. In short, the four-horse trading firm is very important, very important. Lu Yin now understood why the Gate of Techniques had not told him about Yu Cheng. The four-horse trading firm was related to the Gate of Techniques, so it was impossible for them not to know about Yu Cheng. The Zhikong domain also cared about the sequence foundations, so they had not told Lu Yin about Yu Cheng's identity. They were afraid that Lu Yin would cause trouble for the four-horse trading firm. Yuan Qi still did not understand how a trading firm could find these materials. If it could really be done, the creation of the sequence foundations would be completely different from what he had imagined. Would it still be a 10-base sequence? How many sequence foundations did the Gate of Techniques have? It was definitely not as simple as he thought. He could not help but remind Lu Yin, Master Lu, if the problem of the materials can be solved, the creation of the sequence foundations will be very fast. Ru Mu said, but if the problem of the sequence particles cannot be solved, there will not be so many spiritual powerhouses on the verge of death. Yuan Qi did not refute. He and Lu Yin both knew about the existence of the small spiritual universe, but they did not know how many sequence precept level powerhouses there were in the Royal God Mountain. That was also a universe. Although it was very small, under Yu Xianxia's countless years of control, the number of sequence precept level powerhouses born would not be too small. The two problems of materials and sequence precept level powerhouses were solved. How many sequence foundations could there be? Yuan Qi did not even dare to think about it. Fortunately, the four-horse trading firm had not appeared for long. No matter how fast the creation of the sequence foundations was, there was only one Gate of Techniques, and it would not be too far away from what he had previously known. Lu Yin was glad that he had come to the spiritualized universe now. If he had come any later, it would not have been the 10-base sequence foundation on the surface, but the 20-base sequence foundation or even more. He thought of the cauldron bell, the landscape map, and the other sequence foundations. They might not be very useful against someone at his level, but how many people in the Tianyuan universe could reach his level? With so many sequence foundations, he could easily sweep them all away. Lu Yin and Yuan Qi looked at each other. It seems that we have to look for the four-horse trading firm. If I don't do anything because I'm afraid of the four-horse chamber of commerce, then everything I've done before will have been for naught. Moreover, he paused for a moment, I want to see if the four-horse chamber of commerce is Yu Sang Heaven's bottom line. Although Yuan Qi did not want to face Yu Sang Tian directly, Lu Yin was right. Dayu Villa had just made a name for itself, and no one dared to monitor it. If they did not pursue this matter, everything they had done before would become a joke, and it would help the four-horse trading firm instead. If the Royal God Mountain could find out about the four-horse trading firm, the other forces could do so as well. The four-horse trading firm represented Beyond Heaven, and Dayu Villa did not dare pursue this matter because they were afraid of Beyond Heaven. Although Lu Yin's combat strength was almost unrivaled among spiritualized beings, and he had also shown an attitude that he did not fear Yu Sang Tian, if he did not pursue this matter, the attitude he had shown would become fake. He would forever be stuck at Yu Sang Tian's level. For himself, the four-horse trading firm might be the first time he would face Yu Sang Tian face to face after 37 years in reverse. Old Tao rolled his eyes. Master, may I ask if we are certain that the 8 willows and Yi Yao were killed by the four-horse trading firm? Yuan Qi replied, we are not certain. Old Tao said, actually, we cannot rule out the possibility that someone is manipulating us. The Heaven's Hand has been doing it before, and we have just dealt with the Heaven's Hand. Could this matter be related to the Thousand Gates Fidu? Lu Yin looked at Old Tao. What are you trying to say? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-38. Old Tao glanced at Lu Yin and quietly suggested, although the Four-Horse Association isn't easy to deal with, our Dayu Villa is even more so. They even dare to carve words for the Extreme Palace, so why wouldn't Master dare? Furthermore, the battles at Jianghu and Southbound Realm have established Master's reputation. No matter how powerful the Four-Horse Association is, do you think that Yu Sang Tian will protect them personally? That's why I'm guessing that the Four-Horse Association won't dare to face Master. We'll do what we did before and swagger around. The entire spiritualized universe will know that we're looking for trouble with the Four-Horse Association, so they'll definitely think of a way to deal with us. They definitely won't be able to beat us in a fight, so the only way is to help us find the murderer who killed the 8 willows and Yi Yao. That saves us a lot of trouble. Rumu was puzzled. What if the Four-Horse Association really did it? Old Tao was fierce. Then we won't say anything. Just deal with them. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Are you that worried about clashing with the Four-Horse Association? Old Tao blinked. No, isn't that saving us a lot of trouble? Rumu smiled faintly. According to what you've said, there are only two possible outcomes. 1. Sima Commerce escapes. 2. Sima Commerce finds a scapegoat. Moreover, it's a scapegoat that can convince us. Regardless of the situation, we don't need to face them head-on. Senior Old Tao, am I right? Old Tao was solemn. You're underestimating the Four-Horse Association's abilities. They can definitely help us find the murderer. Even if they can't, Beyond Heaven and the Gate of Arts will find a way to help them. They want to protect the Four-Horse Association. Luin stood up. It's decided. Everyone looked at him. Luin looked into the distance. We won't alarm anyone and will look for the Four-Horse Association. Yuanqi exhaled. They were looking for the Four-Horse Association not just for the 8 Willows and Yao, but also for Yu Sangtian. Old Tao's reminder had been timely, and it had eliminated the possibility of the Four-Horse Association escaping. Old Tao's expression turned bitter. Master, I can't figure it out. Why are you so willing to find trouble with them? Where is the Four-Horse Association? Luin asked. Old Tao coughed. The Grand Haven. Yuanqi was surprised. Yu Sangtian? Didn't they say that they weren't annexed by the Haven? The association's Four-Horse Association, but with the Four-Horse Association because it's convenient for them to do business, they're in the Haven. Four-Horse Association with the Four-Horse Association not to the Haven, it's because it is at it with the Haven. The Four-Horse Association's association is with the Haven. Every year, apart from the materials found by the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce, many of them also appear in the Grand Commons. The Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce can purchase many special materials there. B. 2. Old Tao said, Yi Sangtian's main chamber of commerce covers the entire spiritualized universe and indirectly covers all the parallel universes that are connected to the spiritualized universe. It's not realistic to just allocate resources in the grand universal region. This leads to the idea of using regional allocation as the core. The parallel universes will allocate resources to the spiritualized universe, and the spiritualized universe will then allocate resources to the 36 regions. Finally, through the 36 regions, they will be transferred to the Grand Universal Region. The Haven can gather the entire spiritualized universe's resources. There are simply too many of them. The Four-Horse Trade Consortium will be able to find the materials needed to create the sequence foundation from these resources. Of course, they won't be able to find them in the Grand Universal Domain, but rather they will be able to find them in the 36 domains. This is the authority granted to the Four-Horse Trade Consortium by Beyond Heaven. There are 5 dispatching chambers of commerce in the 36 domains. All the spiritualized universe's resources will be sent to the Grand Universal Domain through these 5 dispatching chambers of commerce. Before that, the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce can look for materials to create the sequence base from the resources of these 5 chambers of commerce. This is also one of the sources of materials for the sequence base. There are people from Four-Horse Association in all 5 merchant associations. There were many resources in the spiritualized universe's parallel space-time continuums. If they were all gathered in the Haven, it would be difficult for the Haven to handle these resources. Would be too messy. If these resources were distributed one by one, it would be easy for them to reach the Haven in an orderly manner. There would also be fewer cultivators protecting the resources, which would make it easier to manage. When Four-Horse Association arranged for people to go to the merchant associations in the 36 regions, it would also be easy to find the materials to make the sequence foundation. The difference between the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe was that they were unified. The Tianyuan universe was too chaotic, and Luin had wasted a lot of time searching for resources throughout the Tianyuan universe to create energy sources and mechas. He had encountered many cultivators along the way who had tried to rob him. Although he had not personally dealt with these matters, it did not mean that they did not exist. In the spiritualized universe, such matters would not occur. It would make it easier to unify the resources to Beyond Heaven. Yuanqi sighed. When I was still around, the spiritualized universe's merchant associations were not completely unified. They were scattered everywhere, and if you wanted to find resources, you had to search the entire spiritualized universe. Old Tao said, now you just have to go to the Haven and you can find even the rarest resources there. There's no need to waste time and energy running all over the spiritualized universe. Yi Sangtian has contributed a lot to the spiritualized universe in terms of resources. there's also the Wisdom Sky region's methods. Luin was certain. Old Tao did not know about this. Many things had the Wisdom Sky region's influence behind them, but one could only see it clearly when one reached a certain height. If Master wants to find the Four-Horse Merchant Association, then there's an opportunity right now. It won't attract any attention and you'll definitely be able to find the Four-Horse Merchant Association, Old Tao said. Luin stared at him. You're not still thinking of ways to avoid clashing with the Four-Horse Merchant Association, are you? Old Tao laughed dryly. I wouldn't dare. After Master's decision, I'll follow the Dayu Villa's will. I can only be at your beck and call and share your burdens. Rumu laughed. Yuanqi looked at Old Tao. This was a talent. Speak. Old Tao's expression trembled. I just said that the spiritualized universe's resources will be centralized in the haven. Before the haven, there were 5 merchant associations in the 36 filaments. It's not easy to become a merchant association, as many resources will pass through the merchant association's hands. Some resources can even be purchased by the merchant association themselves, which means that they have the priority to purchase the entire spiritualized universe's resources. This is a lucrative position, and it's not only useful to the merchant association, but it's also useful to others. Thus, there are many merchant associations vying for these 5 positions. The merchant association's positions change once every 20 years, and we can use this opportunity to compete for them. Four-Horse Merchant Association will definitely have important figures present, and they might even interfere with the merchant association's affairs and allow the other merchant associations to succeed. This way we won't be exposed. You want us to compete for the merchant association's position? There's no need. The 100 Herb domain already has its own merchant association, and it was once a merchant association when it was flourishing. However, as it declined, it lost all hope of competing for this position. We can use this opportunity, Old Tao said. The 100 Herb domain had once flourished, but it had declined due to Yushan's words. It had practically become a cultivation desert, and no one dared to come here anymore. Especially with Yushan keeping an eye on it, the 100 Herb domain had become a forbidden zone for cultivators. However, there were many ordinary people living here. Compared to Lu Yin and the others, the 100 Herb domain was not considered large, and they could cross it with a single step. However, if one's cultivation was lowered to the progenitor realm, the 100 Herb domain would still be very large, and it would not be that easy to cross over. If one's cultivation was lower, such as a half-ancestor, an emissary, or even an enlighter, then the 100 Herb domain would be very large. After all, it was one of the 36 filaments. Here, even a mountain range could contain a starry sky. It was like a pawn civilization in a starry sky, and there were many such civilizations. There was a mountain range that was once very famous in the 100 Herb region. It was called the 100-Leaf Mountain Range because of the 100-Leaf Merchant Guild that had once appeared there. The 100-Leaf Merchant Guild had represented the 100 Herb region and obtained a quota for the 36 region's merchant guilds. At that time, countless resources had been gathered in the 100 Herb region, causing the 100 Herb region to be envied by countless people and also causing the 100-Leaf Merchant Guild to become famous. Unfortunately, the 100 Leaves Mountain Range had declined along with the 100 Herb domain. Now there were only a few people left in the entire merchant association. Old Tao arrived at the 100 Leaves Mountain Range, found the ruins of the 100 Leaves Mountain Range, and entered. The 100 Leaves Mountain Range's glory could be vaguely seen from the ruins. The unique symbol of the 100 Leaves Mountain Range was engraved in every corner, and it was glorious yet simple. There were traces of a spirit treasure array underground, and the entire mountain range was filled with cultivation grounds that were provided to cultivators who transported resources. All sorts of natural treasures had once grown in the depths of the mountain range. The entire mountain range was one entity, and under the protection of some sort of spirit treasure array, it could withstand a powerhouse of a certain level. This was the once glorious 100 Leaves Mountain Range. Old Tao clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. What a pity, what a pity. In a corner, a rock fell and hit the ground with a soft sound. Old Tao looked over, and under the shadow of the ruins, a person was lying there, sleeping. If not for the sound, one might not have noticed him. This person was like a normal person and did not have any noticeable aura. His body was covered with grass and there were wine jars beside him. He looked dispirited, like he was just waiting to die. Old Tao came in front of this person and kicked him. With a bang, the wine jar shattered, and the person who was sleeping was kicked to the ground. He cried out and jumped up while covering his butt. Who disturbed your grandfather's sleep? Old Tao smiled at this person. Long time no see, old man Yi. The person who was sleeping had a face full of vicissitudes, and his clothes were ragged. His gray beard was still dripping with wine, and his eyes were red, filled with anger. Seeing Old Tao, this person's eyes widened and he laughed. It's you, old friend. Old Tao smiled. Long time no see. Yes, long time no see. Suddenly this person threw a gray substance at Old Tao, and the smile on his face did not fade. He grabbed the wine jar and smashed it at Old Tao's head. Old Tao was already prepared and easily dodged. The wine jar hit the ground with a loud sound and shattered. Old Tao was scared. You old man, you are still so treacherous. The person gritted his teeth. You old man, you kicked me the moment we met. Who's the treacherous one? If I didn't do this, would you have gotten up? Scram as far as you can. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-39. Old Tao patted his clothes. You want me to scram? Don't regret it. This is the only chance for the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild to rise. Old Devil Yi was disdainful. He lay down on the ground and covered himself with the grass. Scram, stop talking nonsense. Old Tao chuckled. The Chamber of Commerce's deployment that happens once every 20 years is about to begin. Aren't you going to fight for it? Old Geezer Yi was impatient. Scram. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce was long gone. What's there to fight for? Stop looking for trouble. Why didn't you die in Torch City? Why did you come back to harm others? Old Tao moved closer. Are you sure you don't want to fight for it? Let me tell you, it's in the bag. Old Devil Yi's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at Old Tao through the dusky turf. If you still treat me as an old friend, then don't harm me. Let me spend my old age peacefully here. It's good that I die here. Old Tao said regretfully, You old ghost, you don't have any of the ambition you had when you were young. Back then, when the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce was at its peak, you were in high spirits. I could buy whatever I wanted from you and it was all very cheap. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have reached where I am today. What a pity. Old man, if you remember my kindness, then don't harm me. Hurry up and scram. Under the grass, Old Devil Yi's voice was low and deep. At this moment, a figure rushed over from afar, holding a wooden stick in his hand, and ruthlessly smashed it towards Old Tao. Old Tao didn't move and allowed the wooden stick to fall. It couldn't hit him at all. The cultivation of the person who attacked was too low. Your junior? The grandson of a grandson? Hurry up and scram. I don't want anything. I just want to die here. The figure landed on the ground and looked at Old Tao in surprise. Who are you? Stay away from Patriarch. The person who came had a young face. He held a wooden stick in his hand and stared at Old Tao with a fearful gaze. Old Tao raised his head and looked over. Little fellow, your ancestor and I are friends. Don't be rash. The person looked at Old Tao in surprise. You're the second in command of Dayu Manor? Old Tao smiled. You know him? The newcomer was overjoyed. Are you really the second master of Dayu Mountain Villa? Is it really you who has never been defeated in the spiritualized universe with the third leader? These words pleased Old Tao, as he had always been the one sucking up to Lu Yin. Today he was the one being sucked up to. It was no wonder why the head of the family had taken a liking to him. He had to work hard. Little guy, you're good with words. Keep it up. My name is Yi Yenner, second master. I want to join the Dayu Villa. Under the grass, Old Devil Yi jumped up. What nonsense are you talking about? Shut up. Yi Yenner stubbornly said, Ancestor, I want to join the Dayu Villa and follow the third master to become invincible. Old Devil Yi was furious. He grabbed the wine jar and threw it at him. Shut up. You get out of here too. Old Tao stopped him. I say, Old Devil Yi, it's fine if you just eat and wait for death, but you're even prepared to let your own juniors wait for death with you? Young people should be ambitious. Not bad at all. It's just that the name isn't too good. Yi Yenner sounds like a girl. I am a girl. Yi Yenner mumbled. Old Tao was shocked. He seriously looked at Yi Yenner, only then did he see that she was indeed a girl. The main thing was that Yi Yenner was just like Old Devil Yi. Her clothes were ragged and she looked like a beggar. Her face was covered in dirt. Who would have thought that she was actually a girl? Old Devil Yi was impatient. Old man, hurry up and scram. Don't look for trouble here. Great ancestor, I want to join the Dayu Villa, Yi Yenner said again. Old Devil Yi roared, Shut up. Yi Yenner was scared. She had never seen the old ancestor like this before. Old Tao patted Yi Yenner's shoulder. Yi Yenner's shoulders became serious. You really don't want to restore the former 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce? Since I came here, how many times have you told me to scram? Are you really that anxious to chase me away? Yi Yenner's eyes lit up. 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce? That was a family legend. Old Devil Ye's face was gloomy. I know about the Dayu Villa. During this time there have been many people passing by. Your Dayu Villa is lawless, provoking outland and even wanting to replace xianxia. These have nothing to do with us. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce has long declined. There's nothing left. I just want to spend my old age peacefully and raise this child well. I don't want to die with you. Old Tao had a headache. To think that I specially recommended the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce to the third master to compete for the position of the Chamber of Commerce. With the support of the Dayu Villa, even Yi Sang-tian wouldn't dare to say no. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce will immediately regain its glory. Old Devil Yi sneered. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce has flourished with the 100 Herbs region, and has also declined with the 100 Herbs region. Now, I don't want to follow the old path. Compared to the decline of the 100 Herb territory, following your Dayu Mountain Manor is far more dangerous than following you. One mistake and my family will be ruined. Yi Yenner clenched her fist. I'm not afraid. Old Devil Yi glared at her angrily. Yi Yenner stubbornly looked at Old Devil Yi. Elder, do you know what I've been doing all this time? I went to the Dayu Villa and asked to join. You're crazy. Old Devil Yi roared. Yi Yenner was sad. We've been abandoned and are struggling to live in this corner of the 100 Herbs region. What's the difference between us and ordinary people? You want me to live a peaceful life, but I don't. I want to restore the glory of the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce. I want to compete with my peers. I want to go to the 9 Regions Ring. Old Devil Ye's body trembled. The anger in his eyes dissipated and became dim. Old Tao sighed. Old Devil Yi, you're old and I'm old too. We'll die eventually. This child is still young. She has her dreams and her path. Many people have died on the path of cultivation. Do you think the invincible spiritualization of the universe is so smooth? His path of cultivation is also bumpy. Even if you can protect her for a lifetime, can you protect her descendants? How long can you protect the descendants of your descendants? You're not in the eternal realm. Old Devil Yi closed his eyes and sat down slowly. He was very sad. Yi Yenner walked over and hugged Old Devil Yi. Elder, Yenner doesn't want to live a cowardly life. Old Devil Yi was silent for a long time and sighed deeply. He looked up at Old Tao with a serious expression. Promise me that if anything happens, even if she dies, she'll die after you. Old Tao nodded. I didn't hurt you, old friend. I'll never forget your kindness. Dayu Villa has been in the 100 Herbs region for so long, but I didn't look for you because I was pessimistic at that time. I knew that Dayu Villa was walking on a path of death. But during this time, I followed the third master to challenge the masters of the world. Do you know how many people in the spiritualization universe can stop him? The Battle of the Abyss and the Battle of the Southbound Domain forced the master of the Zhikong domain to take the initiative to cooperate. These are the reasons why I came to you. If we join Dayu Villa, there's a high chance that we'll die, but there's also a slight chance that we'll reach the peak. If there's no chance, I wouldn't have come to you. Old Devil Yi sneered. Weren't you the one who urged Wu Jiang to come to the 100 Herbs region? Old Tao swore. It definitely wasn't me. It was the third master who saw the star map and confirmed that we should choose the 100 Herbs region. It's the best place to choose the 100 Herbs region, right in the middle of the 36 regions. Alright, let's go. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce should rise. Spiritualization Universe 1. In a corner, the dark sky was covered by thick clouds. The ground was dark red, and the magma almost made the surface transparent. A figure sat cross-legged on the dark red ground. After an unknown period of time, the figure stood up and opened his eyes. Another figure appeared beside him. It was a child. He looked about 1 year old, but he had the vicissitudes of life that didn't belong to his age. The child took a step forward and his body suddenly grew to about 5 years old. Then he took another step forward and became about 12 years old. He was about the same height as the person beside him. Then he took another step forward and became a young man. Dark red power erupted from his body and spread out in all directions. As expected of a turbid treasure. It allowed me to transform again. I'm looking forward to meeting you, Luin. The next moment, dark red godly power soared into the sky and spread out without restraint. In the sky beyond heaven, Yu Sang-tian suddenly looked in one direction. His figure disappeared. In the 100 Herbs region, Lu Yin suddenly walked out. He stood in the starry sky with a gloomy expression. Godly power. He felt godly power. The one true God had finally appeared again. During the battle in the abyss of space, Meng Sang Tian made Lu Yin enter a dream, causing Lord Qing to appear and everyone to attack him. Now, the one true God's aura had appeared in that direction. The one true God had taken away Tianxi's spirit seed. That was a turbid treasure. He had transformed again with the spirit seed. What would happen? Yu Sang Tian was the biggest threat on the surface, but the one true God was the biggest threat in the dark. On the dark red ground, Yu Sang Tian arrived, but he couldn't find the two figures. Looking at the ground, Yu Sang Tian's expression turned serious. This power made him wary. Tianyuan Universe's eternity, where are you? The Forgotten Ruins
at the
deity
border
had
of
a
the
headache.
Tianyuan universe.
Ever since we leave this place even if we want to. The two gates here will only bring no one could leave. On this day, the heavenly hound roared and charged at the border gate. Just eliminate them. With a boom, the gate shook. As he spoke, the white spear from the void and pierced the heavenly hound. Around the Forgotten Ruins deity. The spear pierced through and the heavenly hound howled in pain. The mirrors. The Forgotten Ruins deity had no choice but to hide behind a piece of land materialized. Countless spears pierced the heavenly hound's body, causing it to howl in pain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Forgotten Ruins deity used 9 wolves to devour the sky. 9 huge cultivators attacked towards Jianghu. Streaks of black energy at the same time, the king's scepter appeared in his hand. Can you take the king's scepter? Not long later, the starry sky regained its peace. Jianghu frowned. He couldn't make them stay. The Forgotten Ruins deity had hidden deeply. Why did this woman want to leave the Tianyuan universe? She was definitely going to spiritualize the universe. Did she want to meet up with the only true God? On the other side, the Forgotten Ruins deity was helpless. I can't get out. I didn't expect to meet Jianghu. Not far away, the heavenly hound's wound was bleeding. It could block countless attacks, but it didn't mean that it wouldn't be injured. Wang Xiaoyu glanced at the heavenly hound. Jianghu has become stronger. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3540. The God of Forgotten Ruins did not mind. This is the 3 worlds and 6 paths. They are the disciples of the founding ancestor. To be able to complete their apprenticeship, they already possess power that surpasses all. In the past, even primordial realm experts might not be able to do anything to them. If they were not suppressed by the founding ancestor, they would have all broken through to the bitter calamity realm long ago. Wang Xiaoyu found it strange. Why did the founding ancestor suppress them? The God of Forgotten Ruins shook her head. I don't know. If the 3 worlds and 6 paths cannot break through, we can't either. The founding ancestor is responsible for the destruction of the past above heaven. With that, she smiled at Wang Xiaoyu. Actually, don't you have this experience too? Back when Wang Xiaoyu betrayed the 5th and 6th continents and joined the Eternals, she was only one of the 12 marquises at the back of the starry sky of trees. Even if she could break through to the progenitor realm back then, she had been suppressing it. Only when Lu Yin rose up and the captains of the true gods died did Wang Xiaoyu climb up. The one who went through the same experience as her was ancestor Hui's son, Hui Wu or Wu Marquis. Let's go. The border is sealed. We can either fight our way out or find an opportunity. The God of Forgotten Ruins stretched, revealing her beautiful curves. Wang Xiaoyu frowned. The Tianyuan universe has been unified by the above heaven. Will there be an opportunity? The God of Forgotten Ruins smiled. Of course there will be. I've always believed in one principle. Facing Wang Xiaoyu's doubtful gaze, her eyes deepened. The future of the universe has long been determined. A universe will have a person who can decide the future of that universe. The founding ancestor, the only true God, Lu Yin are all people of this destiny. Even the great heavenly venerate ancestor Hui and a few others are included. Although not everyone can reach that position, they have the possibility. These people have a characteristic that can decide the direction of the war. They might be powerful or they might be able to plan for eternity. Now that these people are either dead or gone, the Tianyuan universe has lost such a person. Someone else will fill that vacancy. Wang Xiaoyu looked into the distance. The above heaven has many experts left, including the 3 worlds and 6 paths. Are they people of this kind? The God of Forgotten Ruins shrugged. Who knows? But in my opinion, it's more likely that your lover is someone like this. Wang Xiaoyu did not reply. The God of Forgotten Ruins smiled. There will always be someone who will stand up and change the universe in the future. It may take a long time, but we can wait. Let's see what the Xuanhuan universe will become after losing little Lu Yin and the others. Let's go. The time will come. Woof, the Xuanhuan universe was a parallel space-time. The starry sky was filled with bugs. Some of these bugs could be recognized, such as Qingyi, Shouwu, Seven-Star Sword, etc. Some of them could not be recognized at all. They were all in strange shapes. Countless bugs flooded the starry sky like a sea of bugs. There was a planet in the middle of the insect sea. It was a technological civilization that had just developed to the point of using steam. Crisp gunshots rang out from time to time, and the city became a battlefield. The entire city was shrouded in smoke, blocking out the sunlight. The puddles on the ground had turned black, and from time to time, people would step on them, some would chase and some would flee. Not far away in an ancient building, Yulong swirled his wine glass, admiring the battle. Suddenly, a group of people walked up to his house and wanted to violently push it open. Yulong's gaze turned cold. At the door, the Seven-Star Sword swept past and those people all disappeared as if they had never appeared. Even though he had dealt with those people, Yulong's mood did not improve. His gaze was terrifyingly cold. They're here again. They'll find this place in half a year at most. Behind him, a pleasant voice sounded. We're moving again? Yulong turned around. His cold gaze instantly turned gentle with an apologetic and warm tone. I'm sorry. You must have just adapted to this place. What appeared in front of Yulong was a beautiful woman with delicate features and snow-white skin. Her entire body seemed to be carved out of crystal, beautiful and flawless. However, her eyes did not have pupils and were completely snow-white. Her name was Mabai Qingxian. Lu Yin had left the Xuanhuan universe for decades. During this time, although Yulong had been cautious, he had still managed to nurture Qingxian. He had originally thought that Qingxian would be a bug, but Mabai's appearance completely shattered his understanding. Qingxian was actually a human. Mabai was a human and looked exactly like a normal person. The only difference was her eyes, which were snow-white and flawless, causing Yulong to be infatuated. No matter how difficult the situation was, as long as Yulong saw Mabai, his entire being would soften. It's okay. With you here we can go anywhere, Mabai said. Her voice was very gentle but also very cold. Yulong understood her. This was already the most pleasant thing she had said. He smiled. We'll leave now. So soon? The sect above heaven is becoming more and more experienced. They have already met with the bug I left behind and will quickly seal off all the parallel universes. They will also quickly find us. I estimate that it will take half a year but maybe 2 months at most. Mabai walked to the window. Is the sect above heaven really that strong? Yulong said, don't meet them face to face. There are too many powerhouses there. I know you have a talent for cultivation and can learn anything quickly, but it's better to be careful. Mabai nodded and looked at Yulong. I'll listen to you. After saying that, she looked up at the starry sky. From this angle, Mabai's beauty caused Yulong to be infatuated. He reached out, wanting to touch that snow-white skin that had captivated his soul, but he did not dare. He did not dare to blaspheme for fear that this dream would be shattered. After looking for a while, Yulong forcefully retracted his gaze and turned to leave. However, after a few steps, he looked back at Mabai and asked curiously, why have you been looking in the same direction all this time? Mabai looked away and met Yulong's gaze. I'm used to it. Yulong nodded and did not ask any more questions. He needed to pack up before leaving. After Yulong left, Mabai looked up again and looked in that direction. It was becoming clearer. Master, is that you? Lu Yin had left the Xuanhuan cosmos, but he had not forgotten about the threat of the hive civilization. Thus, he had left behind a group of bugs that were specifically scattered throughout the cosmos to search for nearby hives. This was a method specifically used to deal with the hive civilization and allow the sect above heaven to find them. Even though this method would take a long time, there was no other way. There were some things that had to be done. Yulong's development of bugs had been discovered by the sect above heaven several times through this method. If not for this method, the sea of bugs that he had developed would have been even larger, to an unimaginable extent. Tuo Lin had also returned from the Xuanhuan cosmos. He had traveled through many parallel universes and searched for Lu Yin's tracks before returning. However, he did not directly return to the sect above heaven. Instead, he went to Earth. Earth was where Lu Yin had started on his path of cultivation, and it was also a place that he had always yearned for. Even though it was very close, Tuo Lin only had one chance to go there, and he would only go with the most sincere feelings. Otherwise, even if he could go there in a single step, he would not go. When he landed on Earth, he saw that it had changed greatly from when Lu Yin had first started on his path of cultivation. However, these changes only revolved around the people's lives and did not change the landscape. This was Earth. Tua Lin walked step by step on Earth, walking along the path that Lu Yin had taken. Finally, he arrived at Jinlin and saw the giant statue. Master is too great. We can't even see his back. Is that so? I can see his back? Thank you, Xiaoyu. This is the greatest affirmation for me. Actually, you're the one who can see his back. Don't be humble, you can really see it. The people around? What's wrong? Are they pointing at us? It doesn't matter. Let them be. They have a lot of respect for Master, so they must learn to be tolerant. You're the best, Xiaoyu. Without you, it would have been difficult for me to walk this path. No need to thank me. He's our master. We should do this. How long will we stay here? I don't know. Perhaps we'll wait for Master to come back. He will definitely come back. Tua Lin was looking at Lu Yin's giant statue. Many people around him were also looking at him because he was carrying Lu Yin's statue. Over the years, there were many people who wanted to exchange their pious attitude for the attention of the above heaven sect. It would be best if they could be accepted as Lu Yin's disciple. However, there were too many of them, and no matter how pious they were, they could not attract Lu Yin's attention. He stood too high. As time passed, no one dared to do so anymore. Brother, it's useless. Your master Lu is no longer here. A voice rang out and entered Tua Lin's ears. Tua Lin turned around and was surprised. Jiangqin? Jiangqin frowned and stared at Tua Lin for a while. He remembered, you're Tua Lin? Tua Lin smiled, it really is Senior Jiangqin. Tua Lin greets Senior. Jiangqin waved his hand, don't call me Senior. We're not even married yet. You're making me sound old. Tua Lin was very serious, your master's close friend. It's only right to call you Senior. Jiangqin praised, I didn't expect Brother Lu to have such a polite disciple like you. You're much better than that Huikan Ha. Tua Lin was embarrassed, Junior brother isn't bad either. It's just that we haven't seen his good points. Speaking of which, what are you doing? Jiangqin looked at Tua Lin strangely. The two of them had never met before, but Tua Lin's appearance had been seen by some people in the Tianyuan universe. As for Jiangqin, Tua Lin naturally knew that he was a friend of Lu Yin. Tua Lin understood Lu Yin's path better than anyone else. Tua Lin tightened the statue on his back. I'm following Master's path. Jiangqin was confused. So, what are you doing? Following Master's path. What's that? Following. Stop, I understand. Good child, when Brother Lu returns, I'll definitely praise you in front of him. Tua Lin smiled. No need. This is what a disciple should do. Jiangqin praised, even I want to take in a few disciples now. Seriously, the more I look at you, the more pleasing to the eye. Do you want to go to White Cloud City to take a look? Your master has been there as well. Tua Lin's eyes lit up. Can I? Why not? Let's go. If we're lucky, we'll be able to see my sister. Her relationship with your master, BZZT. BZZT, what do you mean? BZZT. Sorry, I'm too stupid. I don't understand. What? You don't understand either? We're all too stupid. We haven't reached master's level yet. Jiangqin was puzzled. Who did you say that to? Tua Lin said, Xiaoyu. Jiangqin looked around. There's someone here? Don't scare me, I'm a cultivator. Tua Lin thought for a moment. All right, no one? Jiangqin was puzzled. This fellow wasn't sick, was he? When Brother Lu returns, he'll have to talk about it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3541. Tua Lin arrived at White Cloud City and saw Lu Pianran. He devoutly ate the delicacies that Lu Yin had once eaten. He also saw Jiang Feng sitting there motionlessly with a sword on his lap. Tua Lin saw Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng couldn't see Tua Lin, but he saw Yen Ruyu. Jiang Feng had been sealed away and stripped of his strength after encountering the Grass Master. He only saw chaos. As time passed, he could vaguely sense all sorts of auras. Yen Ryu was the second being he clearly saw. This child has a good attitude. It's little Seven's fortune to have you as his disciple. Lu Pianran smiled. Tua Lin hurriedly said, it's this disciple's fortune to have a master. You're very pure. Jiang Feng suddenly spoke, startling everyone. Lu Pianran was surprised, then excited. Ah Feng, you can hear us? In the beginning, Jiang Feng was sealed and did not speak. He just sat there. Other than feeling the sword, he could not feel anything else. However, as time passed and decades passed, Jiang gradually opened his mouth to speak. He spoke about his feelings. Lu Pianran and the others listened but did not reply. This was because it was useless to reply as Jiang could not hear them at all. Jiang words just now gave Lu Pianran hope. If he could hear them, it meant that the situation was improving. Jiang Chen was excited. "Old man, you can hear us?" Tua Lin looked at Jiang in confusion. Jiang was facing Tua Lin, so he naturally couldn't hear. The speaker was Yen Ryu. Yen Ryu was talking to him, but other than Tua Lin and Jiang no one else could hear Yen Ryu's words. This was under Yen Ryu's control. If she wanted, she could let everyone hear her words and not hear her. "Why are you like this?" Yen Ryu asked. Jiang replied, "I encountered an unrivaled expert. That's why." Lu Pianran and Jiang Chen looked at Tua Lin, not understanding why Jiang said this. Tua Lin blinked and subconsciously tried to cover it up. "An unrivaled expert? Will Senior be well?" Yen Ryu asked. "Will you be well?" Jiang shook his head. "I don't know. I hope you are well." Yen Ryu replied. Tua Lin immediately said, "I hope Senior is well." Jiang smiled. "Thank you." From Lu Pianran and Jiang Chen's point of view, it looked like Tua Lin was conversing with Jiang. They were pleasantly surprised. "Ah Feng, can you hear me?" "Dad, we're here too. Can we have a chat?" Jiang didn't answer. He couldn't hear. Talking to Yen Ryu and seeing Yen Ryu did not make Jiang react. This was because he had been sealed, and before the hive had erupted, he had no idea that the hive was in danger. Going back 37 years, he would not have known about the hive's crisis. Jiang did not respond. Lu Pianran and Jiang Chen were disappointed as they looked at Tua Lin. Tua Lin looked at them and shook his head in confusion. Lu Pianran smiled. "Child, stay in White Cloud City." Tua Lin was puzzled. Jiang Chen patted Tua Lin's shoulder and said with a solemn expression, "Your master, my brother Lu, respects my father the most. He will definitely hope that you can stay in White Cloud City and help my father. Oh yeah, my father has saved your master's life more than once." Tua Lin said seriously, "I know. Alright, if Senior needs me, I will stay." Thank you. Lu Pianran was grateful. In the spiritualized universe, Gate of Arts, Old Yu's figure appeared in front of Zhan Ming. "That Lord Lu will definitely find trouble with the Four Horse Merchant Association," Old Yu said. Zhan Ming frowned. "This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The two who died because of the shockwave? You really don't know?" To the people of the Tianyuan universe, shaking the foundation of the spiritualized universe is their most urgent task. You should know the importance of the Four Horse Merchant Association. This is the matter of the sky beyond heaven. You won't let us deal with it, right? Even if the Four Horse Merchant Association is gone, there will be other merchant associations that will help us find special materials. Can it be compared? Zhan Ming was silent for a moment. "I will let the Four Horse Merchant Association lie low for a while." Old Yu looked at Zhan Ming deeply. "That Lord Lu's strength might be second only to you Tian. Your key and our plan have all failed, but he is advancing step by step. He is advancing very quickly. You better make a choice as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be too late for regrets." After saying that, he disappeared. Zhan Ming looked at the empty space in front of him. Make a choice as soon as possible? How to make a choice? He didn't even know what the Wisdom Void region was planning. On the surface, the Wisdom Void region supported Tian to control the spiritualized universe, but they were secretly scheming to weaken Tian's authority. On one hand, they wanted to stabilize the spiritualized universe, hoping to restart other universes and transform them into spiritualized ones. On the other hand, they had allied with the Dayu Villa. It seemed like they wanted to overthrow Tian, but only they knew what they were thinking. Zhan Ming's eyes flickered. There were two absolutes in the spiritualized universe. One was Tian's strength, which was absolutely invincible. The other was the wisdom of the Wisdom Void region, which was absolutely unfathomable. Before he could see through these, he didn't dare to act rashly. As for Lord Lu, he was too obvious. He seemed to have unlimited strength, but if he could really go against Tian, he would have gone to the Extreme Palace long ago. He wouldn't have been led by the nose by this old man. The Dayu Villa was destined to be destroyed. During this process, nothing could happen to the Zhan family. They had to get the key back. Only the key was the foundation of the Zhan family. Although he was sure that the Dayu Villa would be destroyed in the end, as long as Lord Lu existed, he wouldn't be able to get the key back. The other party was too strong. He couldn't deal with xianxia, but he could deal with him. He had to go to the cemetery and see which old men were still alive. Outside the 100 Herb region, a green leaf was flying towards the grand universal domain. Lu Yin's group was on the leaf. Because he wanted to keep a low profile and prevent the 4-horse chamber of commerce from slipping away, Lu Yin didn't bring Palace Mistress Yao and the others. He only brought along the disguised Old Tao, Qing Yun, Qing Shao, and Ru Mu, as well as Old Trader Yi and Yi Yener from the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce. He didn't care about the others, but he didn't want to bring Qing Shao along. Ever since he had captured Qing Yun, this younger brother of his had clung on to him. Even though the battle at the Abyss of Time had made him rein in his temper, he still stubbornly insisted on following them. It was easy to deal with him. He just had to suppress him in the Boundless Realm or the Point Commander's platform hell to ensure that Qing Yun would be obedient. However, Lu Yin discovered something. Qing Yun's constitution would change according to his state of mind. For example, when he was angry, his state of mind would be obvious. When he was calm, his state would not be obvious. This was interesting. The more obvious it was, the easier it was to see. Thus he brought Qing Shao along. On the leaf, Yi Yener stared at Lu Yin. Was this person the third master of the Dayu Villa who was invincible in the spiritualized universe? He was really powerful. He had challenged all the experts in the world and had declared that he would carve his name in the Extreme Palace. He had continuously provoked Yu Sang-Tian and even defeated Bao Qi Sang-Tian. No one in the spiritualized universe would dare to provoke him. He was really powerful. To the side, Old Trader Yi was no longer as sloppy as he had been at the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce's ruins. He had tidied himself up and was in high spirits. He was dressed in luxurious robes, and it was obvious that he was a businessman. Hand? Qing Yun was used to this and extended her hand. Lu Yin grabbed it. She was very calm. Lu Yin raised a brow. Qing Shao. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Behind them, Qing Shao was surprised. You're calling me? You're her younger brother? Yes. What about your parents? I don't know. We were picked up by the ninth spirit. Then you're not her younger brother. Why? Qing Shao asked subconsciously. Qing Yun also looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin said indifferently, "You're ugly." Qing Shao was taken aback and then he was furious. He wanted to curse but he held it in. Lu Yin casually slapped Qing Xiao's head. You dare curse at me? Qing Shao was stunned. I didn't. You're cursing in your heart. Qing Shao was furious. Qing Yun was furious. What are you trying to do? She was angry. Lu Yin could clearly feel that burning state in her body. Satisfied, he did not speak and studied it. Qing Yun gritted her teeth. This person was ridiculous. Qing Shao covered his head. This guy was crazy. When his sister had been captured, he had treated Lu Yin as an enemy. But after this period of interaction, he realized that Lu Yin had only grabbed his sister's hand and not done anything else. In the Battle of the Abyss, he had seen Lu Yin's unparalleled dominance. How could such a person be a despicable villain? Such a villain did not have such magnanimity. Especially when the people of the Dayu Villa respected Lu Yin from the bottom of their hearts. This made him constantly change his opinion of Lu Yin. Although this guy was still considered half an enemy, it was not a life-and-death feud. At most he was a scoundrel. But what had just happened had left him confused. Why would such a domineering person be like this? Bullying a weak ant like him? What was going on? No one could understand Lu Yin's actions, including Old Tao, but he was used to it. Old Trader Yi could not help but block Yi Yener behind him, afraid that Lu Yin would also grab her hand. This third master had captured a lot of beauties, even Palace Master Yao was captured. Yi headed towards the Grand Domain and met many cultivators along the way. They were riding on various vehicles, so Yi was not surprised. But he still attracted one person's attention. A blade flashed and slashed at Yi. Lu Yin looked up and saw a man holding a blade in the distance, staring at him. Old Tao blocked the blade and took a step back in surprise. What a sharp blade. Who is it? The man walked over with a cold gaze. As he approached, a bloody aura spread out. It was nauseating. Yi Yener's face paled. Qing Shao frowned. Who was it? There was such a strong bloody aura. You're still alive, Old Trader Yi? The man stared at Old Trader Yi and said in a low voice. Old Trader Yi looked at the man and his expression changed. Yi? You're still watching us? Yi? The one who's 10th on the White Soul list? Old Tao was surprised. Lu Yin was astonished. 10th on the White Soul list? If he remembered correctly, this person was the cultivator that Yushan had helped. Back then, Yushan had single-handedly destroyed an entire region by giving the 100 herbs to others. The first person he had given them to was Yi, who had been helped by Yushan. Yushan had only used him to destroy the 100 herbs region, but the outside world did not know. Many people thought that he was related to Yushan. Yushan was backed by Xianxia, so who wouldn't want to curry favor with him? This also led to many powers trying to curry favor with him. With his decent cultivation talent, he had climbed up step by step and finally reached the 10th position on the White Soul list. He was a legend. This person was a classic example of good luck. Qingming Festival. Thank you for your support. Thank you. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3542. Lu Yin had not expected this person to attack them, and he seemed to have a grudge against the 100 Leaves Guild. He sneered, "The heavens have taken pity on me. I wanted to stay around the 100 Herbs region to find a chance to save Lord Yushan, but I didn't expect to run into you. Old man Yi, it's great that you're not dead. It's time for revenge." Lu Yin was curious, "Does this Yi have a grudge against you?" Old man Yi replied helplessly, "This person was once a guard of the 100 Leaves Guild when he was in dire straits, but he was kicked out because his hands were dirty. At that time, someone from the 100 Leaves Guild did not like him and humiliated him, but it had nothing to do with the Yi family." He looked at Yi. The person who humiliated him was also a guard, not a member of the Yi family. Why is he targeting us? Yi Yenner was furious. "It's because of this person that we don't dare to leave the 100 Herbs region." Old man Yi sighed, "This person searched the 100 Herbs region for us a long time ago, but we avoided him. Over time he also thought that we were dead. I didn't expect to run into him here." Yi sneered, "I know that you're also a spiritual master. Even if I can beat you, I can't find you if you don't want to show yourself. That's why I gave up after searching the 100 Herbs region several times. Today you've walked right into my trap, so die." After he finished speaking, he pushed the void and slashed out with sword annihilation. The sword light swept through a large region, causing Old Man Yi and the others to feel like they had fallen into a sea of sword light. This attack caused Yi Yenner's face to turn pale, and she was unable to block it. If she was alone, she would definitely die. Even if the ancestor could resist, it would not be easy. However, there was no need for them to do anything now. Lu Yin looked up and flicked his finger. The wind from his finger entered the sea of swords, and the sea of swords vanished. The biting cold blade emitted a soft bang, and Yi took several steps back. He looked over in shock and stared at Lu Yin. The sword in his hand trembled, and the remaining force almost caused him to lose his grip. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn open, and blood flowed down the hilt. It had been so easy that Yi started to doubt his life. As an expert ranked 10th on the White Spirit ranking, he was one of the top experts in the spiritualized universe. Even spirit primes would not be able to defeat him so easily. He was extremely talented in the way of the blade, so he could fight even without using sequence techniques. However, he did not expect that his horizontal/blade extermination would be broken by a single finger. "Who are you?" Yi was shocked as he stared at Lu Yin. It was only then that he realized that he couldn't quite see this person clearly. Lu Yin's face was blurry, yet it was clear at the same time. It was a contradictory feeling. This feeling made his heart sink. He had met an expert. Lu Yin casually sat down on the leaf. "They're my people now. You're touching my people without asking me first?" Yi's eyes flickered. At this moment, the trembling of the saber finally stopped. He silently lowered the saber. "You took in the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce? May I ask who you are?" "I am Yi, ranked 10th on the White Spirit leaderboard. I have connections with various factions in the spiritualized universe, so you might be one of us." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "They can't be on our side." Yi's face sunk. He was extremely fearful. That finger attack made him think of a person, Yushan. That kind of unparalleled power made him feel helpless. In addition to the fact that he couldn't see Yushan's face clearly, he didn't want to be enemies with such a person. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to kill Yushan today. Lu Yin asked, "You're here to find a chance to save Yushan?" Just as Yi was about to answer, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled. He thought of a possibility. Although it was unlikely, it was not impossible. This person was from the Dayu Villa. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce was a chamber of commerce from the 100 Herbs domain, so it wasn't impossible for them to be taken in by the Dayu Villa. He hadn't thought of this before because the Hundred Leaves Chamber of Commerce had been in decline for too many years, and he had never thought that they would emerge again. He had thought that it was just a coincidence. Furthermore, before this person had destroyed the Sea of Sabers with a single finger, he hadn't felt that this person was a threat. It was only when that finger attack still had some energy left and he couldn't see the person's face clearly that he remembered. The Dayu Villa took in people who had broken the rules and fallen into desperate straits, so it wasn't impossible for the Hundred Leaves Chamber of Commerce to join the Dayu Villa. This person's strength was terrifying, and it made he think of one person, the Dayu Villa's third master, the person who had suppressed Yushan in terms of strength and had even defeated Yushan's changing of the Nine Heavens. He didn't know if this person was the invincible spiritualized third master, but he could only pray that he wasn't. Otherwise he would lose his life. He wanted to escape, but Lu Yin wasn't willing to let him. He raised his hand again and flicked his finger. This time the finger wind was even stronger than before. It pierced through the void and even time seemed to stop. The void was like a curtain being torn apart as it struck towards He. He was worthy of being ranked 10th on the White Soul list. The moment Lu Yin's finger wind struck out, he felt an extreme sense of danger. Blood energy surged from his body, and a huge blood shadow appeared behind him. He turned around and slashed out with a blood-colored saber in his hand. Old Tao was afraid. Blood saber, he's the ultimate move of the 10th on the White Soul list. Yi Zichen and Yi Yener both stared at this scene. The Hundred Leaves Chamber of Commerce had declined because of the Hundred Herbs domain, and the person who had prevented Yi Zichen from leaving the Hundred Herbs domain was this person. Yi Yener also knew that they didn't dare to face this person head-on. Now they finally saw this person's strength. Once the blood saber appeared, it was enough to prevent many spiritual masters from fighting for the 10th position on the White Soul list. The finger wind whistled past and collided with the blood saber. The blood saber collapsed and the huge blood shadow collapsed at the same time. He didn't even turn his head. Sequence particles appeared and pressed down on the finger wind. Yi Qin ranked 30th in the sequence. Bang. There was a soft sound and he lowered his head. A bloody wound had appeared on his chest, pierced through by the finger wind. Neither the blood saber nor the sequence technique could block it. This was the difference in absolute strength. When the gap reached a certain level, nothing could be done to make up for it. He coughed up blood and stood where he was. He slowly turned around, not daring to escape. At this moment his entire body felt cold. He knew that if he continued to run he would definitely die. "Come here," Lu Yin said softly. He clutched his chest as blood dripped down his clothes and dyed his feet red. He slowly approached Lu Yin. "You're here to find the right time to save Yushan?" Lu Yin asked. Sweat dripped from Yi's forehead. "Yes." "Do you know who I am?" Yi shook his head. "No." "Then think about it." Lu Yin then pushed him into the hell of the general stage. From start to finish, Lu Yin had only used 2 fingers to defeat this person ranked 10th on the White Soul list. His battle prowess was overwhelming. This was Lu Yin's true strength. If he had just arrived in the spiritualized universe, he would not have needed to be so fast. He would have taken his time just like how he dealt with those who had targeted Wu Jiang. However, after the battle at the Abyss of Geyser, his strength had been exposed and there was no need to hide it. To deal with this kind of strength, 1 finger was enough. To Lu Yin this was a small matter, but to Yi Yener and old trader Yi, it was extremely shocking. Yi was ranked 10th on the White Soul list, and he was a powerhouse who had forced them not to leave the 100 Herb territory. He had a chance to fight for Sang Tian's position in the future, but he had been defeated just like that? He had been defeated so miserably that he had not been able to retaliate at all. Old Tao was not surprised, but he still flattered Lu Yin and smiled. "Master, you're invincible in spiritualization. This little Xiao Bai, who ranks 10th on the spiritualized list, dares to come here. He's really courting death. I only hate that I'm not strong enough to share Master's burden." Old trader Yi rolled his eyes. Shameless. Yi Yener pursed her lips. She was shocked by Lu Yin's strength, but she was also disgusted by Old Tao. This person had not been like this in the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild's ruins. Yi continued to fly towards the Grand Domain. Lu Yin was not interested in the grudges of the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild. As someone like Yi, he was not worthy of his attention. What he was curious about was how to obtain a position in the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild. Old trader Yi respectfully said, "There are over 100 merchant guilds in the entire spiritualized universe, but only 5 of the 36 filaments can compete for a position in the Grand Domain. These 5 are the ones that the main merchant guild cares about. To compete for one of these positions, The first step is to register at Bai City in the Grand Domain. At the same time, you'll have to hand over 100 million spirit seeds. Old Tao sucked in a breath of cold air. That much. Qingyun, Rumu, and the others were shocked as well. Cultivation in the spiritualized universe started with spirit seeds, which would enter the body, cultivate, and achieve a spiritual mold. Spirit seeds came from all over the spiritualized universe, and spirit seed mines would even appear. The spiritualized universe did not have a perfect explanation as to why this was the case. After a spiritualized cultivator died, the spirit seed within their body would dissipate the moment their life force stopped growing. The importance of spirit seeds in the spiritualized universe surpassed the importance of star essence and the like in the Xuanhuan universe. In the Xuanhuan universe, as long as one stepped onto the path of cultivation without star energy, their cultivation would at most stagnate, and it would be difficult for them to progress. However, in the spiritualized universe, as long as one did not have a spirit seed, they would not be able to cultivate. 100 million spirit seeds were equivalent to 100 million cultivators, which was an exaggerated number. However, it only seemed like a lot. How many cultivators were there in the spiritualized universe? It was impossible to count them all, so who could accurately calculate how many cultivators there were in the Xuanhuan universe? Even the above heaven sect could not do it. Old Trader Yi shook his head. 100 million spirit seeds is not a lot, but it's not a small number either. The number of merchant guilds participating in the competition for a position in the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild will be the same number of spirit seeds. The most important thing is, Rumu interjected, the spirit seeds will not be returned. Old Trader Yi glanced at her and nodded. Old Tao's face twitched. Not returning? So shameless? Luin thought so as well. It was too shameless. Shouldn't they return the spirit seeds if they failed in the competition? Old Trader Yi smiled bitterly. When we first heard of this rule, we had the same reaction, but we can't change it. This is the rules of the main merchant guild. The entry resources of 100 million spirit seeds will not be returned, even if they fail in the competition. After handing over the entry resources, they will wait for the notification. When xianxia arrives, the merchant guilds will each write down the price they can pay, which is the amount of resources they have to hand over to the main merchant guild every year. The 5 with the highest amount will succeed. Luin asked, Can we meet xianxia? Old Trader Yi nodded. Yes. What if xianxia is not satisfied with these numbers? Xianxia was curious. Old Trader Yi said, Then we'll have an open competition. The highest bidder will win. Luin laughed. That old guy really knows how to play. He paused for a moment before continuing. The competition is held once every 20 years and it's so frequent. Even an ordinary person can continue operating for 20 years, and it's very rare for a company to decline. Qin Yun said, The main merchant guild wants to earn the entry resources from the competition. Rumu interjected, It also means to increase the influence of the main merchant guild. Old Tao said, Perhaps they are also worried about some merchant guilds becoming bigger, so they have to keep changing. No one will believe that there is no problem. It depends on who the main merchant guild is willing to let become the merchant guild. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3543. Xianxia was one of the 7 great sanctions, and he was also a merchant. If Lu Yin wanted to consider his thoughts, he had to consider it from a merchant's point of view. Xianxia was the most suitable choice, but Lu Yin was not interested. I don't have 100 million spirit seeds. What about resources of equivalent value? Lu Yin asked. Old Sly Yi replied, Resources worth more than 100 million spirit seeds cannot be of equivalent value. Lu Yin laughed as Old Sly Yi really did not want to be taken advantage of. Lu Yin had taken advantage of many similar things in the Xuanhuan universe. He would give it to xianxia for now and return it in the future. Right, this guy's sealed world was still with him, and he had almost finished digesting it. No matter what, he was still ranked 5th in the Sequence Foundation. This loss was not small. The Grand Universal Domain was the most bustling of the 36 domains in the spiritualized universe. It was the center of the spiritualized universe's trade, and all sorts of resources were gathered there. One could find anything as long as one had the money. Spirit seeds were the most popular resources in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin's group arrived at the Grand Universal Domain, and the closer they got, the more people they saw. The Grand Universal Domain was like a whirlpool in the sea that constantly attracted people. This time, Lu Yin kept a low profile and did not attract any attention. They smoothly reached the Grand Universal Domain and arrived outside Bai City. It's not that easy to enter Bai City. Everyone who enters has to be questioned. It might not seem useful, but the answers to the questions are intelligence. It might not be useful to you, but it's useful to others. Everyone has their own life and social circle. These answers can be sold at a high price to Heaven's Hand, Old Tao said as he looked at Bai City. Qingxiao was shocked. This can be sold for money? Old Tao smiled. Kid, anything can be sold for money in the universe. It just depends on whether you can think of it. Soon it was Lu Yin's turn. Name. Indian. The person who asked did not even look up. 121. Hometown. Destroyed. Destination. Here. Purpose. To buy something. What do you want to buy? After a series of questions, Lu Yin's answers were casual, and the people he asked were casual as well. They might seem worthless, but after some analysis, they would eventually be able to figure out something out. Humans could not completely escape themselves even if they lied. As long as someone paid attention to Lu Yin's answers, a group of people would analyze them. Soon Lu Yin's group entered Bai City. Bai City was huge and there were people everywhere as far as the eye could see. There were shops selling goods everywhere, and it had been a long time since he had experienced such a feeling. In the past, every inch of land in the Great Yu Empire's capital had been worth gold, and it had become the most expensive area in the outerverse. But now he no longer cared about money. Once one's horizons were broadened, what they saw would be completely different from before. Old Cunning Yi sighed. Bai City is still the same, nothing has changed. I never thought that I would be able to come to Bai City again in my lifetime. Yi Yenner's eyes lit up. Ancestor, it's so lively here. Old Cunning Yi could not help but laugh. Although it's lively, the price paid is not small. If not for Yi Sangtian's existence, this place would not be like this. Let's go and submit the entry resources. At the very center of Bai City was the place where one could submit their resources. The enormous building overlooked everything, and there were merchants entering and leaving from time to time. There were even more people surrounding the area, watching every person who entered and exited. Lu Yin heard the name of the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild. Old Cunning Yi and the others had not even entered to register, but someone had already found out about it. It must have been someone who had inquired at the city gates. Old Cunning Yi had announced the name of the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild and had even mentioned that he wanted to compete for a spot in the Merchant Guild. 100 Leaves Merchant Guild? I've never heard of it. It's probably a regional merchant guild. They can't even leave their own region, so what are they doing here? Someone commented. Don't underestimate them. After all, if they dare to throw out 100 million spirit seeds, they must have some strength. Let's check and see what kind of business they do and which region they're from. Not long after, Lu Yin and the others were brought to a huge restaurant. After submitting their entry resources, the main merchant guild arranged a place for them to stay. Yi Yenner muttered, I thought that they wouldn't even arrange a place for us to stay. Qingxiao rolled his eyes. 100 million spirit seeds. I can buy this entire restaurant. That's too much of a loss. Rumu smiled faintly. It doesn't matter to the head. Old Cunning Yi looked at Lu Yin strangely. The entry resources that he had submitted were worth more than 100 million spirit seeds, but he recognized that item. This third master must have stolen it. Lu Yin really did not care. He had too many treasures in his cosmic ring, and any one of them would be enough. It should start soon, Old Tao said. Yi Yenner was curious. Start what? Old Tao chuckled. Ask your ancestor. Yi Yenner looked at Old Cunning Yi curiously. Old Cunning Yi walked over to the window. The main merchant guild didn't arrange a place for us out of kindness. Competing for a spot in the merchant guild is a form of robbery. During the competition, resources are used, but before the competition, it's all about strength. Just as he finished speaking, there was an explosion not far away. Yi Yenner was startled. Lu Yin looked over and saw that someone had started fighting. However, this restaurant was clearly protected, so as long as it did not cause too much of a commotion, it would be able to withstand. Otherwise, a battle between spirit warriors would be enough to destroy the restaurant. Before the competition, at least a fifth of the merchant guilds disappear. They've either been merged or destroyed, which is very normal. At most, 2/3 of the merchant guilds disappeared. It's said that there are only 7 or 8 competing guilds, Old Tao sighed. Old Cunning Yi said in a low voice, many of them aren't even merchant guilds but rather family factions. They're here to gather resources and have priority in choosing. For this reason they don't mind giving the main merchant guild a sum of resources every year. The main merchant guild doesn't care? Xianxia did not understand. Old Cunning Yi said, as long as they don't cause too much of a commotion, they don't care. Old Tao smiled. If our master wants to, he can make these merchant guilds disappear with a flip of his hand. Ah. Rumu smiled faintly. If the master wants to, even the main merchant guild can disappear, let alone a merchant guild. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That was true. The more smoothly the spiritualized universe developed, the worse it would be for the Tianyuan universe. The main merchant guild's distribution method allowed the spiritualized universe to trade smoothly and save time and effort, which was not a good thing. He could bring this method back to the Tianyuan universe, but it would be best to destroy the spiritualized universe. He stayed in the restaurant for a few days and there were chaotic battles every day. Lu Yin just happened to be enjoying the show. However, on this day trouble came looking for him. Someone was harassing Qing Yun and Qing Xiao fought. Even Old Tao joined the battle. With someone at the spirit realm acting, the main merchant guild sent someone to intervene. Only then did both sides stop. Master, the other party isn't a merchant guild. They're definitely a powerful faction, Old Tao said. Of course Louis knew that. Spirit realm experts were not cabbages. Old Tao was the vice city lord of Torch City. If a merchant guild could have someone at the spirit realm, then wouldn't there be as many spirit realm experts as passers-by? That was impossible. One had to know that Saint Daliu was in charge of the Daliu region, and he was only at the spirit realm. The Kai family only had 3 cultivators at the spirit realm. Old Cunning Yi said, originally people like us were not taken seriously. The other party must have seen that Old Tao is a spirit realm expert and decided to test us. They are not afraid of competing with merchant guilds. No matter how powerful they are, they can't reach the level of a master of a region. They are afraid of the same opponent. Qing Xiao came over and said angrily, those bastards actually used my sister as an excuse. One day we will destroy them. Qing Yun frowned. Don't talk about it. It's just an excuse. Lu Yin said, they can't pin it on me. He then said to Qing Xiao, go and find them for a chat. Qing Xiao's eyes lit up. All right. And Lu Yin sat down. Qing Yun glanced at Lu Yin and helplessly put her hand down. She was used to it. Old Tao and Rumu stood at the side. Old Cunning Yi and Yi Yener were at the corner. Not long after, Qing Xiao came back with several people behind him. They were all arrogant and looked down on everything. Especially a young man who stared at Qing Yun the moment he came in. Qing Yun had changed her appearance, but she was still very beautiful and attractive. Beauty, we meet again. Are you still thinking about this young master? Ah. The young man laughed. Qing Xiao walked behind Qing Yun and looked at the few people with a calm expression. These guys were going to be unlucky. Shut up. A middle-aged man shouted sternly. This man was tall and sturdy, and it was obvious that he was very powerful. Especially his hands, they were abnormally large. The young man shut up. The middle-aged man glanced at Old Tao and Old Cunning Yi, then looked at Lu Yin. Seems like I guessed right. You guys are not from the merchant guilds. Lu Yin said, you guys are not either. Let's get to know each other. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended and directly pressed these people to the ground. The pressure was only directed at these people. Even Qing Yun, Old Tao, and the rest did not feel it. These people felt as if the sky and earth were falling apart. Everything they saw turned gray as if the world was collapsing. Their brains felt as if they were being smashed by a giant hammer. They felt dizzy and could hear the sound of their bones being crushed. They could hear their hearts beating and their blood flowing. At this moment, the universe was no longer the universe. It was as if the entire universe was spinning in reverse. The young man fainted. The middle-aged man was shocked. They were in trouble. He was a spirit mage and could even fight against those on the White Soul list. It was not that he had not experienced the pressure of a spirit prime before, but he had never encountered such a terrifying pressure. This pressure was unbelievable. Even the old ancestor could not compare. What kind of powerhouse was this person? Could it be Du Kui? Why would such a person come to Bai City? Why did Yi Sangtian not come out? He felt as if his bones were being crushed. He resisted the dizziness and bit down on his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly the pressure disappeared. Only the middle-aged man remained conscious. The people around him had all fainted and collapsed to the ground. Lu Yin held Qing Yun's hand. She was clearly in a much better state after being burned. It seemed that this woman was only calm on the surface. This matter had made her very angry, and she felt like she was venting her anger. Cough, cough, cough. The middle-aged man kept coughing up blood. His body trembled as he slowly sat up. He panted heavily and slowly looked up at Luin, his eyes filled with fear. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3544. Luin smirked. Do I need to know you? The middle-aged man shook his head in fear. No, there's no need. Just tell me what to do, senior. Luin was satisfied. Are you trying to cause trouble for us? Yes. You want to check our background? Yes. The middle-aged man was filled with regret at this moment. He had failed to find out anything and had left himself here. He had never imagined that such a terrifying powerhouse would appear in a mere merchant association. While the competition for the Chamber of Commerce was lively, it wasn't enough to attract the attention of those terrifying powerhouses. This was just a matter of Yi Sangtian's subordinates and shouldn't have attracted those old freaks. Those old freaks should be wary of Yi Sangtian and shouldn't interfere. He was curious about who this person was, but he didn't dare to ask. Where are you from? Luin asked. The middle-aged man sighed and replied respectfully, the boat region. Old Tao suddenly understood. No wonder I found your attacks familiar. So you're from the boat region. How's Barbarian Zhou? The middle-aged man looked at Old Tao in shock. You know my father? Barbarian Zhou? Luin was puzzled. Why did this name sound like it had been given by the progenitor? Old Tao explained, Barbarian Zhou is now known as Zhou Ruo, but that's a name that was changed later. This old man was very pitiful when he was young and was from a branch of the Zhou family. For some reason, the direct descendants gave him the name Barbarian Zhou and called him Barbarian Zhou all the way until he reached adulthood. But after his rise, no one dared to call him that anymore. This old man is ruthless. He suppressed the direct descendants and took over the helm of the boat region with his own branch. It's been many years since anyone dared to call him Barbarian Zhou. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Fantasy Chinese Network. The middle-aged man relaxed. So you're an old friend. Junior Zhou Qian greets senior. Old Tao rolled his eyes. Don't try to act like we're close. I'm just a servant. Zhou Qian respectfully asked, may I know senior's name? Perhaps my father has mentioned it before. Old Tao spread his hands. I can't say. Zhou Qian was puzzled and looked at Luin. Boat region? All the battleships come from there? Luin asked. Old Tao respectfully replied, yes, the boat region specializes in making battleships. Luin sighed in admiration. Each region is responsible for one matter. This efficiency is too high. Zhou Qian's eyes narrowed when he heard Lu Yin's words. He knew who these people were. They were from the Dayu Villa. Every cultivator knew about the boat district, especially the strong ones. How could they not know about the boat district? Many cultivators in the spiritualized universe would go on expeditions to the universe of consciousness, especially the strong ones. There were very few exceptions. They had all gone on expeditions to the universe of consciousness before. Since they had gone to the universe of consciousness, they must have ridden on the battleship, so they were not unfamiliar with the boat district. This person was so powerful, yet he did not understand the boat region. It was obvious that they were not from the spiritualized universe. He tasted bitterness in his mouth as he had actually bumped into the Dayu Villa. He also knew Old Tao's identity, which made him even more fearful of Lu Yin. He had guessed that this person was the young third master of the Dayu Villa, an invincible powerhouse. He would rather not know the answer. Lu Yin looked at Zhou Qian. Zhou Yu, you want to fight for a spot in the Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Qian respectfully replied, yes, all this time, our boat region has been purchasing the materials needed to build the battleships through the Dispatch Chamber of Commerce or the main Chamber of Commerce. However, these materials have passed through the hands of several Chamber of Commerce. Thus, we have to rely on favors and spots. We have no choice but to compete for them. Old Trader Yi frowned. The boat region's increased cost of materials is far less than the resources given to the main Chamber of Commerce every year. You guys are losing out even more. Zhou Qian was helpless. It's still better than changing the spots for some people. Spots? Lu Yin did not understand. Zhou Qian lowered his voice. Every expedition to the universe of consciousness has a limited number of spots. Any cultivator who wants to walk the path of a powerhouse has to go through this hurdle. These cultivators have monstrous backgrounds, and the people behind them want them to gain experience but are unwilling to let them go. Otherwise, it would be normal for them to die in the universe of consciousness. Thus, many people have protectors. Sometimes, there are more protectors than the cultivators who go to the universe of consciousness for the first time. This is not allowed by Beyond Heaven, so they can only arrange for protectors to enter the universe of consciousness through certain methods. We have a way. The battleships were built by us, so we won't be discovered if we put more people in. Lu Yin understood. Isn't this better for the boat region? Zhou Qian bitterly replied, we can gain many benefits, but once we're discovered, we'll be in trouble. There are many people who have their eyes on the boat region, and the Heavens Craftsman realm has always wanted to replace us. There's also the Imperial Spirit Mountain, who has tried many times to snatch the right to build the battleships. My father's personality is unyielding, and he's already offended many people. In the end, there's only one way, which is to compete for a spot in the Chamber of Commerce and obtain the materials as soon as possible. Your first time competing? Lu Yin asked. Zhou Qian replied, yes, my first time. It doesn't seem like your first time. Lu Yin was skeptical. Zhou Qian was speechless and he glanced at the youth beside him. This is a child. Me this. Needless to say, everyone understood that the kid was really flirting with Qingyun, and Zhou Qian had simply let him be. Old Tao sighed, this is indeed the barbarian style. He doesn't know how to effectively compete for a spot in the Chamber of Commerce, so he uses the simplest and most direct method, snatch. Lu Yin laughed. The Imperial Spirit Mountain wants to snatch the right to build the battleships? It's just building the battleships. At this point he paused for a moment as he recalled that Zhou Yu could use his understanding of the battleships to squeeze in more people. This was probably what the Imperial Spirit Mountain wanted. Not only did they target the consciousness universe, but they might also target the Xuanhuan universe. Just imagine, if the first invasion of the Xuanhuan universe had not been limited to the three Sang heavens, or if there had been more sequence law realm powerhouses, or even more primordial realm powerhouses, or even one or two bitter adversity powerhouses, the direction of the war would have been different. Zhou Yu's impression of the Xuanhuan universe was the same as the other spiritualized cultivators, but the Imperial Spirit Mountain was different. They represented the will of Yu Sang Tian, and perhaps they had their own selfish motives as well. Once the Imperial Spirit Mountain obtained the right to build the battleships, it would mean that the spiritualized cultivators would have a great influence in the war. This was not something that Lu Yin wanted to see, as he knew that the Imperial Spirit Mountain was the little spiritual universe. No matter how small the universe was, it was hard to say how many powerhouses it had developed to this point. Why had he kept Rumu? He knew that Rumu came from the Imperial Spirit Mountain and that following him would not be a good thing, but he still kept her around. Similarly, having her by his side would not be a good thing for the Imperial Spirit Mountain. Just as she had said, she could bring him to the Imperial Spirit Mountain. This was the biggest reason why she had stayed behind. Lu Yin walked to the window, where another fierce battle had broken out outside. The competition for the Chamber of Commerce seemed to be an internal affair of Yi Sang Tian's Chamber of Commerce, but it was actually related to many powers in the spiritualized universe. The atmosphere was quiet and everyone knew that Lu Yin was thinking. Zhou Qian did not understand what Lu Yin was thinking. This was because his vision had determined that he could only see the spiritualized universe, but Lu Yin could clearly see the three universes. He looked at Yu Sang Tian, the powerhouse who had decided everything. After a while, Zhou Yu and the others gradually regained consciousness. Zhou Qian gave them a look, telling them not to move, especially the young man who was his son. He was also afraid and did not dare to move, pretending to be unconscious. What price are you planning to pay to get a spot in the Chamber of Commerce? Lu Yin asked. The silence made him uncomfortable, but when Lu Yin spoke up, he felt better. 8 billion spiritual seeds per year. Old Sly Yi shook his head. You're losing too much. Zhou Qian was helpless. There's no other way. We're losing out here, but there's less pressure elsewhere. Old Tao sighed. It's good to be rich. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. Lu Yin looked at Old Sly Yi. What about you? Old Sly Yi was stunned. Me? No, it's the boss who makes the decision. They were not stupid and there was no need to hide anything. Old Tao and the others knew that Zhou Qian would definitely be able to see through their identities. Lu Yin looked at Old Tao. Old Tao probed, how about we also bid 8 billion? That's too little, Lu Yin said. Old Tao and Old Sly Yi looked at each other. Then how much does the boss want to bid? Lu Yin was certain. I think this Chamber of Commerce quota is very interesting. If we get it, Zhou Yu will have priority in providing whatever materials he needs. Zhou Qian was shocked. He did not understand what Lu Yin meant or why he was helping Zhou Yu, but he sighed in relief. No matter what the reason was, they had passed this hurdle today. 50 billion, Luin said calmly. Everyone was shocked. Even the calm Qingyun and Ru Mu were shocked. The young man who was pretending to be unconscious on the ground almost jumped up. 50 billion? What kind of concept was that? Zhou Yu's main business was making battleships, and they did not lack money. Even so, they had only bid 8 billion. 20 years would be 160 billion, which was a terrifying price. If they gave it away to the main Chamber of Commerce, they would directly bid 50 billion? Was he crazy? Wasn't this giving away more money to the main Chamber of Commerce? Even if they gave away all their earnings, it would not be enough even if they increased the price by several times. Old Sly Yu was stunned. When they had won the competition, the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce had only bid 6 billion. 50 billion was more than enough to sell off the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce of that era. Boss, isn't this a little too much? Old Sly Yi probed. Yi Yen'er blinked. 50 billion was an exaggeration. Lu Yin's back was to the others. I want it to be foolproof. Just bid, don't worry about money. Old Sly Yi looked at Old Tao. Old Tao nodded. Understood. Do as the boss says. Zhou Qian and the rest retreated, and Old Tao and the rest left as well. Only Lu Yin was left in the room. Lu Yin stared into the distance. Was 50 billion a lot? Of course it was, but it did not matter. 50 billion for Yi Sangtian's life was not much. Lu Yin did not plan to pay a single cent. Since he was here, and Yi Sangtian was once one of the top experts in the world, he naturally wanted to compare notes. Comparing notes meant life and death. 50 billion for his own life. No, not 50 billion, but 1 trillion. 20 years, a total of 1 trillion for his own life. If someone could solve a problem with money, he could solve it with his fists. If he did not have the ability, he would be called a scoundrel. If he had the ability, he would be called domineering. Yi Sangtian organized the competition for the Chamber of Commerce every 20 years, and he did not give back the entry resources. He relied on this strength. Without this strength, where would he get the courage to not give back? Everyone was the same. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3545. On the other side, Yi Lao went to find Old Tao. What's the meaning of this? Old Tao patted his shoulder. Don't worry. You'll definitely get the quota. Sometimes it'll be great to follow Master. Yi Lao's eyes flashed. Master doesn't plan on giving out any resources, right? Old Tao smiled. Of course. Why wouldn't he? If Master does, let's see if Yi Sangtian dares to take it. Yi Lao smiled bitterly. As expected, he finally understood. Forget 50 billion, he would even dare to say 5 trillion. This was the third master of the Dayu Villa, and he was invincible. If he had such strength, then what about Yi Sangtian? Yi Yen'er was full of admiration. Master is too powerful. So domineering. Old Tao laughed. Little girl, don't fall in love with Master. You'll suffer. Yi Yen'er pouted. I'm just admiring Master's might. Ancestor, we haven't been so carefree in a long time. No, we've never been so carefree. Yi Lao sighed. In this universe, fists decide everything. Days passed as they waited for the quota to be allocated. Occasionally there would be a merchant guild that would approach 100 Leaves Merchant Guild to test them, but they would be rejected by Yi Lao. Ever since the test in the boat region ended, these merchant guilds had tried to find out more about 100 Leaves Merchant Guild, but they had not used any methods. They did not dare offend a sequence law realm powerhouse, and it was obvious that 100 Leaves Merchant Guild was not just a simple merchant guild. A few days later, blood flowed like a river in a merchant guild, and the stench of blood spread everywhere, attracting people from the main merchant guild. It was a familiar face, a young man who was glowing with an arrogant aura. He had seen this person before. When Lu Yin had stolen Qingyun, this person had tried to stop him. If not for a sequence law realm powerhouse dragging him away, he would have died. Was this person from the main merchant guild? What's going on? Ronghua's face was gloomy, and the light around his body fluctuated. Many people surrounded him and they all looked terrified. Young Master Rong, this should be the residence of Myriad Cloud Merchant Guild. They're all dead now, someone replied. Ronghua looked at the blood that flowed to the soles of his feet and looked around. Everyone, you've gone too far. You can use some methods to fight for control of the Chamber of Commerce, but to do it so openly, you're looking down on the Chamber of Commerce. For a long time, the competition for a spot in the conference was fierce. Before the official competition, many companies would disappear. Some would be exterminated and some would be merged. This was very normal. The most exaggerated one time was when more than half of the companies were exterminated or merged, but the commotion was not so big. Even if it was the extermination chamber of commerce, it was impossible for blood to flow like a river. Instead, it would be done quietly without anyone noticing, giving face to the main chamber of commerce. But at this moment, this massacre caused the chamber of commerce to lose face. It was not the first time that those who could compete for the chamber of commerce were here, so they knew the rules. Obviously, someone had passed. Xuanhuan led the people of the chamber of commerce to investigate, but how could they find anything? The 100 Leaves Merchant Association had also been investigated. Facing a sequence law powerhouse like Old Tao, there was definitely a great deal of suspicion. However, without any evidence, it was useless to say anything. In the end, Xuanhuan only gave a warning, specifically reminding xianxia that he would come at any time. After Xuanhuan left, Lu Yin glanced at one of the courtyards in the restaurant. That was where the person who had attacked had come from. The Tiny Chamber of Commerce. That courtyard belonged to a chamber of commerce called the Tiny Chamber of Commerce. This name was just like the attack this time. It seemed careless, but it was also full of provocation. However, Xuanhuan could not determine the strength of the person who had attacked from that courtyard. From the looks of it, they were only at the level of a spirit warrior. Strangely, after the person had destroyed the myriad cloud chamber of commerce, he had bowed in Lu Yin's direction. Was this a coincidence? Lu Yin did not believe that this tiny chamber of commerce knew of his existence. The next day that person attacked again and blood flowed like a river. He stood in a pool of blood and bowed respectfully in Lu Yin's direction. There was nothing wrong with his actions. Lu Yin's gaze landed on this person. This person was full of respect and reverence towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not ask any more questions and continued to watch. He did not stop this person either. This was the world of cultivation. Some people lived and others died. Meddling in other people's affairs was not something one could meddle in. Furthermore, this was a spiritualized universe, so the messier it was, the better. Xuanhuan led the people of the Chamber of Commerce over again. This time he was furious and swore to find the culprit and pay the price. However, after searching for a while, he could not find anyone. Over the next few days, 2 more chambers of commerce were massacred. The person who had attacked would stand in a pool of blood and bow to Lu Yin each time before leaving. This time it was not just Xuanhuan who had come. An old man had come as well. When he saw the old man arrive, Yi Lao's expression turned solemn. Elder Rong is here as well. Lu Yin looked at the old man. He was a spirit prime. This person was the only spirit prime that the Chamber of Commerce had. During the battle at the border, xianxia had led the Grand Domain Chamber of Commerce to attack, and this person had not participated. Old Tao said, he's called Rong Xiang, the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce. Xianxia is not in the Grand Domain, so he's the one in charge. He did not participate in the battle at the border and has been overseeing the Chamber of Commerce the entire time. The Chamber of Commerce still had some confidence. Lu Yin looked at the old man. There was no lack of sequence law realm experts among the 7 great organizations. The most powerful one was Mei Sangtian, followed by a spirit prime. The Grand Domain Chamber of Commerce had Yi Sangtian, so it was not surprising that a primordial realm expert would appear. Rong Xiang looked at the rivers of blood. Behind him, Xuanhuan wanted to say something, but Rong Xiang stopped him. A breeze swept through the restaurant and everyone. Lu Yin took a sip of tea. This old man wanted to check everyone's strength and see if there were any hidden experts. Old Tao, Yi Lao, and the others would all be seen through, but not Lu Yin. As for the courtyard, the person who had attacked had already left. The remaining people were very ordinary. He had come late. Rong Xiang did not say anything, but he did not leave either. He stayed here. With Rong Xiang here, there would naturally be no more bloodshed. In 2 days, the competition for the positions of the Chamber of Commerce would begin. At that time, Yi Sangtian would appear. That night, people from the small Chamber of Commerce came to visit. The leader was a very young woman. Her face was disguised and even Rong Xiang could not see through her. I'm Yususu. Greetings to the 3rd master of Dayu Manor. The woman bowed respectfully. She had come alone. Lu Yin looked at her. Yususu? The daughter of the 4-horse Chamber of Commerce's president, Yu Ting? Yususu smiled. It's my honor to be recognized by the 3rd master. Lu Yin looked at her. You actually took the initiative to look for me. Was the matter of the past few days done by your 4-horse commerce? Yususu respectfully replied, I took the initiative to look for you to clarify the matter of Yueqing. My four-horse commerce definitely did not send anyone to 100 Herb region. If there was any deceit, I will die a horrible death. Luin laughed. If I confirm that the matter of Yueching was done by your four-horse commerce, no one will be able to stop me. Your oath is meaningless. Yususu respectfully replied, I'm standing here. This is the greatest sincerity of our four-horse commerce. If the third master still does not believe me, you can have my father stand in front of you personally for you to investigate. Luin was surprised. Is there a need for that? Since you were able to find me, someone must have warned you to leave before I came. Many people say that my Dayu manor will be destroyed sooner or later. Your four-horse commerce has the ability to find the materials to create the sequence foundation. Even if you wait, you won't weaken. It's safer to come out after we are destroyed. Yususu looked at Luin. Her gaze was calm. If you did not do it, why did you hide? Retreating for the sake of advancing is useless against me. We will find a way to investigate this matter. With the third master's bearing, you will not ignore the real culprit just to vent your anger. Luin indifferently said, if it really was not done by your four-horse commerce, then clearly someone is guiding me. Yususu said, someone wants to use the third master to deal with my four-horse commerce. Even if the third master can tolerate it, we will not let this person go. Third master, please do not worry. My four-horse commerce will definitely not become enemies with Dayu manor. We are just a commerce, nothing more. The corner of Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked deeply at Yususu. Yususu did not avoid him at all. She stared back at Lu Yin without any ripples in her eyes. After a while, Lu Yin's karma spiral appeared on his fingertip and shot towards Yususu. Even Rong Xiang, a primordial realm expert, would not be able to sense Lu Yin's actions. It was even more impossible for Yususu to sense it. The karma spiral pierced through. Lu Yin's gaze deepened as he looked at the karma thread. If there was a cause, there would be an effect. If this matter was related to the four-horse commerce, then unless the four-horse commerce had hidden it from Yususu, Lu Yin would definitely have seen through it. In the end, there was no karma. Yususu had a cause, but the effect had nothing to do with her. The karma threads collided and could not reach a conclusion. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yin looked at Yususu with a gentler gaze. What you are doing now is not something a commerce should do. Yususu keenly sensed the change in Lu Yin and sighed in relief. She smiled, Third Master, you just need to watch the show. This is a grudge between our four-horse commerce and the main commerce. As she spoke, she took out her cosmic ring and placed it on the table respectfully. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. Lu Yin smiled. Bribe me? Yususu smiled. We dare not. We are a commerce and have nothing to take out. Third Master is invincible in spiritualization and four-horse commerce respects you. This is just a token of appreciation. Lu Yin naturally took out the cosmic ring and opened it. He was shocked when he glanced at it. 1,000,000,000 spirit seeds. Yususu bowed. Four-horse commerce is only a commerce and we can only take out spirit seeds. Please understand, Third Master. Lu Yin put down the cosmic ring and looked at Yususu. Spirit seeds are useless to me. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, I accept your goodwill. I also enjoy watching the show. You should investigate the matter regarding Yu Cheng as soon as possible. Otherwise this show might land on your heads. Yususu said, I understand. Thank you, Third Master. She then slowly left. Lu Yin picked up the cosmic ring again and looked at the spirit seed inside. He had not seriously looked at this thing before. The Xuanhuan universe used star crystals to cultivate, while the spiritualized universe used spirit seeds. After looking at it for a while, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. Could he cultivate a spirit seed? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3546. A spirit seed could shed a spirit to give birth to a spiritualized weapon or talent. The one true God had snatched the turbid spirit seed bestowed by the heavens. He had used this method to escape the 6 paths of reincarnation of the Grand Empyrean and also to cultivate using the spirit seed. He had cultivated so much power, so why not try and see if this spirit seed could be cultivated? Thinking of this, Lu Yin exhaled and took out a spirit seed. As he looked at it, he became engrossed in it. He tried to put the spirit seed into his body, but the most awkward question was, where should he put it? He looked for Old Tao. Spirit seed. Old Tao was confused. Does the owner want to cultivate a spirit seed? Lu Yin said, study it. Old Tao was speechless. Only when a normal person starts cultivating and puts a spirit seed into their body can they cultivate. Those who have a cultivation foundation can't do it because the spirit seed is too weak the moment it enters the body. It's so weak that it can even break a normal person's heart. That's why you can't cultivate just because you have a spirit seed. Some people can only start cultivating after 1, 2, or 3 tries. Some people are born with special constitutions and only succeed after dozens of tries. The owner is already a cultivator, so it's impossible for him to put a spirit seed into his body. Lu Yin didn't believe him. Just tell me how. Anything works as long as it enters the body. Lu Yin ate it and it broke the moment it entered his body. He tried again and tore a wound on his hand. The spirit seed entered his body, but it broke the moment it touched his blood. He tried again and again. Even if he wrapped it with his own power, the spirit seed would break as soon as he opened it. If he didn't open it, how could he cultivate? Just as old Tao said, the spirit seed was too weak. It was so weak that it couldn't be cultivated. There's only one type of spirit seed? Yes. Is there no way to find a stronger spirit seed? Old Tao was confused. No, there's only one type of spirit seed since ancient times. Lu Yin thought of the turbid spirit seed bestowed by the heavens. If that was the case, he should be able to cultivate it. It would give him a second chance to spirit molt, which was equivalent to having another spiritualized weapon or talent. When he felt the one true God's power, he should have succeeded in putting a spirit seed into his body. Even his own strength had recovered a lot. He wondered what it would be like when he saw the only true God again. Old Tao left. He knew that Lu Yin was invincible and could do what others couldn't, but cultivating with a spirit seed was impossible. It was absolutely impossible. Even xianxia couldn't do it. Otherwise, who wouldn't want an extra chance to shed a spirit? The more talented a person was, the more powerful a spiritualized weapon or spiritualized talent could be born from a spirit molt. The main method of battle for spiritualized universes was to follow a unified cultivation method, reaching the apex of the laws of sequence, reaching the primordial realm, and even overcoming the tribulation realm. What supported this was the power of spirit molting. If there really was a spirit seed that could enter a cultivator's body, the strength of a spiritualized universe would not be as simple as doubling. Instead, it would undergo a metamorphosis, a complete metamorphosis. Just thinking about it made him excited. No matter how powerful the head of the household was, he couldn't do it. Although Lu Yin's battle prowess was unparalleled and his talent was top-notch, he wasn't truly omnipotent. Even someone as strong as xianxia was wary of the way of karma. After trying for 2 days until the competition for the Chamber of Commerce was about to start, he still couldn't find a way to let the spirit seeds enter his body. He had no choice but to store all the spirit seeds on the land in the starry sky in his heart. As for the cosmic ring, there was no need for it as he had no intention of spending any money in the spiritualized universe. Why had he placed them in his heart? In the starry sky, he wanted to ensure that the energy would not circulate in the spiritualized universe. In the Genesis space, star crystals and star essence could be artificially created, and they could also be found. This was because the power of star energy only existed in the Genesis space, and it would disappear once it left the Genesis space. When a cultivator cultivated, battled, or died, their energy would evaporate in the starry sky in a way that was not visible to the naked eye. In the end, it would follow the laws of the universe and condense into star energy ores or float in the starry sky for the cultivator to absorb. Lu Yin did not know if this would happen to the spirit seeds as well. To prevent this from happening, he had placed all the spirit seeds in the starry sky in his heart. That way, even if they shattered and evaporated, they would not flow into the spiritualized universe. This thought gave Lu Yin another idea. If he took away all the spirit seeds in the spiritualized universe, wouldn't there be no one to carry on the spiritualized universe? How could they cultivate without spirit seeds? When he thought of this, Lu Yin excitedly participated in the competition for the Chamber of Commerce. Xianxia had already arrived. At this moment, everyone in Bai City looked in one direction, which was the center of the city. The competition for the Chamber of Commerce would be held there. Even though every Chamber of Commerce had paid a huge price to participate, and there were many chambers of commerce gathered here, including the powers that used their names, it did not attract much attention from the spiritualized universe. The only thing that could possibly attract attention was Xianxia's appearance. He was no longer called Xianxia but rather President Yishang had already lost his position. This was the first time Yishang had made an official appearance after losing his position. Out of the 11 chambers of commerce, only 11 chambers of commerce were participating in the competition. There were originally 46 chambers of commerce on the list, but more than half of them have disappeared in just a few days, Yi Zichen sighed. Yi Yan'er looked at the various chambers of commerce in front of her. Some of them looked over, but she was not afraid. She just stared at them and those who did not seem to be doing much. Anyone who could enter this place was not simple. Lu Yin casually sat in a corner, as this angle was suitable for watching the show. The people from the boat region did not come. Lu Yin had already instructed the 100 Leaves to sell the materials for the battleships to the boat region as soon as possible after becoming the Chamber of Commerce. They did not doubt Lu Yin's ability to obtain a spot in the Chamber of Commerce. Yususu arrived with the people from the small chambers of commerce and bowed to Lu Yin from afar. The surrounding chambers of commerce were very quiet and did not interact with each other until the people from the main chamber of commerce arrived. The leader was Rong Xiang, followed by xuanhuan and the rest of the cultivators from the main chamber of commerce. The competition was held casually. 20 years was too short for cultivators. This was just a way for the main chamber of commerce to make money, so there was no need to make it too grand. As long as Yishang was not in seclusion or fighting, he would appear every time, which was already a great honor. Rong Xiang stood at the front and scanned the various chambers of commerce. The competition for the Chamber of Commerce is about to begin. Many things have happened in the past few days and I don't know which of you did it. It's best if you don't get found out, or I'll let you know the rules of the main Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce had absolute control over the competition, and they did not care what the other chambers of commerce thought. They only cared about their own dignity and earning money. Please, President, Rong Xiang slowly retreated. Rong Hua and the rest of the cultivators from the main chamber of commerce trembled and bowed slightly. Below them, the competing chambers of commerce had solemn expressions. Yisang Tian no Yishang was about to appear. Even though he had lost to Yinan of Tianshou and lost his title, he was still an expert at Sang Tian's level. This was because, in the entire spiritualized universe, there were not many who could fight against him. The void distorted, and Lu Yin saw the round-faced elder again. He was chubby and looked like a businessman. There was a smile on his face, and he did not show any emotions even though he had lost his Sang Tian position. Instead, it was written all over his face that amiability would bring wealth. Lu Yin's gaze deepened. This was not the first time he had interacted with this person, and they had even fought more than once in the past 37 years. At the border of the spiritualized universe, this person's sequence foundation had been stolen, which was probably the reason he had lost his Sang Tian position. Many people in the outside world were investigating the sealed realm's whereabouts. It had always been under Yishang's control, and now that he had lost his Sang Tian position, he no longer had the right to control the sequence foundation. Many eyes were focused on this. However, the sealed realm had never appeared, and Beyond Heaven had not expressed its stance. The Jikong realm, Tianshou, and the main chamber of commerce had jointly put on a show and allowed Yinan to take his position. What would Yishang gain from this? If everything went smoothly and Yinan replaced Yishang, how would the Jikong realm manipulate the relationship between the three? Lu Yin did not ask Elder Yu as he would not get an answer even if he did. That old man was very sinister. Yishang appeared and his gaze swept past everyone. It paused on Lu Yin and then on Yususu. Clearly he could see the problem that Rong Xiang could not. Let's begin. Yishang did not waste any time and only spoke 3 words. He looked at Lu Yin again and nodded imperceptibly as a greeting. He knew that Lu Yin would come, as Elder Yu had reminded him to investigate the deaths of 8 Willows and Yi Yao. He had not wanted to stay as he was extremely wary of Lu Yin. The battle at the border had left him terrified. However, there were some people that he could not avoid. During the border battle, he had been schemed against by Yu Sang Tian, which had caused the Grand Chamber of Commerce's strength to completely collapse. In the entire spiritualized universe, he was one of the 7 powers that had clashed with the Dayuvilla for the first time, and he had a deep understanding of how terrifying the Dayuvilla was. Yu Sang Tian's side had already been reduced to such a state, which was why he had agreed to Elder Yu's suggestion to give up his position to Yinan. Otherwise, Sky's hand would be able to suppress the Grand Chamber of Commerce. As for the Dayuvilla, as long as the Grand Chamber still existed, he would not be able to escape. He could only face them head-on. After the battles at Spatial Abyss and South Tur Realm, he knew that he was not the Third Master's opponent. His sequence foundation had been stolen and he could not take it back. However, he had to face this person as well. It was not a matter of life or death, but rather he could not avoid him. Even if he avoided him this time, he would still encounter him next time. He could only hope that this person would not cause trouble for him out of respect for the Jikong realm. I won't say much about the rules. Everyone start bidding. Rong Xiang had already presided over many competitions between the chambers of commerce, so the process was very simple. Every chamber of commerce just had to write down a price for him to see, and it was easy to pick out the 5 with the highest bids. Soon the bidding ended. Rong Xiang looked at the bids in front of him and was stunned. 1 spirit seed, 1 spirit seed, and it was still 1 spirit seed. The bid was actually 1 spirit seed? Was this a joke? 11 chambers of commerce and 10 bids for 1 spirit seed? This was playing with the Grand Chamber of Commerce, and it was no longer a matter of low bids. This was a provocation. Among the bids there was one that was particularly eye-catching. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce had bid 50 billion spirit seeds. Rong Xiang looked at the bid, and the 50 billion spirit seeds were especially eye-catching. He stared at Lu Yin and calmly showed the bid to Yi Shang. Something was wrong. Someone was targeting the Grand Chamber of Commerce. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3547. When Yi Shang saw the bid, he did not care about the 50 billion spirit seeds from the 100 Leaves Association. That was Lu Yin's and he automatically ignored it. He looked up and glanced at Yu Susu. You did this? As he spoke, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire venue. Aside from Lu Yin's side, the entire venue was enveloped by Yi Shang's pressure. Regardless of whether Yi Shang had the Sangtian position or not, his strength in Kuai was real. In the battle of invading the Tianyuan universe, there were very few who could stop Yi Shang at the border. This pressure was not earth-shattering, but it was enough to make people unable to raise their heads. The people from the various associations were suppressed, and their eyes were filled with fear. They were extremely regretful that they had participated in this competition and been sandwiched between 2 giants. Yu Susu looked at Yi Shang without fear. Long time no see, senior. Where's your father? Yi Shang asked calmly. Yu Susu smiled. Father is naturally resting at home. Yi Shang praised her. You're so young but your courage surpasses others. In the entire spiritualized universe, not many people can compare to you in terms of vision and bearing, let alone cultivation talent. However, I'm very curious. What makes your 4-horse association think that you can compete with me? Just because I lost the Sangtian position? Yu Susu said solemnly, the Chamber of Commerce will not weaken just because Senior lost the position of Sangtian. Even if Senior did not lose the position of Sangtian, this day would have come sooner or later. My 4-horse commerce has been waiting for this day for a long time. Everyone knows that my 4-horse association specializes in finding foundation materials for the realm beyond heaven, which is why we have our current status. This is the foundation of my association, but Senior, with the main association's ability to control all the associations in the spiritualized universe, you are intercepting foundation materials layer by layer to compete with my 4-horse association. If you don't act now, my 4-horse association might be crushed by the main association. Yi Shang's round face revealed a smile. I've already said that I would let your 4-horse association merge with the main association, but Yu Ting is stubborn. As his daughter, you should be thinking for the 4-horse association. Or do you think that such trivial methods can make me back down? Yu Susu smiled and said, compared to Senior, this little girl is like a toddler learning how to walk. There is no comparison at all. But even if I'm a toddler, if I have a weapon that even adults can't block, I'll still be a threat. At the very least, I can die together with you. Yi Shang's eyes flashed as a terrifying pressure bore down on Yu Susu. Beside Yu Susu, the old man stood up. He completely withstood the pressure and coughed. Old friend, be gentle. How many more years do these old bones want to live? Yi Shang looked at the old man in surprise. Xianxian? You're not dead yet? The old man chuckled and looked at Yi Shang. No matter what, we're comrades. It's impolite to curse me to death when we meet. In the corner, old Tao was astonished. Xianxian? He's actually still alive. Soon, I won't be able to live for much longer. Lu Yin looked at the old man. He was a spiritual prime and was close to death. You know him? Old Tao exclaimed, I've seen him once a long time ago. He's an expert of the same generation as Yi Sangtian, and they once participated in the expedition to the universe of consciousness. It's said that this person isn't good at killing, but he's extremely defensive. With his protection, there's almost no chance of anything happening. It's one thing for this person to be alive, but he's actually protecting that girl from the 4-horse Chamber of Commerce. It seems like the rumors are true. What rumor? Xianxia was curious. Old Tao said in a low voice, the four-horse Chamber of Commerce has received the protection of the realm beyond heaven. They have experts secretly protecting them, and those experts are all people who are close to death. They're just like those old fellows in the Gate of Arts who are waiting to die. These old fellows don't have much ability to fight outside, and they might die if they make a move. If someone comes knocking, they'll still be earth-shattering. Xianxian turned to look at the corner. Don't keep calling them old fellows. They're not that old. They're just nearing the end of their lives. Old Tao laughed awkwardly, embarrassed that he had been overheard. After Xianxian finished speaking, he looked at Yishang. Old friend, the main Chamber of Commerce has earned enough under your leadership. Give them some leeway. The four-horse Chamber of Commerce only wants to monopolize the sequence foundation materials and protect their own position. There's no need to make things so tense. Yu Susu spoke up. As long as Senior agrees, the spiritualized universe will no longer compete with our four-horse Chamber of Commerce for the sequence foundation materials. The four-horse Chamber of Commerce is willing to pay the price for today's incident to appease Senior's anger. Yishang looked deeply at Yu Susu. Do you think that you'll be fine with Xianxian protecting you? If I want to kill you, he won't be able to stop me. Xianxian was helpless. That's why we chose this time. We just lost Sang Tian's position. If news of the main Chamber of Commerce's unstable position were to spread, and the dispatch of the competition for a mere spiritual seed were to spread, what kind of image do you think the main Chamber of Commerce would have? With one four-horse Chamber of Commerce, there will be a second one. You know very well how many other chambers of commerce there are. I'm nearing the end of my life. Old friend, what about you? You'll be reaching your end soon. Yishang's round face sank completely. You were only ordered to protect Yu Ting. When did you protect the entire four-horse Chamber of Commerce? Yu Susu smiled sweetly. I've already acknowledged Senior Xianxian as my master. He's my master. Yishang was shocked, then he laughed. Good. Yu Ting raised a good daughter. He was stubborn and not good with words, but I didn't expect his daughter to be so outstanding. If I didn't guess wrong, Yu Ting didn't agree to this at all. He believed that he could protect the four-horse Chamber of Commerce with his own abilities. Yu Susu was helpless. Father's way of thinking is sometimes very naive. I admire Zhikong region the most. They can see far. Yishang praised. Yu Ting is stupid, but his daughter is smart. There's nothing eternal in this world. He can protect the four-horse Chamber of Commerce with his own talent for a while, but he can't protect it forever. You can see far enough. Saying that, his eyes flashed. Have you thought of coming to my Chamber of Commerce? Yu Susu was puzzled. What does Senior mean? Yishang said. Marry my grandson Yixia. Yu Susu was shocked. She didn't expect Yishang to have such an idea. Xianxian was surprised. He looked at Yu Susu. This was doable. After all, he was nearing the end of his life. He liked this girl very much, so he agreed to participate in this matter. But if he died, what would happen to this girl? Even if she could protect the four-horse Chamber of Commerce, how could she protect herself? Yu Ting could have one daughter or two. There was one thing that Yu Susu and even Yishang were wrong. Yu Ting was not stupid, but he did not want to stand out. From the beginning to the end, he was passive in accepting the scheme against the Chamber of Commerce. However, only Xianxian, who had protected Yu Ting for a long time, could see that Yu Ting's passivity was actually his initiative. Yu Susu took the initiative to stand out to protect Yu Ting, but Yu Ting wanted her to do so. In the end, the Chamber of Commerce was forced to agree not to compete with the four-horse Chamber of Commerce, and Yishang's anger would be borne by Yu Susu. From the beginning to the end, Yu Ting was an outsider, but he protected the four-horse Chamber of Commerce. As for Yu Susu's fate, it would depend on her luck. Xianxian could see it, but he could not stop it. Yu Susu sincerely wanted to protect the four-horse Chamber of Commerce, and also sincerely wanted to protect her father. He could not interfere in this matter. But if Yu Susu married Yixia, then it would be different. Old friend, are you serious? Xianxian looked at Yishang seriously. Yishang's round face revealed a smile again. I'm not lying. Xianxian looked at Yu Susu and suppressed his excitement. Go. Yu Susu looked at Xianxian and said something. In the corner, Luyin rolled his eyes. What was going on? How could it develop to this point? If these two families were to form a marriage alliance, the spiritualized universe commerce would be unified, and it would be easier to gather resources in the future. This would not be a good thing for the Tianyuan universe. Xianxian hoped that Yu Susu would agree. Yu Susu's expression was one of confusion. She had not expected things to turn out this way. Yishang said, marry Ixia, and the four-horse chamber of commerce will still be the four-horse chamber of commerce. Whether or not you join the chamber of commerce, it will not affect the four-horse chamber of commerce's status. Yususu looked at Yishang, who was smiling and looking very sincere. I'm sorry, senior, but I cannot agree to this. Yishang's expression froze, and then it became gloomy as his eyes revealed a cold glint. Shan Xian looked at Yususu's side profile and sighed. He had forgotten that the four-horse chamber of commerce was able to reach where it was today because of Sky Beyond. Sky Beyond supported the four-horse chamber of commerce because Yuting could find those precious materials, but if the four-horse chamber of commerce and the chamber of commerce joined forces, what would Sky Beyond think? Sky Beyond could support Yuting, but it could also give up on the entire four-horse chamber of commerce. Yususu cared about the four-horse chamber of commerce, but Shan Xian knew that Yuting could ignore the four-horse chamber of commerce. At worst he could just rebuild it. As for Yususu, his daughter, Yuting had already given up on her from the moment she had taken the initiative to scheme against the chamber of commerce. Yuting still valued himself the most. Without Yuting and the four-horse chamber of commerce, Yususu would be nothing. What was the point of marrying Ixia? A person could have additional value, but one could not allow that additional value to exceed one's own value. Otherwise, who would be more important? Would a person still be that person? Yususu's value was reflected in the four-horse chamber of commerce and Yuting. If she lost these, then her bearing and consideration would be worthless in Yishang's eyes, unless she had the strength of Sang Tian. Even if Yuting lost everything, as long as he was still alive, he would still be of the greatest value. Yishang would not fail to understand this, but he had still raised this condition. This was just a counterattack against what had happened today. If Yususu could not see this clearly, then what awaited her would be the fate of being abandoned. Regardless of whether it was the four-horse chamber of commerce or the main chamber of commerce, there would be no place for her. This was a game. Yususu had schemed against the main chamber of commerce, and Yishang had schemed against her. They had all seen through each other's intentions, and only Shan Xian had not been able to see it clearly at first. Lu Yin praised, as expected of a merchant. You were able to kill your opponent with just a few words. He had originally wanted to ruin it, but there was no need for that now. Yususu was smarter than he had thought. This universe had no lack of smart people. The Tianyuan universe's ancestor Hui, the one true god, Xiongxi, Wangwen, Wei Rong, and the others. The spiritualized universes Yu Sang Tian, Yi Shang, Elder Yu, and the others were all smart people. If one was not careful, they could be schemed against. Some people did not seem to be very smart, but that was only because outsiders could not see it. The Grand Empyrean was one such person. Many people had called her a stupid woman, but in the end, the Grand Empyrean had saved the entire Tianyuan universe. Otherwise, no matter how smart Ancestor Hui was, no matter how talented Lu Yin was, no matter how powerful the primogenitor was, they would not have been able to stop the one true god at his peak. The Grand Empyrean had her own path. No matter what she did, her name was Tai Hong and she would not lose to anyone. Lu Yin sighed. He really wanted to call her a stupid woman again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3548. In the field, Yususu's rejection caused the atmosphere to freeze. Yususu's expression was solemn. Senior E, if I wasn't confident, I wouldn't be standing here today. Just disrupting a competition is meaningless, what do you think? Yishang looked deeply at Yususu. You want to die together with me? The other chambers of commerce listened quietly, not daring to act rashly. They were curious, where did four-horse commerce get the confidence to die together with the main chamber of commerce? Even though Yishang was no longer Sang Tian, he was still an absolute expert, for horse commerce did not have any experts that could go against Yishang. Shan Xian could only protect Yususu, and even at his peak he was not Yishang's match. Yususu shook her head. If possible, no one wants to do that. I hope Senior E can give four-horse commerce a chance. The main chamber of commerce has earned enough. There is no need to control the entire spiritualized universe chamber of commerce. Yishang sneered. Junior, who do you think you are? You want to die together with this old man? Do you have the qualifications? Yususu's gaze was cold. Senior E, you don't believe me? Yishang's eyes widened. What qualifications does your four-horse commerce have to die together with this old man? No matter what, I was once Sang Tian, below one person, above millions of people, and you want to threaten me with this four-horse commerce? You are too naive. Seeing that you dared to face this old man, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. don't blame me for taking action. I know you are not doing this for the resources of the Sequence Foundation, and definitely not for four-horse commerce, but what you want is not with me. Xianxia stood in front of Yususu and looked at Yishang solemnly. Old friend, there is no need for this four-horse commerce. A golden pen appeared in Yishang's hand. He pointed at Xianxia. If I let you leave safely, how will this old man establish himself in the spiritualized universe? Do you really think the position of Sangtian is so easy to obtain? Xianxia, you also wanted to fight for the position of Sangtian. I will let you see how big the gap is. Yususu's face turned pale. Why is he not here yet? Since that is the case, Senior E, there are some things that others do not know but our four-horse commerce knows. The materials of the Sequence Foundation are inclined towards the laws. Do you really want me to say it? Yishang's pupils constricted as bone-deep killing intent flashed within his eyes. Xianxia was surprised. He did not know about this. He knew how Yususu had schemed against the Chamber of Commerce, but he did not know where Yususu's confidence came from. Only now did he know that it had something to do with the Sequence Foundation? In that case, where is the Gate of Arts? A figure suddenly appeared, and the moment he did, the rest of the people from the Chamber of Commerce fainted. Only Lu Yin's corner remained conscious. Everyone looked over. Yishang's gaze turned cold. Zhan Ming? Xianxia frowned. The master of the Gate of Arts, Zhan Ming? Yususu heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally appeared. There were some things that she did not want to say until the very last moment. In the corner, Lu Yin looked at the newcomer. Was he Zhan Ming? He had conversed with Zhan Ming before, but he had never seen him before. He did not expect to see him in this competition. Old Trader Yi and the others were shocked. What was going on? It was just a competition for the Chamber of Commerce. Why did Sangtian come? Why were there so many top-notch experts present? When Zhan Ming appeared, he immediately looked towards the corner with a smile on his face. His weathered face looked amiable. Third Master, we finally meet. Lu Yin sized Zhan Ming up. You're Zhan Ming? Zhan Ming smiled. That's right. Lu Yin smiled. You don't look like Zhan Yan. Zhan Ming. He laughed. I'm old, but I still look like him when I was young. Lu Yin did not mind. Do what you need to do. Today's show is very interesting. Zhan Ming looked deeply at Lu Yin. I've made a fool of myself. After that, he turned to look at Yishang. After exchanging glances, he looked at Yususu and Xianxia. I will help you fight for the four-horse commerce from the main Chamber of Commerce. Go back. Yususu's eyes lit up as she looked at Zhan Ming. This was the result she wanted. Zhan Ming looked at Xianxia. Old friend, you should also return to the Gate of Arts. There will be someone to replace you at Yuting. Xianxia frowned. Yususu refused. My master can't leave. Zhan Ming said solemnly, Little girl, don't go overboard. Some things are fine as long as you achieve your goal. You have already done something that is impossible for your age. If you continue, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yususu looked at Zhan Ming. This pressure was completely different from Yishang's. This pressure was so heavy that she could not breathe. Xianxia also felt the pressure. Of the 7 great Sang skies, Yishang was not good at killing. Zhan Ming was different. This master of the Gate of Arts also controlled the life and death of many old fellows. Facing Zhan Ming's pressure, Xianxia had no choice but to compromise. Sighing deeply, Xianxia patted Yususu's shoulder. Little girl, master can only accompany you to this point. There are some things that you have done your best. Yususu gritted her teeth, unwilling to give up. She looked at Xianxia with red eyes. Master, I promise to accompany you on this last journey. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. No need. I am content to accept you as my disciple before my death. Master's life has been mediocre. Although I have power close to the Sang skies and once dazzled the stars, it is very normal for people at this level. From you, Master saw another kind of life. Using small to win big, using wisdom and bearing to pry open the stars. You have done well enough. After that, he reminded her softly. Be careful of your father. He is not as pure as you think. Yususu trembled and looked at Xianxia in confusion. At this time, one of the people following Yususu walked out and handed the spirit cloud stone to Yususu. Miss, the president is looking for you. Yususu was surprised. At this time? Xianxia frowned. He had a bad premonition. Connecting the spirit cloud stone, an exasperated voice came from the other side. Damn girl, what are you doing? Where are you? Come back immediately. Yususu said, Father, the commerce's crisis has been resolved. I have already negotiated with the headquarters. From now on, The headquarters will no longer compete with us for the foundation materials. Shut up, what qualifications do you have to talk to the headquarters? I'm not dead yet. An angry roar came from the other side. Yususu frowned. Father, it has been negotiated. Come back immediately. No, you are not in Bai City? Immediately apologize to Senior Yishang. If you do not receive his forgiveness, you will die in Bai City. I Yuting will treat it as I do not have a daughter like you. Xianxia closed his eyes. Sure enough, not far away, Yishang's gaze was cold. What a good Yuting. Pushing his own daughter out to achieve his goal and pushing his own daughter out as a scapegoat. Zhanming was calm. He had seen this kind of thing too many times. Those old fellows on the verge of death, did they really think they were willing to go to the Gate of Arts? Many times they were forced to do so. To truly see a person clearly, one had to see how they faced death. Those old fellows could do anything before they died. In the corner, Qingyun and the rest heard it. They could not help but clench their fists. As a father, how could he do this? His own daughter risked her life to fight for benefits. But he pushed his own daughter out to die? Luyin looked up. This was really a good show. Yususu's body turned cold. Her face was pale. Father, what did you say? Apologize to Senior Yishang immediately. If he does not forgive you, don't come back. My four-horse commerce has always had a good relationship with the headquarters. Do we need you to do something unnecessary? I was wondering what kind of conspiracy you were hiding from me. So this is it. Do you really think you have the final say in four-horse commerce? Yuting raged. Yususu did not dare to believe what she heard. Conspiracy? Her own father actually used this word to describe her? She had sacrificed so much for four-horse commerce. How many years had it been? She had even given up on someone she liked. Now that she had faced Yishang and Zhanming, she had disregarded her life and death. Suddenly she thought of Xianxian's words. Xianxian felt bitter. If Yishang was really willing to let this girl marry Wuxia, how good would that be? Unfortunately, this girl's value was not as great as the additional value. Four-horse commerce relied on Yuting. It was supported by Yuting's spiritualization innate gift. Only Yuting could find the sequence foundation materials. Otherwise, how could four-horse commerce compete with the headquarters? To Yuting, Yususu's only value had been shown. Yususu could manage four-horse commerce, but so could others. As long as Yuting was around, no one would dare to offend four-horse commerce. Yususu's bearing and courage had helped four-horse commerce to obtain what they wanted. The headquarters did not compete with four-horse commerce, and four-horse commerce had succeeded. At this time, it was time to resolve the conflict with the headquarters. After all, the headquarters' influence was too great. Yishang himself was an absolute expert, and at the same time he had the sect of arts. Yuting did not want to offend him, so he pushed Yususu out. Four-horse commerce would gain benefits, and would not offend the headquarters and the sect of arts. Yuting would not lose anything. The only loss would be Yususu, his daughter. But he was indifferent and did not care, which was equivalent to not losing anything. From the beginning to the end, the biggest winner was Yuting. He did not do anything, but he did everything. Xianxian could not help but snatch the spirit cloud stone and scolded angrily, Yuting, you are too despicable. You even betrayed your own daughter? Are you still a human? Yuting's tone was gloomy. Senior Xianxian, this is my four-horse commerce's matter. It has nothing to do with you. Please return to the sect of arts. Senior's time is almost up, I will not send Senior off. Xianxian was furious. Yususu felt powerless. She had suffered a great blow. Before this, she had faced Yishang and Zhanming with the strength of a Lingzhan. She had not been afraid and had even explained to Lu Yin on behalf of four-horse commerce. She looked up at the sky, her gaze firm and fearless. But now she had been betrayed by the person closest to her, the person she wanted to protect the most. At this moment, her world had collapsed. The pain in her heart was indescribable. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed and she almost fell. Xianxian quickly supported Yususu. Girl, don't be agitated. Yususu was bitter and tears fell. Master, did I do something wrong? Xianxian did not know how to answer. Was it wrong to sacrifice everything for the person closest to her? He did not know. Yishang clasped his hands behind his back, his voice calm. A rabbit barging into a wolf's den. The pack of wolves may be curious and afraid, but a rabbit is a rabbit. It can only be eaten. To be honest, I admire you. But you will never reach our height. If you had gone to Ring Sun City earlier, your magnanimity might have been able to subdue many people. Unfortunately, you have endured so much for four-horse commerce. You are too insignificant. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3549. Yususu smiled bitterly. Her smile was miserable. Yishang was right. She thought that everything she had done had helped the four-horse Chamber of Commerce achieve their goal, but she had lost herself. She could have schemed against everyone including Sang Tian, but she had missed out on Yu Ting. Yu Ting had already ended the call. His attitude had already made it clear that whatever happened next had nothing to do with him. Whether or not Yususu would apologize to Yishang, or whether or not she would be able to survive, none of these were within his scope of consideration. He only knew that from today onwards, the four-horse Chamber of Commerce would monopolize the field of sequence foundation materials. Daughter? If he wanted, he could have a lot. He was not a top-notch powerhouse. With a bang, Xianxia crushed the spirit cloud stone. That bastard. Zhan Ming was indifferent. Enough, Xianxia. Return to the Gate of Arts. This matter has nothing to do with you. He then turned to Yishang. Although the competition has been disrupted, I hope that the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild will still be one of them. There is no need to participate in the competition again. Yishang glanced at Lu Yin and the rest. Of course. Zhan Ming looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Third Elder, are you satisfied? After Lu Yin left, old traitor, you did not know how to feel. The competition had been disrupted, but they were not affected because of the Dayu Manor's strength. As for Yususu, he admired her. She was only at the level of a spiritual warrior while he was a spiritual mage. He could not do what Yususu did. This girl's courage and bearing were too outstanding. What a pity, what a pity. Yi Yin'er also felt that it was a pity and looked at Yususu sympathetically. Lu Yin and Zhan Ming looked at each other. Sure, I don't mind. Zhan Ming nodded. Xianxia, why are you not leaving? Xianxia held Yususu tightly. Girl, master will take you away. Yususu quickly grabbed Xianxia's arm and wiped her tears. Master, go. Xianxia whispered anxiously. Hurry up and leave with master. Master will send you away. Master, I can't leave. Leave by yourself. Disciple has a way to escape. Yususu whispered. Xianxia was puzzled. How? Yususu looked at Yishang. Senior Yi well said. I am an ant, a rabbit caught in a pack of wolves. Yishang's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yususu. Yususu was not afraid, but don't forget, the rabbit's greatest advantage is that there are many of them. If I don't leave, what I want to say will spread throughout the spiritualized universe at the fastest speed possible. Miss, your people are being controlled. The person who gave Yususu the spirit cloud stone suddenly said. Yususu's heart sank. She looked at that person. What did you say? That person looked at Yususu, his eyes cold. Your people have long been controlled even. Yususu's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Father, it was her father again. Other than her father, no one else knew where she was. Father, why did you have to be so cruel? Xianxia slapped that person to death and grabbed Yususu. Let's go. Zhan Ming's eyes widened. Xianxia, you are courting death. Dark yellow lines appeared on the surface of Xianxia's body, protecting Yususu within. At the same time, Zhan Ming's palm landed on the lines, creating an earth-shattering sound. Bai City rippled as countless people vomited blood and fainted. The surrounding buildings were all destroyed. Xianxia protected Yususu tightly, causing cracks to appear on the dark yellow lines, but he did not care. He grabbed Yususu and soared into the sky. She is just a little girl, why do you have to force her to death? Zhan Ming's eyes were cold, a palm-sized flying knife condensed in front of him and shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia pressed down with one palm, the dark yellow lines collided with the flying knife, creating another loud sound. The dark yellow lines split in all directions with the point of collision as the center. Master, above. Xianxia raised his head. Yishang looked down from above. In his hand, the golden pen pointed down. Xianxia's face turned pale. His strength was already barely enough to face one Sang Tian. He did not have the confidence to escape, but now there were two Sang Tians. Since ancient times, how many people in the spiritualized universe did not lose to two Sang Tians? Other than the invincible Yu Sang Tian, only Wanshou border did not have an emperor. The golden pen landed on the dark yellow lines, embellishing the dark yellow lines with gold. Xianxia left the dark yellow lines hugging Yususu and crashed into Bai City. Yishang snorted. Killing Yususu was not for revenge, but because this woman knew too much. Yu Ting had killed the person controlled by Yususu, which was equivalent to helping them resolve future problems. It was also Yu Ting's sincerity, so he would personally deal with this hidden danger. On the ground, Xianxia coughed up blood, and Yususu's eyes were red. "Master, leave, don't worry about me." Xianxia waved his hand. Master's time is coming to an end, I will bring you out even if I die." With that, the dark yellow light continued to rise from within his body, and the sequence particles around him shot upwards. "Get lost." Yishang frowned. "Old friend, since you want to die, I'll send you on your way." With that, the golden pen fell and a golden light descended from above. Lu Yin watched calmly from within the destroyed building. Old Tao sighed. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, he would not be able to withstand Sang Tian's attack. His defense was strong and to a certain extent he could withstand Sang Tian's attack, but his time was coming to an end, and his strength had declined. Furthermore, he had taken 2 hits from Zhan Ming and now he was truly seeking death. This scene was too tragic, and for Yususu, death might be a release. At this moment his hand was grabbed by Qing Yun. Her eyes were red as she stared at him. Lu Yin glanced at her. "Sympathy? I beg you." Qing Yun's voice was very soft. In the distance, the golden light pierced through the sequence particles. Xianxian's eyes widened, and the dark yellow light continued to condense until it was the size of a palm, blocking the golden light. Yishang looked at the familiar power. This power had saved him before, but he did not expect that he would be able to break it today. Xianxian's defense was indeed strong, and even Yishang could not break it easily. He tore through the void wanting to throw Yususu out. However, he did not see a flying knife piercing through the void, appearing in front of him. When he saw it, the flying knife was already inches away. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Xianxian stared at the flying knife in front of him. Death was so close and his time was coming to an end, and he had seen through life and death, but why did he still feel fear when this knife was so close to him? Had he not seen through it yet? Yususu also stared at the knife. This knife brought with it a biting cold air that cut through her skin, making her feel as if she was in a knife hell, unable to escape. Death was so close, but it had already arrived. In an instant it was both short and long. They saw the knife and experienced death, but then they saw 2 fingers suddenly appear and hold the knife that brought death between them. No matter how biting cold the knife was, it could not move an inch. With a whoosh, a gust of wind swept past, sweeping past Yususu's face and her long hair. It whistled in all directions, sweeping past Yishang, Zhan Ming, and the entire Bai city. Yishang's eyes narrowed as he stared below. He had interfered. Dayu Manor, 3rd Master. Zhan Ming stared into the distance. The knife could not move an inch. This person's strength was so great that only by experiencing it could one feel it. It was truly invincible. Qing Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Old traitor Yi Yener, and even old Tao, who had experienced all kinds of things, also heaved a sigh of relief. If possible, they did not want to see the tragic scene that they had expected. In the void, Lu Yin walked out and retracted his hand. He looked at the flying knife. Heartbreak, what a good flying knife. After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhan Ming in the distance and threw the knife back. "I'll return it to you." Zhan Ming's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand to catch the knife. The knife's handle vibrated as the force spread along the blade. Under the invisible clothes, his entire arm was torn apart. This force borrowed the sharpness of the knife's edge as a warning. Zhan Ming's arm recovered in an instant and he put away the knife. Everything looked so calm. Outsiders could not see the short exchange just now. Zhan Ming raised Lu Yin's danger level even higher. He had no confidence in dealing with this person as he was unfathomable. "Third Master, what is the meaning of this? Do you want to interfere in this matter?" Yishang landed and surrounded Lu Yin with Zhan Ming on his left and right. Lu Yin looked at Zhan Ming and then at Yishang. The corner of his mouth curled up. "The two of you, your position can easily cause misunderstandings and make me think that the two of you want to kill me." The cold wind whistled, stirring up sand and dust. Bai City was silent. Most people had fainted as they could not withstand the aftershock of Zhan Ming's attack on Xianxian. However, there were still some who were awake. Seeing this scene, these people hurriedly retreated. Although they did not recognize Zhan Ming and could not see Lu Yin's face, it was obvious that they did not dare to withstand the aftershock of the battle. Xianxian exhaled heavily. He had almost died. Was this person the 3rd Master of the Dayu Villa? With his back facing Lu Yin felt unshakable. This person's defense was definitely above his own. Lu Yin's intuition could not be wrong. This person was clearly very skilled in killing. Yususu stared at Lu Yin's back in a daze. Why was he helping her? Lu Yin's words made Yi Shang and Zhan Ming look at each other. They subconsciously changed positions and stood in front of Lu Yin. Third Master, please don't misunderstand. We definitely did not mean that. If possible, they would naturally be willing to eliminate Lu Yin here, but they were not confident. In the battle of the abyss of space, so many experts could not do anything to Lu Yin. Following that, he had fought his way to the southbound world and solved a problem. With such unfathomable strength, even 2 more Sangtians might not take the risk to kill him, let alone the 2 of them. Lu Yin smiled. That's a pity. In the distance, Rong Xiang and the rest exchanged glances. Pity? This person's thoughts were hard to guess. Rong Hua carefully looked at Lu Yin. This person was actually here. He looked at the corner and saw Qing Yun as well. Why was this detestable person still alive? Zhan Ming spoke up. Third Master, why are you helping them? This has nothing to do with you. Lu Yin replied naturally. The murder case in the 100 Herb region is not over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to make a move? Do you want to silence them? Yi Shang said, according to our investigation, Yu Cheng's death should have nothing to do with the 4-Horse Association. Are you sure? Lu Yin asked. Yi Shang nodded. All along, the main Chamber of Commerce has been competing with the 4-Horse Association for sequence materials. It's normal for us to keep an eye on the 4-Horse Association. To be honest, we don't even know who brought Yu Cheng to the 100 Herb region. He does not have the ability to do so on his own. There must be someone behind him. Lu Yin looked at Yi Shang. So, you clearly knew all this, but you never told the Dayu Villa. Yi Shang was stunned. Lu Yin's words make no sense. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3550. His main Chamber of Commerce had nothing to do with Dayu Villa, and they had even fought at the border. They were enemies, so why should he tell Lu Yin? However, Yi Shang could not say this out loud. If he did, he would be on opposing sides. I'm asking you a question, Yi Shang. Lu Yin did not let him off, and his tone was cold. At this point, Rong Xiang walked over. Third Master, please don't misunderstand. We've only just found out about this matter, and we were planning to tell you after the competition. Yi Shang nodded. That's right. We've only just found out. Lu Yin sneered and looked at Rong Xiang. You sure know how to talk, but I don't believe you. Do you think it has nothing to do with 4-Horse Chamber of Commerce? What are you going to use as a guarantee? Rong Xiang's expression turned ugly. Why should he be a guarantor for 4-Horse Chamber of Commerce? However, Yu Susu had to be killed. For a moment he did not know what to do. Zhan Ming spoke up. Third Master, you can ask the woman behind you if the Yu Qing incident has anything to do with her and 4-Horse Chamber of Commerce. Yu Susu looked up at Zhan Ming and the others. There was no hatred in her eyes, only calmness. 4-Horse Chamber of Commerce had competed with the main Chamber of Commerce, and she had schemed against the main Chamber of Commerce. In the end, she had been abandoned by Yu Ting. These were all schemes against each other, and there was no deep hatred between them. However, she was grateful to Lu Yin as he had saved her life. Lu Yin disdainfully replied, this woman is just a pawn. The one who truly controls 4-Horse Chamber of Commerce is Yu Ting. Old man, you saw everything that just happened. 4-Horse Chamber of Commerce can easily abandon her. Do you think that if the Yu Qing incident is related to 4-Horse Chamber of Commerce, she will know about it? Or will Yu Ting continue to push his daughter out to take the blame? Zhan Ming frowned. Talking to this person was too tiring and he wanted to slap him to death. This person had clearly found a reason to save this woman, so why would he do that? This woman was worthless to him, and the only possibility was that she knew about the relationship between the main Chamber of Commerce and the School of Arts. He looked at Yi Shang. The two looked at each other and then Zhan Ming spoke up. Third Master, are you curious about what this woman said? About the main Chamber of Commerce and the School of Arts. I can clearly tell you, Third Boss, that the main Chamber of Commerce paid a price to have the School of Arts create a sequence foundation. Our School of Arts agreed and have been creating it for many years. This is why this woman has the confidence to threaten Yi Shang. Lu Yin had not expected Zhan Ming to be so forthright, but he was indeed curious about this matter. After all, it was such an exciting scene. If Yi Shang and Zhan Ming covered it up and even silenced it, he would be displeased. However, thinking about it, it was normal. Since he had saved Yu Susu would definitely reveal this matter in his hands. The only reason why he could reveal it so easily was because he hoped that Mo Wuji wouldn't interfere with their plan to kill Yu Susu. He could tell him this because he and xianxia were enemies, but he could not tell the entire spiritualized universe. They were worried that if Yususu left the grand universal domain, the entire spiritualized universe would know about this. They knew what was more important. Xianxian's heart sank as he winked at Yususu, intending to find an opportunity to tear open the void and throw her out. No matter what was on the other side of the void, it was better than waiting for death here. Since the third master already knew the secret and had already confirmed that the Yuqing incident had nothing to do with the four-horse chamber of commerce, he probably wouldn't protect them anymore. Lu Yin looked at Yususu. What's the sequence foundation? Yususu gasped for breath, her face was stained with blood, she looked very miserable. Divine reflection. Lu Yin raised his brows. Divine reflection? Among the 88 sequence arts, the divine reflection was ranked 8th. It wasn't low, but it wasn't absolutely high either. Yishang controlled the Chamber of Commerce, and no one knew how much he had earned in the spiritualized universe. It wasn't impossible for the Chamber of Commerce to cooperate with the Gate of Arts to create the Divine Reflection Array Foundation, especially since he knew that Yishang's sequence art was the Divine Reflection. However, what was the point of creating a Divine Reflection Array Foundation? Lu Yin looked at Yishang. Why did you create the Divine Reflection Array Foundation? Yishang said solemnly, Yu Sangtian is getting more and more control over the 7 great Sangtian spots, from Ming Sangtian to Bao Qi. Once any Sangtian dies, it will be someone from Yu Sangtian who will take over the 7 great Sangtian spot. We will no longer be able to touch it. Even if I tried to give the Sky Devourer Luo Parasol to Xia and let her cultivate the devouring sequence art, it wouldn't be safe for her to become a Sangtian like Bao Qi. The sequence foundation could be taken away by Yu Sangtian at any time. Lu Yin understood. So you used the Chamber of Commerce's resources to create the Divine Reflection Array Foundation just to control a Sangtian spot. Yishang didn't deny it. The 7 great Sangtian was second only to Yu Sangtian, and everyone wanted to fight for it. Even Heaven's Hand, which couldn't see the light of day, wanted to fight for it, and Yishang was no exception. Creating a sequence foundation alone was indeed possible to take over a Sangtian spot. However, was it that simple? Lu Yin didn't believe that the Gate of Arts would let the Chamber of Commerce take over a Sangtian spot. Unless the Zhan family was sure that they could also take over a Sangtian spot. How could a Sangtian spot be so easily obtained, especially when Yu Sangtian was controlling it? The Chamber of Commerce was the Gate of Arts. That's right, Yishang lost to Yinan on purpose to let Yinan take over the Sangtian spot. Then there was a key person missing. Lu Yin looked up. Come out, old man. Some people were confused. Was there someone else hiding? Yishang and Zhan Ming weren't surprised because there was indeed someone who had arrived long ago but didn't show himself. As Lu Yin spoke, a silhouette flickered in and out of existence in the distance. It was Elder Yu. The moment Yu Lao appeared, everyone in Bai City fell unconscious except for those who had participated in this matter. Master Lu, there are some things that don't need to be so obvious. Yu Lao stood between Yishang and Zhan Ming and looked at Lu Yin helplessly. There were many hidden things in the spiritualized universe, but these things were revealed one by one because of Lu Yin's tyranny. Their intent realm was exposed because of Bai Lu, and now the Chamber of Commerce was involved because of the Yuqing incident. There were some things that even they hadn't completely revealed. This feeling was like a dragon crossing the river and overturning the quagmire to see everything clearly. After Lu Yin, Shanxian was shocked. Even Yu Lao had appeared. This matter was completely out of control. How did it develop to this point? Yususu looked on calmly. It wasn't strange for anyone to appear now. Yu Lao's appearance meant that she was one step closer to death, that was all. Lu Yin glanced at Yu Lao, Yishang and Zhan Ming, 2 Sangtians and an unfathomable old man. I'll ask you again, are you sure you don't want to kill me? Yishang exhaled with a calm expression. Zhan Ming looked on coldly. Yu Lao smiled faintly. Master Lu, isn't our relationship clear? Lu Yin shrugged. I don't believe in promises. I only believe in benefits. Now, it's equivalent to gathering 3 Sangtian experts. It's not impossible for them to kill me. Yu Lao shook his head. Master Lu, don't joke around. You should be able to see the current situation clearly. Lu Yin praised. What a spiritualized universe. Before coming here, I thought that the spiritualized universe was a single entity. Everyone told me that the spiritualized universe has a unified cultivation method, and Yu Sangtian and the 7 great Sangtian are in charge. I'm going to face an entire universe that has developed for countless years. It's a cultivation culture that's completely different from our Xuanhuan universe. Now I see it clearly. Where there are people, there will be competition and benefits. Xianxia is strong and controls the spiritualized universe. You guys aren't bad either. Zhikong Domain, School of Arts, Chamber of Commerce and Heaven's Hand are working together to fight against Xianxia. Old man, this is your doing, right? Yu Lao smiled bitterly. I have the heart, but I don't have the ability. Master Lu overestimates Zhikong Domain. He then looked at Zhan Ming. Since things have reached this point, why don't we make things clear? On the surface, Heaven's Hand listens to Sky Beyond Sky, but in reality he's been working with Zhikong Domain. This is because I promised to help Yinan become Xianxia, and at the same time I'll give him a chance to step into immortality. As for the Chamber of Commerce, I'm also working with them. Our original cooperation wasn't like this, but during the border battle, the Chamber of Commerce was schemed against by Xianxia, causing their strength to be greatly reduced. Torch City also found it difficult to connect with the spiritualized universe, which led to Yinan's plan to replace Yishang. Yishang's relationship with Xianxia makes it so that he won't be able to stay in the Xianxia position for long. After losing his sequence foundation, Xianxia can strip him of his position at any time. Yu Lao then looked at Lu Yin. Unfortunately, Master Lu, you destroyed Heaven's Hand. Lu Yin disdainfully, Heaven's Hand is courting death and schemed against me multiple times. Yu Lao was helpless, Yinan was too hasty. Yishang spoke up. Just as Yu Lao said, the Chamber of Commerce is working with Zhikong Domain and Heaven's Hand in order to control the Xianxia position. Zhikong Domain agreed to let Yishang become Xianxia, which is why I'm willing to step down. As for the School of Techniques, it has nothing to do with Zhikong Domain. At this point he frowned and looked at Zhan Ming and Yu Lao, or rather, I don't know if they're related. Zhan Ming spoke up, they're not related. My School of Techniques is only working with the Chamber of Commerce in order to create the sequence foundation, and the Chamber of Commerce's conditions are that they will forever guarantee the Zhan family's Xianxia position. Furthermore, as long as my School of Techniques needs any sequence foundation materials, they can bypass Sky Beyond Sky and directly supply them to us. Yu Susu understood, so the Chamber of Commerce has been competing with us for the sequence foundation materials for this channel. Yishang stared coldly at Yu Susu. Little girl, do you think that the Chamber of Commerce would make things difficult for the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce for a few sequence foundation materials? After all, you have Sky Beyond Sky behind you. Without a certain value, it's not worth the risk. Yu Susu felt bitter. So that's how it is. She didn't think that she would unknowingly participate in a battle at the Xianxia level. She thought that it was just a competition between chambers of commerce. Shan Xian sighed. Who could see through such a thing? The level was too high. Yu Ting couldn't see through it either, but he was smart enough to push Yu Susu out. No matter what the result was, he wouldn't be implicated, and there would be no problem in protecting the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3551. From the very beginning, Lu Yin had assumed that the Four-Horse Commerce was backed by the Gate of Arts. After all, the Four-Horse Commerce specialized in finding materials for the Gate of Arts. It was only after Yu Susu and Yishang's negotiations that Lu Yin realized that the materials for the Gate of Arts were not directly supplied by the Four-Horse Commerce. Instead, they were first sent to Beyond Heaven before being sent to the Gate of Arts. This prevented Gate of Arts from directly contacting Four-Horse Merchant Association. Behind Four-Horse Merchant Association was Sky Beyond Sky, not Gate of Arts. Yu Susu forced Yishang to agree to give up competing with Four-Horse Merchant Association for the basic sequence materials. It was not that Yishang did not want to agree, but that he was not qualified to do so. The main Chamber of Commerce wanted to find the basic sequence materials for Gate of Arts to bypass Sky Beyond Sky. If he agreed to Yu Susu, he would not be able to fulfill his conditions with Gate of Arts. This matter would only end when Zhan Ming appeared and agreed to it. Yu Susu had prepared everything. If Zhan Ming and Yishang did not agree, she would die together and expose the relationship between Gate of Arts and the main Chamber of Commerce. If they agreed, Yu Ting would appear and abandon Yu Susu. Everyone had their own plans. If Lu Yin did not save Yu Susu, he might not be able to force this relationship out, and Yu Lao might not even appear. They already knew about each other's relationship, so why would they let Lu Yin know? Luyin would only know if Yususu was alive. Luyin praised, Jikong region, Heaven's Hand, Main Chamber of Commerce, and Gate of Arts have cooperated with each other but did not make it clear. Now that you have, congratulations, you are going to work together to deal with Xianxia. But I am curious about one thing. He looked at Yu Lao. Old man, why did you come to the Grand Domain? Jikong region did not participate in the cooperation between the Main Chamber of Commerce and Gate of Arts. Logically speaking, you should not have come unless you already knew about their cooperation. Luyin had not been certain that foolish old man would appear, but the alliance of the Chamber of Commerce and the Gate of Arts, as well as the Yishang who had replaced the Yishang, had made him instinctively feel that a key person was missing. That was why he had tried to see if someone else would appear, but he had not expected foolish old man to actually appear. However, what they said did not solve Lu Yin's key point. Yu Lao was not the connection between Main Chamber of Commerce, Heaven's Hand, and Gate of Arts. This went against Lu Yin's instinctive guess. Compared to what these people said, he believed himself more. If what they said was true, then there must be something they were hiding. That was the key. The foolish old man gazed deeply at Lu Yin. All this time, the Gate of Arts has been hiding something from everyone. I've tried to probe them several times, but I haven't been able to find out anything. Although there are no results, there are still some guesses. Looking at the 7 major forces, the Gate of Arts is most likely to cooperate with the Main Chamber of Commerce and the 4-Horse Chamber of Commerce because they are the only ones who can find the sequence foundation materials. What happened in the 100 Herbs region will definitely draw you out, Master Lu, and the spearhead will be pointed at the 4-Horse Chamber of Commerce. Because of this, I specially looked for Zhan Ming and reminded him to let the 4-Horse Chamber of Commerce lie low for a while. He agreed. Zhan Ming's eyes flickered as he looked at Old Yu. Old Yu also looked at him. You were guessing what I was thinking at that time, but in reality I wasn't thinking of anything. I was just reminding you that the 4-Horse Chamber of Commerce is backed by Sky Beyond Sky and not the Gate of Arts. Even so, I still have to remind you. In the end, the 4-Horse Chamber of Commerce received your reminder. You were doing it for me to see. You also wanted to confuse me because your Gate of Arts did not cooperate with the 4-Horse Chamber of Commerce. You were not afraid that I would notice the 4-Horse Chamber of Commerce. However, this made me even more certain that the 4-Horse Chamber of Commerce has nothing to do with you. I also believe that the best partner is the Main Chamber of Commerce. I came here to confirm this point because Master Lu will definitely take action. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Old man, you've even plotted against me? Old Yu smiled and shook his head. I don't know about the accident that happened when you were in the Chamber of Commerce, but I'm very sure that the place where Master Lu is present will not be peaceful. The possibility of all of this happening is very high. So you've been watching from the shadows. Zhan Ming looked at Old Yu. Old Yu was exhausted. How many years has it been? Your cooperation with Yishang has been hidden from everyone. Xianxia has always been on guard against the Wisdom Sky region, causing me to not even be able to see the sequence foundation materials. Otherwise, I would have seen through your relationship long ago. Zhan Ming looked deeply at Old Yu. After so many years, I also want to see through you and see what the Wisdom Sky region wants to do. Yishang looked at the two. It's good to take this opportunity to make things clear. Xianxia is heartless and wants to dominate the spiritualized universe. The 7 major Xianxians will one day belong to him, and this is something we cannot tolerate. Our cooperation is not to eliminate Xianxia, but to protect his position and have a place in the spiritualized universe. Old Yu looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, do you understand? Lu Yin clapped his hands and smiled. I understand. I'm very happy that you can think this way. A spiritualized universe is not something that the people of the Tianyuan universe want to see. Everyone, I agree with whatever you want to deal with Xianxia. If you can help, just say the word. Old Yu smiled bitterly. Yishang and Zhan Ming looked at Lu Yin with ugly expressions. Anyone would feel uncomfortable being spoken to like this by someone from the Tianyuan universe, but since Lu Yin dared to say this, he was not afraid that they would go back on their words. They were doing this for their own benefits. Unless Xianxia did not interfere with the fight for the position of Xianxia and gave up on the idea of ruling the spiritualized universe, they would definitely oppose him. As long as the spiritualized universe was not a whole, there was hope for victory. The biggest problem was Xianxia's almost invincible power. Thinking about this, Lu Yin suddenly thought of the one true God. In the 3 universes, only the one true God could fight against Xianxia. He did not know much about the consciousness universe, but he had heard that Xianxia was invincible in the consciousness universe. His heart of boulder and boulder's foundation could completely suppress the consciousness universe. In the Xuanhuan universe, the progenitor had suppressed immemorial city for many years and could not improve his strength. Only the one true god at his peak could fight against xianxia. How good would it be if the one true god and xianxia were both injured? Of course Luin was just thinking about it. They were not stupid. These old foxes would use their brains to deal with others instead of their fists. Luin also wanted to use his brains to deal with the spiritualized universe, but his fists could not keep up. No matter how smart he was, it was useless. Since we've made things clear and Master Lu is on our side, we can deal with the girl over there, Yishang said. Behind Luin, Shanxian's expression changed, and he stood in front of Yususu. Zhanming looked at Shanxian. You should have returned to the Gate of Arts to wait for the final moment, but unfortunately, you also know about this matter. We cannot let you go and fulfill your wish of dying on the battlefield. Shanxian stared at Zhanming. I'm willing to take this girl to the Gate of Arts' ruined garden. She can't leave there, so let her be a grave digger there. Zhanming frowned. Cough cough. Shanxian coughed up blood and looked at Yishang. Old friend, since I saved your life once, let this girl stay in the ruined garden with me. She can't tell anyone about what happened between you two. Yishang looked at Shanxian, his eyes flickering. There are some things that cannot be spread. Shanxian was sorrowful and put down his pride. I beg you. Yususu pulled Shanxian, her gaze resolute. Master, don't beg them, I'm not afraid of death. Shanxian was sad. You're still so young, you? Yususu wiped away her tears. These tears were not from the fear of death, but from being abandoned by Yu Ting. We'll go together, there's nothing to be afraid of. Shanxian was bitter. Master is useless, I can't save you. Master, I'm tired too, it's good to go together. Yususu muttered. Yishang looked at Zhanming. Do it? Zhanming's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and a throwing knife appeared in his hand. Cough cough, have the two of you forgotten about me? Lu Yin's voice sounded as he looked at Shanxian and Yususu speechlessly. The two looked at Lu Yin. Third Master, do you have anything else to ask? Yususu asked. Lu Yin looked at Yususu and then at Shanxian. I won't stop you if you want to die, but if you want to live I can help. Yususu and the rest were shocked. On the other side, Zhanming said solemnly, Third Master, our relationship cannot be exposed. Yishang said, Third Master wants our spiritualized universe to be in chaos, but with our current strength, once exposed, Yu Sang Tian will take action and we won't be able to resist. Third Master, you don't want us to be defeated so easily. Lu Yin turned to look at them. You're right, I want the spiritualized universe to be as chaotic as possible, but the two of you aren't qualified yet. Then why do you want them to live? Yishang asked. Lu Yin pointed at Yususu. This girl can help me earn money. Everyone was stunned. Earn money? No one expected Lu Yin to say such a thing. Earn money? Was this something an invincible powerhouse should say? It was too childish, he was clearly toying with them. Zhanming's face sank. Third Master, don't joke around, you're on the same side as us, there's no need to make things difficult for yourself. Foolish Old stared at Lu Yin with a deep gaze. Lu Yin didn't care. We're not on the same side. If you were given a chance, I believe that you wouldn't show mercy to the Tianyuan cosmos. How you want to cooperate is your own business, but I can guarantee that she won't speak of this matter. Even if she does, it would be useless. How can you guarantee that, Third Master? Yishang asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. How many of the 7 major forces do you represent? In the starry sky, Yususu looked back at the Grand Universal Domain and felt that it was unreal. The last time she looked at the Grand Universal Domain from this angle, it felt like a long time had passed and it felt like a new life. At this moment they were sitting on a green leaf and heading in a certain direction. They were being taken away by Lu Yin. Yususu would never forget the last sentence Lu Yin said before they left the Grand Universal Domain. No one can stop me from taking away the people I want to take away. It was such a simple sentence, but the 3 people who stood at the peak of the spiritualized universe couldn't stop them and could only watch as they left. That moment left a deep impression in Yususu's heart. This was a fist. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3552. Girl, have you thought about how to face your father? Shanxian's voice rang out. They were currently on their way to the 4-Horse Association. Yususu could not represent the 4-Horse Association since she had been abandoned. He needed to find out the truth about Yu Cheng, so the 4-Horse Association was a must. However, he also agreed that he would not do anything to Yu Ting. This was because he was worried about Yu Sangtian. Yu Ting was someone who could help the spiritualized universe find sequence foundation materials, and this person was too important to the spiritualized universe. If he touched him, Yu Sangtian would not just sit by and watch. At the same time, Yu Susu had also promised him. Yu Susu was certain that Yu Ting would not provoke the Dayu Villa because of Yu Cheng. In her words, Yu Ting was too cautious. Even if Yu Susu was kidnapped to the Dayu Villa, Yu Cheng would only ask for help from the realm beyond heaven and would not directly confront the Dayu Villa. Yu Susu stared blankly into the distance. I don't know. Shan Xian was helpless as he did not know what to say. Yu Susu would rather face Sang Tian's pressure than face Yu Ting at this moment. As for Lu Yin, there was no need for him to return to the Gate of Techniques since Zhan Ming had not even mentioned it. Yu Susu stood up and walked towards Lu Yin after looking at the sky for a while. Shan Xian was puzzled. Qing Xiao kept looking at Yu Susu and he admired this woman. Since ancient times, how many people had been able to scheme against Sang Tian? This woman was clearly weaker than him, but she had done something that he could not even dream of. She was a hero among women. Yu Susu walked past Qing Xiao and arrived behind Lu Yin. In front of her was Qing Yun, who had placed her hand in Lu Yin's. Third Master. Lu Yin did not reply, and he quietly sensed Qing Yun's constitution. It was not obvious anymore. Qing Xiao, get lost. You're blocking my view. Qing Xiao was stunned. I'm behind you. I have eyes behind me too. Lu Yin was unhappy. Qing Xiao gritted his teeth. This guy was doing this on purpose. Qing Yun was angry but he could not see it. However, her constitution was especially obvious and Lu Yin was satisfied. Yu Susu called out again, Third Master. What's the matter? Lu Yin asked. Old Tao glanced back and then looked forward again. Yu Susu asked, Why did you save me? Lu Yin thought about it for a moment before replying, I don't know, but they probably couldn't stand it. A bunch of old men bullying a girl and she was even abandoned. To be honest, it's quite tragic. Yu Susu and Shan Xian reminded him of the remnants of the Lu clan, struggling to survive on their own. Yu Susu smiled bitterly, with Third Master's cultivation, what haven't you experienced? Although I don't know the reason, I still thank Third Master for saving my life. Then she slowly knelt down. Shan Xian stepped forward and bowed deeply, Thank you Third Master for saving my life. Lu Yin waved his hand, No need, just focus on making money for me. Yu Susu was surprised, Earn money? Didn't I tell you? I saved you because you can make money. I see the shadow of another woman in you, and I have high hopes for you. He was talking about Xianxia, but to others it sounded like he liked her. Qing Yun subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. This person had described the person he liked so plainly, but the plainer it was, the more unforgettable it would be. He still had this side of him. Yu Susu's expression was solemn. Rest assured Third Master, I will definitely do what you ask me to do. Lu Yin was satisfied. Cooperate well with old Devil Yi in the future. The four-horse conglomerate isn't bad. See my Chamber of Commerce? Yu Susu was surprised. The others also looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Lu Yin calmly replied, Yes, you risked your life to protect the four-horse conglomerate, so it's naturally yours. Yu Susu thought of Yu Ting, and her emotions became complicated. Then what about my father? He is him and you are you. Let him go to sky beyond heaven. Doesn't he have Yu Sang sky behind him? Yu Susu finally felt that Lu Yin might really want to make money. What did he want to do with it? Money represented spirit seeds in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin had wanted to make money back in the Tianyuan universe because the more star essence he had, the more useful his dye would be. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had used his dye to resolve countless dangers. However, after coming to the spiritualized universe, he no longer had any thoughts of making money. No matter how many spirit seeds he earned here, it was useless. However, the spirit seeds that Yu Susu had given him some inspiration. They were useless to him, but they were useful to the spiritualized universe. If he could destroy all the spirit seeds in the spiritualized universe, wouldn't that mean that the spiritualized universe had no future? This idea took root in Lu Yin's mind, and he felt that he should implement it. Even though the possibility was extremely small, he should destroy as many spirit seeds as he could. The fewer spirit seeds there were, the fewer people in the spiritualized universe who could embark on the path of cultivation. There were bound to be many geniuses among them. Not every genius was born into a large family or power. Many people might not even get a single spirit seed in their entire lives. If it had not been Earth that had experienced the apocalypse but some other planet, Lu Yin would still have embarked on the path of cultivation. However, that might not be the case for the people on Earth, and there were many geniuses on Earth. He wanted to weaken the spiritualized universe's future as much as possible. Foolish Old wanted to use the consciousness universe to allow the spiritualized universe to suppress the Tianyuan universe in terms of the number of eternal realm cultivators and achieve the goal of forever suppressing the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin wanted to weaken the spiritualized universe's future and eliminate the current experts. The longer the consciousness universe was rebooted, the more advantageous it would be for the Tianyuan universe. It all depended on whose methods were better. Before coming to the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin and the others were prepared to die. Now this preparation might not come so quickly. Foolish Old might really have the plan to coexist with the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe, but Lu Yin did not trust him. He could only take one step at a time. This was the spiritualized universe, not the Tianyuan universe. He could not control everything. Previously in the Grand Universal Domain, what Lu Yin wanted to do most was to use the karma spiral to force out Foolish Old and the others' karma threads to see what kind of karma they had and what kind of plans they had. However, it was not easy as they could feel the karma spiral. Even Mr. Li could avoid it, let alone them. Lu Yin could not do it so easily. Third Master, there's something that I don't know if it will help you. Yu Susu hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Lu Yin did not respond, she continued, there are rumors that the third key to the Gate of Arts might be in the hands of the General Chamber of Commerce. Lu Yin suddenly turned around and looked at Yu Susu with a sharp gaze. What did you say? Yu Susu said, I don't know if it's true or not, but it hasn't spread. I heard it from my father, but I don't know where he got it from. The Gate of Arts is not only one of the 7 major forces, but also a real door. There are 3 keys, one in the hands of the Zhan family, one in the sky beyond heaven, and the last one has been lost. Many people have been searching for it for countless years, but because not many people know about it, the number of people searching for it has decreased. The most likely to get it is the General Chamber of Commerce. The General Chamber of Commerce was the one who made the arrangements. One of the reasons was to find the third key. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Are you sure it's not in Yishang's hands? Yu Susu shook her head. I can't be sure. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. That point was perfect. It was not Foolish Old but the third key. Why would the Gate of Arts cooperate with the General Chamber of Commerce? Why would the General Chamber of Commerce protect Sang Tian's position? Zhan Ming kept saying that Yishang promised to help the Zhan family keep Sang Tian's position, but they could not do it themselves. The real reason why the Gate of Arts agreed to cooperate with Yishang was because of the third key. It was just like how Lu Yin controlled Zhan Yan and made the Gate of Arts listen to him. Lu Yin smiled. So that was how it was. That was the whole story. At the same time, he also understood Yishang's path. This person had clearly obtained Sang Tian's position, but he still cared so much about the General Chamber of Commerce, which did not make sense. In the past, Lu Yin had been particularly interested in Star Essence, but as his status grew, it became easier for him to obtain Star Essence. In other words, the entire Tianyuan universe would send Star Essence to him, and there was no need for him to control an entire Chamber of Commerce. As long as Yishang was willing, he could easily establish a new Chamber of Commerce to replace the General Chamber of Commerce. In other words, the General Chamber of Commerce would immediately submit to Yishang, and he would not need to care too much about it. Actually, the third key was Yishang's true goal. There was also an additional value to this key, which was to provide the Gate of Arts with the materials needed to form the foundation of the sequence. The General Chamber of Commerce seemed to have great influence, but when one thought about it carefully, it was actually a power that could be used in secret. There were 3 keys, and Zhan Yan not only represented the key, but also the karma of the person who controlled the key 37 years ago. Was it the Forgotten Ruins God or the only true God? Once the Gate of Arts was opened, what was behind it? Legend has it that there's a path to eternal life behind the Gate of Arts? Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Old Tao was the first to speak. Reporting to the head, this Gate of Arts is the law domain in the eyes of most cultivators. Very few know of the existence of that door, and those who know have made many guesses. Some say that there is a path to eternal life that does not require rebooting the universe, and can allow one to pass through suffering. Others say that it is a place for supreme seclusion, and others say that it leads to a mythical place. At this point he fawned. Perhaps it leads to the Tianyuan universe where the head is. Old Crookie rolled his eyes and Shan Xian coughed twice. This last line of flattery had caught him off guard. Luin was speechless. Rumu smiled. The head wants to open the gate of arts? Luin said with interest, I want to do anything that can disgust you, sang Tian. Qing Shao suddenly interjected. There's also a rumor that opening the door destroys spiritualization. Luin looked at Qing Shao. There's such a rumor? Old Tao was confused. I've never heard of such a rumor. Rumu shook her head. Shan Xian said, Indeed, I've never heard of it. Luin looked at Qing Yun, whose expression was grave. The ninth spirit said this rumor when she was drunk. True words when drunk. Rumu was surprised. Old Tao frowned. It's just a rumor. No one has ever opened the gate of arts. From ancient times until now, there has been no record of it being opened. And from what I know, the ninth spirit speaks nonsense when drunk. Qing Shao agreed. That's true. When the ninth spirit is drunk, she speaks nonsense. Many words are incomprehensible. Luin thought of something. Could there be another universe on the other side of this door? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3553. Everyone looked at each other and thought of the portal at the border. Old Tao clapped his hands. Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. That's right, why didn't we think of that? Only you would have thought of it. Not only are you powerful, but your wisdom is also unparalleled. If this lowly one had even a 10,000th of your wisdom, I would have achieved great things long ago. Please guide this lowly one wisely so that he can walk a different path in the future. Everyone felt disgusted. Let's take a deeper guess. If it really leads to a universe that is protected by the spiritualized universe but is unreachable, then it must be a mythological place. Master, that would be the Tianyuan universe. Master, you came from a mythological place and are a god. This lowly one greets you, Master. Shut up. Luin was unhappy. He was disgusted by the slap. Old Tao smiled flatteringly. Old traitor, Yi sighed deeply. How did he become friends with this fellow? How embarrassing. Yi Yenner pursed her lips and smiled. Clear River Domain, where the four-horse Chamber of Commerce was located, did not belong to the 36 domains. It was located in the middle of the upper half of the word spirit, and was closer to the sky beyond heaven than the Grand Universe Chamber of Commerce. What had happened in Bai City had been sealed off by the Chamber of Commerce, and many people had no idea what had happened. They only knew that Bai City had suddenly been destroyed and that they had been knocked unconscious. They did not know anything else and no one would explain anything to them. To Yu Ting, what had happened in Bai City had come to an end, and he was going to enjoy his beautiful life. Looking back, his life had changed ever since his spirit molt. All along, it had been very easy to find the materials needed to create a sequence in the spiritualized universe. Some of these materials were extremely rare, and some required countless processes to refine. Those that could be refined were fine, as there were too many people in the spiritualized universe who could do it. However, the materials that needed to be found were difficult. He did not know how many parallel universes there were in the spiritualized universe. In the sky beyond heaven, the 7 major powers had sent out many cultivators to search, especially the Grand Universe Chamber of Commerce, which covered countless parallel universes in search of materials. The number of cultivators was simply uncountable. The creation of sequence bases had always been very slow, and how many had there been since ancient times? This situation had only changed when he had obtained the innate gift of spiritualization. His spiritualization innate talent was useless in battle. Its only use was tracking. Through scent tracking, as long as he was in the same parallel universe, he would be able to smell the scent and find the item. Of course, it was only limited to metal materials. He could not do anything else. Even so, he still gave this innate talent a resounding name: infinite tracking. Ever since the spirit molt had appeared, limitless tracking had revealed to Sky Beyond Heaven that he could find materials for the sequence foundation. Sky Beyond Heaven acted as if he had obtained a treasure. Yu Sang Tian had personally met him and helped him establish the four-horse Chamber of Commerce. Step by step, he had entered the eyes of the main Chamber of Commerce. He could even avoid joining the main Chamber of Commerce and become a special case in the spiritualized universe. At that time he was high-spirited and vigorous. He married a beauty that countless people envied. He had a high status and was protected by experts that he once looked up to. He became a winner in life. That was the most beautiful and dreamy period of his life. Yu Sang Tian was afraid that he would die early, so he used all his resources to raise his cultivation, so he didn't have to worry about cultivation. However, with the Chamber of Commerce taking action, his days gradually became difficult. Not joining the main chamber of commerce was the confidence that Xianxia gave him, but Xianxia couldn't stop the main chamber of commerce from finding materials for the sequence foundation. He didn't know when it started, but it must have been a long time ago. After all, people with average aptitudes like him had reached the level of the sequence foundation. The main chamber of commerce was searching for the sequence foundation. There was a mad scramble for materials. Every time there was a competition between the chambers of commerce, the main chamber of commerce would obtain a large amount of materials for the sequence foundation. He relied on his innate talent, while the main chamber of commerce relied on their influence. For a time they were on equal footing. The one who benefited the most was Sky Beyond Heaven, but his influence continued to decline. The beautiful days of the past were gone forever. Even when a daughter was born, and this daughter had good foresight and managed the four-horse chamber of commerce better, it didn't improve his mood. Until one day he heard that the main chamber of commerce might take action against him and destroy his spiritualization innate talent. This news made him feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He was anxious and uneasy all day long. He wished that he could hide in Sky Beyond Heaven and not come out. Even with the protection of experts, he couldn't feel at ease. Xianxia told him not to worry. The main chamber of commerce wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him. After all, there was still Sky Beyond Heaven. Lord Xianxia couldn't just sit and watch. However, Xianxia and even Sky Beyond Heaven didn't know. He saw that the main chamber of commerce had an unusual relationship with the sect of arts. Why didn't the main chamber of commerce take action against him before? Why would they take action now? It was because he saw the problem, but he couldn't tell Sky Beyond Heaven about it. Otherwise, he would definitely be targeted by the main chamber of commerce and the sect of arts. He just wanted to live well. He didn't want to hinder anyone or make anyone his enemy. He just wanted to live a happy and free life. He had to think of a way to make it clear in front of Yishang and threaten the main chamber of commerce and the sect of arts. He also had to make the main chamber of commerce give up competing with him for the sequence foundation materials. He would protect the four-horse chamber of commerce and return to the beautiful days of the past. He definitely couldn't do such a thing. Otherwise his ending would be miserable. Then there was only one person who could do it. He poured a cup of wine and toasted the entire region. Yu Ting sighed. Su, I've let you down. Take this cup of wine as my apology. Next life, if there's a next life, I'll return it to you. He spilled the wine on the ground. His face was full of melancholy. A woman's voice came from behind him. Father's 10,000 scaled armor is disgusting on you. You sacrificed your daughter for your own benefit. You really opened my eyes. Yu Ting's voice was dry. Senior, I have no choice. I can't help it. Moreover, Su is my daughter. I gave her life to her. It's only right for her to sacrifice herself for me. You better give me the 10,000 scaled armor as soon as possible. Otherwise, when my time to protect you is over, I'll be your enemy. The woman's voice was cold and filled with sarcasm and coldness. Yu Ting's scalp went numb. He felt bitter. Why did the sect of arts send him such a person to protect him? He was clearly nearing the end of his life and was waiting for death, but she was still hostile. She must have done it on purpose. Yes, the sect of arts must have done it on purpose. They were taking revenge on him for threatening them. They couldn't go against Lord Xianxia's orders, so they sent this person over. This woman was even worse than Xianxia. At this moment someone reported, President, there's news from Bai City. How is it? Yu Ting's eyes lit up. He stared at the person and asked anxiously. The person said, there's a great battle in Bai City, but we don't know who attacked. What about the young miss? How is she? Yu Ting knew it was Xianxia. That old man really loved Su. Did he want Su to send him off? What a pity. If he didn't want to find a scapegoat, he wouldn't want to sacrifice his daughter. After all, his daughter had Xianxia protecting her sincerely. The person shook his head. There's no news about the young miss. What about Xianxia? Also no news. Then what are you reporting? Go and ask around. If you don't get any news by tomorrow, you'll be dead. Scram. That person ran away with a pale face. He hurriedly went to ask around. Yu Ting's expression was gloomy. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Xianxia was dead, right? Su should have been captured by the Chamber of Commerce. Maybe she was dead. He shook his head and drank a mouthful of wine. It had nothing to do with him. Everything was done by Su. He had already explained it to the Chamber of Commerce. The next day Yu Ting didn't get any news. He was furious and killed several people. The outside world thought that he was worried because he couldn't get any news about Yususu. No one thought that he was the one who personally sent Yususu to the abyss of death. A few days later, Yuting sat alone in a courtyard. He was in a good mood. No news was the best news. It meant that the Chamber of Commerce had blocked the news. A cup of wine entered his throat. It was spicy and comfortable. Just as Yuting was about to pour another cup, the world shook. The wine cup in his hand fell and hit the stone table with a light sound. Beside him, a woman walked out of the void. She looked up with a grave expression. There were masters. The sky of Clear River Domain darkened and then returned to normal. Countless people of Clear River Domain were puzzled. At this moment, the biggest difference was that there were a few more people in the courtyard of Yuting. Yuting stared blankly at Lu Yin and the others who suddenly appeared in front of him. He saw Yususu. Yususu was also looking at Yuting. She thought that she couldn't face Yuting. She didn't know whether it was hatred or sadness. But when she came to Clear River Domain and saw this familiar place, her heart was calm. When she looked at Yuting, there was no sadness or hatred in her eyes. There was only calmness. She didn't know when she had seen the true face of this person, but she didn't want to accept it. Now that she saw him again, there was no surprise of being betrayed. There was only an expected ending, nothing more. This familiar yet strange person was her father. There was the sound of flowing water. Yuting retracted his gaze and looked to the side. A person was sitting at a stone table pouring wine just like him. This person looked young, but had a kind of bearing that couldn't be looked directly at. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. When did he appear? He was Lu Yin. Beside Yuting, the woman stared at Lu Yin. She raised her hand, placed it on Yuting's shoulder and slowly pulled him back. Yuting got up and slowly retreated. Lu Yin drank a mouthful of wine. Does distance mean anything to us? The woman stared at Lu Yin. Dayu Manor, Third Master. Yuting's pupils shrank. The Third Master of Dayu Manor? The invincible Third Master? In the Battle of the Abyss, he killed Bao Qi, destroyed Heaven's Hand, and caused Yinan to go missing. Why did he come here? Was it because of Yu Qing? Didn't Yususu say that she had explained it clearly? Just before the competition to dispatch the Chamber of Commerce. Right, Yususu. He looked up and saw Yususu's calm gaze. Lu Yin looked up and looked at the woman. Are you the one sent by the sect of laws to protect Yuting? I didn't ask. City Lord Feng. The woman's face was graceful. She looked to be middle-aged, but her aura was as rotten as Xianxian's. It was obvious that she was nearing the end of her life. Xianxian said, I didn't expect you to come. City Lord Feng looked at Xianxian. I didn't want to come, but the myriad-scaled armor is on Yuting. This person is not worthy of wearing my father's myriad-scaled armor. I want to take him back. Xianxian looked at Yuting. This person is indeed not worthy. Yuting's face was pale and he trembled. Third Master Yususu Shi? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3554. Lu Yin looked at Yuting and smiled. Yususu said that Yu Cheng's death has nothing to do with your four-horse enterprise? Yuting could no longer think about what had happened in Bai City. He just wanted to send this fiend away. This person had even dared to provoke Yu Sangtian and was an invincible spiritualized being. Even with Castellan Feng here, Yuting did not feel safe at all. Nothing, absolutely nothing. If you don't believe me, I can swear that Yu Cheng's death has nothing to do with my four-horse enterprise, Yuting hurriedly said. Lu Yin grunted. Yususu was also afraid that I wouldn't believe her, so she said that if I didn't believe her, I could let you confront me, so here I am. Yuting looked at Yususu with resentment. This damn girl had actually harmed him. Don't worry, Third Master. I will definitely investigate Yu Cheng's death, but this has absolutely nothing to do with me. Lu Yin poured another cup of wine. It seems like this really has nothing to do with you. I won't implicate the innocent, so let's put this matter aside for now. There's something else I need to talk to you about. Yuting's heart skipped a beat and he did not even dare to breathe. He bowed slightly with a respectful expression. This person in front of him was much more terrifying than the main Chamber of Commerce or the School of Arts. The Seven Powers would not do anything to him since he had Yu Sangtian behind him, but this person was different. Dayu Villa had been trying to overthrow Yu Sangtian in the name of violating the rules, and this person did not care about his own life at all. I admire you. Lu Yin beamed as he looked at Yuting, his words leaving the latter at a loss. Yuting was stunned. Castellan Feng stared at Lu Yin in a daze, not understanding what he was saying. You've been careful at every step, and you even let your daughter die in your place. Once you've achieved your goal, you immediately abandoned her without any hesitation. Yu Ting, you're very suitable for the cultivation world, Lu Yin praised. Yu Ting paled, and his body was shielded behind Castellan Feng. Castellan Feng stared at Lu Yin. Third Master, this has nothing to do with you. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. I'm talking to Yu Ting. What does it have to do with you? Shut up. Wine dripped from his hand, and with a sweep of his index finger, a drop shot towards Castellan Feng. It was not very fast, but the void froze. A drop of wine like a woof woof. Castellan Feng could have dodged it, but she did not. If she could not even block it, then how could she protect Yu Ting? Even if she did not want to protect him. He raised his hand and grabbed the drop of wine. City Master Feng's eyes were cold. She exerted strength in her legs and crushed the ground beneath her feet, causing the four-horse commerce station to instantly shatter. Yu Ting was sent flying by an invisible force, smashing into the ground and vomiting blood. Lu Yin flicked his index finger again, and drops of wine shot towards Feng Qingxin. Duke Feng's eyes narrowed. Around her, sequence particles appeared and continuously covered her arm. The ninth sequence technique, infinite strength. She also walked the path of strength and cultivated the sequence of infinite strength. She was also a spiritual molt in beast form. I'll return it to you. Castellan Feng swung her palm at Lu Yin, the wine swirling in her palm. Lu Yin remained seated, raised his left palm and struck out. The palms of the two people did not collide. They were very close to each other, and between them was the swaying wine. The terrifying power spread along the wine, surging into the sky and shaking the starry sky. With Clear River Domain as the center, it spread in all directions as if it was embellished in the starry sky. In the Clear River Domain, the hearts of countless people tightened, and they found it difficult to breathe. Looking up, they saw a power that was visible to the naked eye. Cracked the ground beneath Duke Feng's feet cracked again, and the sequence particles continued to spread. The infinite strength increased as it clashed with Lu Yin. Lu Yin's body was stable, and he poured wine with his right hand while the fingers of his left hand slowly bent. Even Duke Feng's fingers were bent, and a huge force continued to suppress the sequence particles. Infinite strength was the power of sequence laws, and it had to be said that Duke Feng's strength was increasing. She was originally a spiritual molt in beast form, and her body could withstand it. Lu Yin's arms spread with battle force and his body withered. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. His bent fingers crushed the sequence particles, causing Duke Feng's hand to clench into a fist. Scales spread out from her body and her body constantly changed. The starry sky in Lu Yin's heart was released, and the infinite strength circulated. There was a boom and the wine between the two was scattered. Lu Yin grabbed Duke Feng's fist, and it was incomparably hard to crush. The defense of the scales was comparable to the Great Golden Wing. Suddenly, the scales converged into a sword that stabbed towards Lu Yin. The two were very close, and Duke Feng had found the perfect opportunity to attack. 10,000 scales sword? Xianxia exclaimed. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and in front of him, a lonely figure sitting on a mountain peak appeared in the starry sky of his heart. Cold Mountain Shadow, Scroll 16. The lonely figure pointed at the 10,000 scale sword. The 10,000 scale sword stopped in front of Lu Yin, restrained. Duke Feng was shocked. How was this possible? At that moment, Lu Yin's arm hurt, and Duke Feng's entire body was pressed down. Duke Feng's body was unable to bear the weight. Her 10,000 scales armor turned into the 10,000 scales sword, and the infinite strength sequence particles were dispersed. Unable to bear it any longer, she fell to one knee. The 10,000 scales sword trembled, and Scroll 16's Cold Mountain Shadow gradually shattered. The 10,000 scales sword also fell along with Scroll 16, landing on the stone table with a soft sound. It was clearly incomparably hard but surprisingly light. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and his left hand continued to press down on Duke Feng while his right hand poured a cup of wine. He took a sip, put the cup down, and picked up the 10,000 scale sword to examine it. Good stuff, it can be both an armor and a sword. That move just now wasn't bad. Suppressing Duke Feng with a single hand, Yu Ting's mind went blank. He knew that the third master was strong, undefeatable, but it shouldn't be this exaggerated. That was Duke Feng, a spirit prime powerhouse who had fought for Sang Tian's position a long time ago. She was one of the top powerhouses in the myriad beast border, and was once one of the great mountain lords. but she was suppressed with a single hand. Not just Yu Ting, even Old Tao and the rest were shocked. Every time they saw Lu Yin in action they felt a sense of shock. Even if they had seen the Battle of Abyss with their own eyes, they still could not suppress their shock. As for Yu Susu, Yi Yener and the rest, they were even more shocked. After all, Lu Yin had not fought with Yi Shang and the rest in Bai City, and this was the first time they had seen Lu Yin's strength. Yu Susu was clear that those who could protect her father were all top powerhouses at the end of their lifespans, such as her master, xianxia. If Lu Yin could suppress Duke Feng with a single hand, then he could also suppress xianxia with a single hand. Xianxia was bitter. How did this junior cultivate? Bai City blocked Zhan Ming and Sang Tian's flying knife, which made Zhan Ming, Yi Shang and the rest fearful. Now he could see clearly that this person's strength was not below Wu Huang's. Wu Huang had created a record of fighting 3 Sang Tian without losing, so this person should be able to do the same. Duke Feng's eyes flickered, her strength was suppressed, and she had not experienced this kind of pain for a long time. She raised her head with difficulty and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin played with the 1,000-scale sword and said faintly, "Yu Ting, you are really suitable to be a cultivator. The world of cultivation is full of deception and ruthlessness. Unfortunately, there is one thing you don't know." He slowly turned his head and looked at Yu Ting with a cold gaze. The world of cultivation exists because of people. As long as you are a human, you have a bottom line. As long as you are a human, you should have kinship and affection for yourself and for others. If you rely on deception to survive, you can only survive in the world of cultivation. Yu Ting's mind went blank, his body went soft, he subconsciously knelt down and begged, "Third head, I was wrong, I shouldn't have done that, I shouldn't have sent Susu to her death, I shouldn't have given up on Susu, I really shouldn't have, I was wrong." Yu Susu closed her eyes, she realized that she did not even have the urge to cry. Lu Yin looked at the 1,000-scale sword. Was he saying this for Yu Ting? Of course not. This person was not worthy of his words, he did not know who he was saying it for, but he said it anyway. Duke Feng's left hand was powerless. Lu Yin released his hand. "This person is under my protection, but I can't protect him, so let the 3 clans deal with him accordingly." Duke Feng said and looked at the 1,000-scale sword, "But I have a request, I hope Third Head can agree to it." Lu Yin was cold. "What right do you have to ask me?" Duke Feng wanted to say something but she did not. "You did not have any killing intent when you used the 1,000-scale sword just now. On account of this, speak," Lu Yin said indifferently. Duke Feng sighed and looked at Yu Ting. "This person's 1,000 scales armor came from my father, this person is not worthy of wearing my father's armor, please take it away. No matter who it is given to, it should not be on this person." Yu Ting did not dare to say a word, he just kept begging. "Take it yourself." Duke Feng sighed and slowly got up, her right arm was completely powerless. The contest of strength just now was unforgettable. She walked step by step towards Yu Ting and removed the armor from his body. Duke Feng looked at it with nostalgia, then walked to Lu Yin and handed it over. Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony, the 1,000-scale sword in his hand came from Duke Feng and could also form the 1,000 scales armor, but the armor in front of him was obviously tougher. "Your father is a Ku adept?" "Yes." "Good stuff." Lu Yin put it away. Duke Feng silently watched Lu Yin put it away, she hoped that this person would be able to wear it, only he was worthy of wearing it. "That's right." Lu Yin looked at Duke Feng, "You said that this matter has nothing to do with me, it is the 4-horse trading firm's own matter, you are right. Come over." Not far away, Yu Susu slowly walked over. Duke Feng looked at Yu Susu, she was Yu Ting's daughter, the abandoned child that even she felt pity for. Yu Susu walked behind Lu Yin and her gaze landed on Yu Ting. Yu Ting looked at her expectantly and begged, "Susu, father did not do it on purpose, it is all father's fault, everything is father's fault, but this is for the 4-horse trading firm, for the Yu family, Susu, please forgive me, forgive father, Susu." Lu Yin continued to pour wine, "You decide." Yu Ting's begging became even more sorrowful when he heard Lu Yin's words. He had never thought that the life he had planned for his daughter, abandoning her in exchange for a beautiful life, would be reversed so quickly. The one who would decide his life was still his own daughter. Why was it like this? At this moment, Yu Ting could not think too much, he could only continue to plead. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3555. Lu Yin looked at this scene and felt that it was ridiculous. He had obtained everything he wanted by abandoning Yu Susu, but in the end he still ended up in Yu Susu's hands. What kind of karma was this? Was it destined by the heavens? He raised his head and looked at the stars. What role did he play in this karma? A hired thug? He was willing to do so, but the result was a cycle that prevented Yu Ting from breaking free from Yu Susu. What was this? The heavens pitied Yu Susu, so they used him to help her? Was this his own pity, his own plan, or was this karma that had long been destined by the heavens? Had his actions been written down by karma long ago? Did the person who wrote this karma take pity on him so he came out? No one could give Lu Yin an answer, so he could only search for it himself. In this small courtyard, Lu Yin felt an inexplicable chill towards karma. He had clearly cultivated karma and had cultivated the karma heavenly Tao, so why was he still afraid of karma? You can leave. From today onwards, for horse commerce belongs to me. Yu Susu's voice rang out. Yu Ting stared blankly at Yu Susu. You want to chase me away? Yu Susu took a deep breath, her gaze cold. That's right. Yu Ting clenched his fists and suppressed his anger, for horse commerce was created by me. Without me there would be no four-horse commerce. Only I can lead four-horse commerce to search for the sequence foundation materials. You can't chase me away, I am four-horse commerce. Yu Susu stared coldly at Yu Ting. You are only yourself. You have the talent to search for the sequence foundation materials, but four-horse commerce is four-horse commerce. It represents many people. Without me, four-horse commerce is nothing. Yu Ting growled. Yu Susu smiled happily. Father, have you forgotten that I made a deal with the main commerce in Bai City? From today onwards, the main commerce will no longer compete with us for the sequence foundation materials. In other words, once a sequence foundation material appears, only four-horse commerce can purchase it. Even if I leave you, the four-horse trade union will still be able to reach the same level as the main trade union. In the past, the main trade union was on par with your talent, and it will still be the same in the future. You can search for sequence foundation materials on your own, but in this spiritualized universe, there is only one trade union that can find sequence foundation materials, and that is my four-horse trade union. Yu Ting was furious. You're dreaming, Yu? Suddenly he saw Lu Yin and his tone softened as he pleaded, Susu, don't spout nonsense. The four-horse commerce belongs to us father and daughter. With me here, with my spiritual gift and the four-horse commerce's current status, we can directly monopolize the materials needed to spiritualize the universe's sequence foundation. Our positions will not be inferior to anyone else's, and without me, it will be extremely difficult for the four-horse commerce to find the materials needed to spiritualize the universe. The main chamber of commerce manages the spiritual universe's resources. The four-horse chamber of commerce can't compare to them. Yu Susu shook her head. I will cooperate with the chamber of commerce. They will not refuse to cooperate with the four-horse chamber of commerce. It is not difficult. Yu Ting suppressed his anger. You can't drive me away. See, my chamber of commerce is mine. What right do you have to drive me away? Yu Susu's face was cold. Because I went to Bai City and risked my life to negotiate the terms, do you dare? Yu Ting stared blankly at Yu Susu. At this moment he felt that Yu Susu was a stranger. In the distance, Old Tao and the rest watched this scene quietly. It was not rare for a father and daughter to fall out in the cultivation world. If Yu Ting did not force her, Yu Susu would not have acted like this. Old Tao looked at Lu Yin and realized that. Today, even if Yu Susu forgave Yu Ting, it was useless. From the moment Master brought Yu Susu out of Bai City, there was only one ending. If Yu Ting was allowed to continue to control the four-horse chamber of commerce, wouldn't Master's efforts be in vain? Yu Susu could see this point clearly, but Yu Ting could not. It was not that he was stupid, but that he cared too much about the four-horse chamber of commerce. For this, he did not hesitate to abandon his daughter. How could he let it go at this moment? Yu Ting, from today onwards, you and I will sever our relationship as father and daughter. You are also not allowed to establish a chamber of commerce to collect the sequence foundation. Otherwise, the four-horse chamber of commerce will not let you off. Yu Susu said coldly. Yu Ting's body trembled. This was a state of extreme anger that was suppressed by fear of Lu Yin. If not for Lu Yin, he would have personally torn this girl's mouth apart. A gust of wind blew. The wind in Clear River Domain had never been so cold, but Yu Ting shivered at this moment. He stood up weakly and tried to make a final effort to say something. Lu Yin spoke. Announce to the public that you have withdrawn from the four-horse chamber of commerce. From now on, the four-horse chamber of commerce's president will be Yu Susu. Yu Ting's heart sank. With Lu Yin's words, this matter was settled. He was a sky beyond sky, a genius who could find the sequence foundation that Xianxia valued. With Xianxia behind him, he could threaten anyone. Even if he faced Xianxia, he had the confidence to say that he would not die. However, in front of Luin, he did not dare to be presumptuous. This was a rare ruthless person who did not care about Xianxia and even dared to scold him. His confidence was useless in front of this person. Not long after, the news of the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce shook Clear River Domain. Yu Ting would pass the position of president to Yu Susu, and he would leave Clear River Domain forever. Clear River Domain was originally a very ordinary place, but because of the birth of Yu Ting, many people knew about it. If Yu Ting left, what would happen to Clear River Domain? What would happen to the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce? Why would President Yu Ting leave? What happened to the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce? Could it be that eldest Miss chased President Yu Ting away? How is that possible? You and I both know how she treats the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce. It's impossible that she is filial to President Yu Ting. Shall lower your voice. I heard from my neighbor's nephew that Yu Ting and Yu Susu have turned against each other. There is also the matter of Dayu Villa. What Dayu Villa? You don't know? That's right. If you don't set foot in the universe, you won't know about this colossus. Let me put it this way, Dayu Villa is comparable to 3 Xianxias or even more. Are you crazy? Comparable to Xianxia? And there were 3 of them? How is that possible? There is only one Xianxia in the Chamber of Commerce. Xianxia is no longer Xianxia. Don't talk nonsense, be careful of bad luck. I have a jade pendant that has been passed down in my family. Every time I enter my dream, I can see a fairy floating over and saying something to me. However, I am stupid, or perhaps I don't have enough luck, so I can't hear it clearly. You two are outstanding and dignified and will definitely achieve great things in the future. I am willing to part with it, but I don't want it to be covered in dust. I hope that you two can use it to transform into the mortal world and become Xianxia in the future. Scram liar. You two, I am not a liar. Every word comes from the bottom of my heart. Don't go, you two. Don't you want the jade pendant? There are jade stones and bamboo slips. If you really can't, this yellow toilet paper will do. There are pictures on it. You two. Far away from Clear River Domain in a remote corner, there was a cultivator. Shuttling, he suddenly stopped and stared in one direction. There, the void distorted from time to time as if something flashed past, but when he looked carefully, there was nothing. Junior sister, what's wrong? Senior brother, something seemed to have passed by just now. No, junior sister, are you tired? Maybe. Then let's rest for a while. Okay, I feel tired too. Why does that thing look like a mouth? A mouth? A mouth shuttling through the void? Junior sister, you're too tired. After the two left, the void distorted, and a mouth appeared before vanishing. In the next instant, it turned into an ear, and then an eye that constantly shuttled through the void. If Luin saw this, he would definitely recognize that this was Chenmen Faidu. Chenmen Faidu's innate gift was unique. He relied on a door in the void and moved without a trace. Even Luin found it difficult to catch him. As long as he had enough time to spread his door throughout the spiritualized universe, he would be able to monitor anyone. He was Heaven's Hand's biggest and most secretive source of information. Ever since Luin had let him go during the battle at Southbound Realm, he had gone to look for Zhikong Domain to secretly transmit information. News of his existence and cooperation with Zhikong Domain had also been openly spread to young Master Yu. Because of this, young Master Yu had gone into seclusion for a few days. He had only found out about this through Mr. Li. This matter had allowed Zhikong Domain and Old Yu to see why Luin had let him go. Luin was trying to sow discord between the overt and covert channels so that young Master Yu would feel pressured. The third manager had no intention of letting Zhikong Domain off. After being schemed against by Zhikong Domain several times, he wanted to turn the tables and scheme against Zhikong Domain. Even if Zhikong Domain had seen through the third manager's goal, it was impossible for him to give up on Chenmen Faidu. In Zhikong Domain's words, the overt channels would disappear one day, and Zhikong Domain's master would only transmit information in secret. There was no need to sow discord, as Zhikong Domain was an obvious enemy. Chenmen Faidu firmly believed this, so he no longer cared about young Master Yu. As for helping the third manager find Meng Sang, Chenmen Faidu originally did not care. However, the search for Meng Sang was not just for the third manager, but also for the Zhikong Domain. Meng Sang had suddenly disappeared, and no one could understand what had happened. They had clearly prepared to set off on an expedition to the Tianyuan universe, but Yu Sang Tian had suddenly called for them to stop. Then Meng Sang had suddenly disappeared the moment they set off. Yi Sang Tian and Bao Chi Sang Tian could not find her, which was too strange. Everyone wanted to find Meng Sang. Qianmen Faidu did not want to meddle in Sang Tian's affairs, so he did not put in any effort to search for her. However, coincidentally, the door that he had set up in a certain corner of space had been activated, and he had actually seen Meng Sang Tian through it. In order to confirm this, he had specially gone to that corner of space to take a look. If it really was Meng Sang Tian, then he would have done a great service to the Zhikong domain. Of course, he did not dare to go himself. After all, it was Meng Sang Tian, and it would be troublesome if he was discovered. Lu Yin had punched him until his mouth was full of blood, but he had not forgotten about this matter. The safest method was to constantly push the door open and stay far away from it. Then even if he was discovered, nothing would happen. In the end, the third manager had still smashed his mouth open, but he had not been able to kill him. A few days later, the door kept flickering and an eye peered through the door into outer space. Finally he saw Meng Sang. Meng Sang was in her beast form and she was standing in outer space looking into the distance. No one knew what she was doing. Qianmen Faidu was puzzled and he wanted to approach her, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He had already confirmed Meng Sang's existence, and the next step was to inform Elder Yu. As for telling Lu Yin, he had never even considered it. He had the Zhikong domain behind him and Elder Yu was his true backer. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3556. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of him and grabbed his eyeball. For an eyeball, the hand covered the starry sky. Interesting talent. Qianmen Faidu was shocked. He didn't notice the hand in advance. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. His eyeball was caught. He had no choice but to give it up. He could recover anyway, just like when the third head smashed his mouth. But in the next moment, Qianmen Faidu's mind went blank. He saw the starry sky again. It wasn't the eyeball in the door but himself. He was far away from this corner of the starry sky, but he crossed the starry sky and suddenly appeared in the door where the eyeball was. Everything happened in an instant. When Qianmen Faidu woke up, he was already in the corner of the starry sky. A hand pressed down on his head and he couldn't move. How could this be? Ever since he was born with this spiritualization talent, he was rarely discovered, and it was easy for him to get information. Even Sang Tian might not be able to escape from his surveillance. He was confident that even if he was discovered by an expert at Sang Tian's level, he could still escape with some injuries. Especially after facing the invincible third head, he was even more confident. As long as he didn't appear, no one could do anything to him. However, his confidence was shattered at this moment. He didn't even know how he appeared. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. No, he didn't even have the thought of fighting back. The hand on his head loosened, but Qianmen Faidu still didn't dare to move. He looked up and saw a man standing in front of him. The moment he saw this man, he had an indescribable feeling. He felt like he couldn't move, listen, stand, and obey. It was a strong feeling, so strong that he couldn't deny it. After all, Qianmen Faidu was the master of Heaven's Hand. He was a spirit prime realm expert, second only to Sang Tian in the spiritualized universe. However, he had such thoughts in front of this man. Ever since he stepped into the cultivation world, there was only one person who had given him such thoughts: Yu Sang Tian. Was this man comparable to Yu Sang Tian? Was that your spiritualization talent? Interesting and useful. The man looked at Qianmen Faidu with a smile as if he was looking at an item. Qianmen Faidu bowed subconsciously. Greetings, senior. The man smiled. You haven't seen me yet. You can only see me when I need you to. On this day, a piece of news shook the spiritualized universe, and all the cultivators were excited. Yu Sang Tian came out of seclusion. Ever since the Dayu Villa came to the spiritualized universe, Yu Sang Tian had been in seclusion. This was the consensus of all cultivators, and it was also an announcement from beyond heaven. If Yu Sang Tian hadn't been in seclusion, Dayu Mountain Manor wouldn't have been able to act so presumptuously, continuously breaking the rules, killing Sang Tian and provoking extreme palace. Now that Yu Sang Tian had come out of seclusion, the entire spiritualized universe was waiting to see how he would deal with Dayu Manor. In the clear river domain, Lu Yin sat in his courtyard as a starry sky appeared in his heart. A figure rushed out of the general appointment platform hell, panting heavily and almost losing his balance. Beside the stone table, Rumu poured tea. Lu Yin accepted it and took a sip, his gaze landing on the figure. How is it? The figure was a woman. It was City Master Feng. On the day that Yu Ting was chased away, he gave her two choices. 1. She could endure 10 days of suffering and leave as she pleased. 2. She could stay in the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild and protect old villain Yi and Yi Yenner, just like how Xianxia protected Yu Susu. Lu Yin hoped to use the Merchant Guild to collect as many spirit seeds as possible and destroy them to prevent the future of the spiritualized universe. This idea was somewhat unrealistic, but since he had this idea, he would follow his heart and let the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild and 4 Horse Merchant Guild work together to obtain as many spirit seeds as possible. It was better than nothing. According to probability, they would definitely be able to stop a few geniuses, but it was better than doing nothing. In any case, he didn't have to worry about it. City Master Feng chose to endure 10 days of suffering without hesitation. She was a spiritualized beast and had experienced all kinds of suffering. Ever since she stepped into the world of cultivation, she had been competing with others for life and death. Now that she was nearing the end of her lifespan, even death was no longer terrifying. What else could she not endure? Then Lu Yin pushed her into the general appointment platform hell to increase her karma. City Master Feng panted heavily, her pupils dilating as she looked at the ground. She felt like she had been reborn for a long time. Her lifespan was nearing its end and her body was filled with the aura of decay, but she still felt like she had been reborn. The experience of these 10 days was unforgettable. She had seen many people in the past, her family, her enemies, her lovers. She had experienced many things and regretted many things. She had wanted to choose again, but in the end, she had returned to reality. She had endured indescribable suffering, and this made her understand why Lu Yin was so confident. She would rather die than endure such suffering again. City Master Feng slowly raised her head and looked at Lu Yin. There was a rare look of fear in her eyes. Death was not scary. What was scary was being reborn and not being able to change the past. In the end, she still had to face death. That was the scariest thing. What is that? City Master Feng's voice was dry. Rumu looked at her curiously. She was a spirit prime, but on the verge of death, she felt fear. It had only been a few days. What kind of ability did this third boss have? Lu Yin smiled. Do you want to try again? 10 days, 100 days, or? No need. You promised me to endure 10 days of suffering. I can stay or go as I please. City Master Feng hurriedly said. She could not endure that kind of pain again. Lu Yin smiled brightly. That's right. You can stay or go as you please after 10 days of suffering. However, you've only endured 5 days. City Master Feng's expression changed. What did you say? Lu Yin spread his hands. Behind him, Rumu said, You can look at the time. It's only been 5 days. There are still 5 days left. City Master Feng stared at Lu Yin in a daze, her face twitching. You. Lu Yin looked at her with a smile. Without experiencing the karma of general appointment hell, she did not understand the feeling. Of course, he would let City Master Feng experience it for 5 days. It would be unforgettable before he gave her a choice. Entering general appointment hell for a few days could increase karma, and for those who entered, it was hard to tell the time. Lu Yin had experienced it himself. That cycle, the feeling of wanting to change the ending but not being able to do so, was despair. Time was too extravagant for those in the cycle of karma. She did not know how much time had passed. Rumu looked at City Master Feng sympathetically. Even though she did not know what she had endured, she had thought that such a painful experience was over. Now she found that she had to continue enduring it. She looked at Lu Yin with deep fear in her eyes. Lu Yin looked at City Master Feng calmly. City Master Feng stared at Lu Yin for a while before clenching her fists. Continue? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? There are still 5 days left. I can make you suffer even more. City Master Feng's eyes narrowed and her face turned pale. She gritted her teeth. Continue? Lu Yin nodded and sighed. All right, you can go. City Master Feng was stunned and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Rumu was also surprised. That was it? You're willing to let me go? City Master Feng could not believe it. This person was so vicious. He made her suffer that kind of torture and was willing to give it up. Lu Yin was helpless. 5 days of suffering is the price for attacking me. If you don't want to go to 100 Leaves Guild, I won't force you to stay. There is no deep hatred between us and you are about to die. There is no need to torture someone who is about to die. Go. City Master Feng looked at Lu Yin deeply and her face gradually recovered. Thank you. She did not hesitate and turned to leave. Luin took a sip of tea. Rumu said, "Master, it's a pity. She is an expert after all." Luin did not care. How many people like her are there in Door of Arts? Rumu thought, I don't know. Zhanming and Sangtian don't know either. Some old guys might be alive. Luin put down his teacup. Royal God Mountain? How many of them are there? Rumu did not hesitate. Many? Royal God Mountain's strength is not what it seems in the spiritualized universe. Although it is far from the entire spiritualized universe, it is not a problem to send some experts. Luin was melancholic. It seems that there is still a long way to go to destroy Royal God Mountain. Rumu blinked. Master, why do you want to destroy Royal God Mountain? Just because it belongs to Xianxia? If you destroy Xianxia, Royal God Mountain can also belong to you. Luin looked at Rumu. Even if I am from the Tianyuan universe? Rumu said, no one wants to die. Luin smiled and did not answer. At this time the spirit cloud stone vibrated. At the same time old Tao came over with an anxious expression. Master, Xianxia has come out of seclusion. He recognizes you and Su Sherdao as Sangtian. He wants you to go to the Supreme Palace to tie the knot and officially become Sangtian. Luin looked at the spirit cloud stone and accepted the call. Yuan Chi's voice came from the other side. Sangtian has come out. Do you really want to become Sangtian? Tie the knot, of course, Luin said. Behind him old Tao's face paled. He had forgotten that to become Sangtian, one had to tie the knot. This was not difficult. It was just a rule, just like the day of the sacrifice. Tying the knot and burning it was the same as telling the legendary Supreme Extreme that the position of Sangtian had been changed. This would be considered an official Sangtian recognized by the Supreme Palace. It might have been a simple task for others, but it was different for Luin. He was Sangtian's enemy, and he would have to face Sangtian if he went to the Supreme Palace. What would Sangtian do? Would Sangtian attack? If he did, would Master be able to stop him? What about Dayu Villa? Everything was unknown. Sangtian had taken the initiative to come out of seclusion and asked Master to tie the knot. He must have thought about what to do. Entering the spiritualized universe from Dayu Villa was the most difficult hurdle. Sangtian had personally appeared. The entire spiritualized universe was in an uproar. Everyone wanted to see if Dayu Villa's third master dared to go to the Supreme Palace and face Sangtian. If he did, what would happen? You know how strong Sangtian is. Do you really want to go? Yuan Chi asked. He was not worried about Luin, he was worried about himself. If Luin had just arrived in the spiritualized universe, he would rather have Luin be killed by Sangtian. However, he was now tied to Dayu Villa, and if Dayu Villa was defeated he would also be in trouble. Even if he did not die, he would have no place in the spiritualized universe in the future, and he could forget about becoming Sangtian. He had been able to retain his position because of Dayu Villa's existence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3557. Was laughable. Because of the Dayu Mountain Manor, Yuanqi had no way out. However, it was also because of the Dayu Mountain Manor that he was able to retain Sangtian's position. Dayu Villa could not be destroyed. Luin didn't care about Yuanqi's reminder, so what if he's strong? Do you think I'm going to attack him? Don't forget what happened in Torchfire City. 8 Willows thought that they could threaten Xia, but Xia easily resolved it. I'm not Balu and Sangtian isn't Xia. It's easy for him to resolve my threat. Do you think he's doing nothing just because of that threat? Isn't it? Luin put down the spirit cloud stone. Is that so? It was possible, but more likely it wasn't. He had a feeling that Sangtian was waiting for something, and what he was waiting for had something to do with him. On the surface, Sangtian was being threatened by him with the small spiritual universe. Indeed, once the situation with the small spiritual universe was exposed, he would no longer be able to control the spiritualized universe. This was because he had deceived the entire spiritualized universe. Secretly, he also wanted to use him to eliminate the disharmonious voices within the spiritualized universe. These were all things that he could see. However, he had a growing feeling that he wasn't truly a threat to Sangtian. Sangtian had his own misgivings and Luin wanted to find out what those misgivings were. Whatever Sangtian wanted to achieve, it was definitely something he should destroy. However, other than Sangtian himself, no one else could give him an answer, including Elder Yu. During the trip to Clear River Domain, they did not find out who killed Ba Lu and Yi Yao. Yu Ting had nothing to do with this matter. Yi Shang, Zhan Ming and the others should also have nothing to do with this matter. Then who was it? It was impossible to say that it was a coincidence. Everyone in the spiritualized universe knew what kind of place Hundred Herbs region was. Even Sang Tian would not easily take action in Hundred Herbs region. Furthermore, there were various signs that indicated that Yu Qing did not go to Hundred Herbs region willingly. Yu Ting had also said that Yu Qing had never planned to leave the Four Horses Trade Association. Furthermore, with what he had done, there was no need for him to flee to Dayu Villa and become the public enemy of the spiritualized universe. There was something strange about this situation, as a pair of eyes had been watching the Dayu Villa from behind and plotting against Lu Yin, but Lu Yin couldn't find any clues. Also, he had not found the two people who had attacked him with the projection sequence twice. He had to find these two people. Perhaps they had something to do with this. Now that there were no more clues, he decided to head straight to heavens beyond. Sky beyond heaven was his goal, and he hadn't forgotten to carve his name in the Extreme Palace. At the same time, in the domain of spirit treasure, the Plane Master sect walked out and entered the parallel space corresponding to the domain of spirit treasure. From there they went to the outer sky. There were 36 regions in the spiritualized universe, which corresponded to 36 parallel space-time exits, forming the word spirit. The heavens beyond heaven also had 36 parallel space-time exits, which also formed the word spirit. One could enter the heavens beyond heaven from the 36 parallel space-time exits. A few days later, the Plane Master sect arrived at the entrance of the world beyond heaven. They received permission to enter. Su Sherdao was already used to seeing such a huge figure and was waiting for Lu Yin to enter with him. Lu Yin had also left the Clear River domain a few days ago and was heading towards the heavens beyond. The sky beyond heaven was located outside the 36 domains. It wasn't completely fixed. Instead, it was supported by a gigantic being that resembled a human and had the head of a beast. According to Yu Sang Tian's needs, it could stay in any position. This figure was called the Tomorrow Beast. How big was the Tomorrow Beast? It could not be seen with the naked eye. It supported the entire sky beyond heaven, symbolizing the most noble and supreme land in the universe. Standing in the starry sky of the universe, it was as if the world had been created. When Lu Yin saw the Sun Beast, even though he had seen giants before, he was still shocked by its appearance. The Tomorrow Beast was simply too big. It was far bigger than the giants. It could not be described as a giant at all. It was as if it was supporting the universe like another mother tree. You're finally here. I've been waiting for a few days. Su Shidao's voice sounded. Lu Yin looked at the Tomorrow Beast with a solemn expression. This monster is very strong, right? Su Shidao shook his head. I don't know. The Tomorrow Beast has never attacked before. Since the beginning of the history of the spiritualized universe, it has been supporting the heavens beyond heaven. The only ones who know about it are Yu Sang Tian and the Zhikong region. The history of the Zhikong region exceeds that of Yu Sang Tian. There should be records of the Tomorrow Beast. Lu Yin exclaimed, It has lived for so long? Doesn't that mean it has eternal life? Su Sherdao said, It's not considered eternal. Although no one knows the strength of the Tomorrow Beast, the sky beyond heaven has given an answer to its condition. If it doesn't move, it is sleeping. It is similar to our self-freezing. This Tomorrow Beast has not moved much since ancient times. Lu Yin looked at the Tomorrow Beast's figure that connected the heavens and the earth. He really wanted to give it a blow to see how powerful it was. No matter how powerful this thing was, it could not be stronger than Yu Sang Tian. To be honest, its size was too frightening. Progenitor Chen's giant form could not be compared to the Tomorrow Beast. The giants of the giants' hell could not be compared to it. The Tomorrow Beast supports the heavens beyond heaven. It symbolizes the future of the spiritualized universe. Look at the specks of stars. Those are the scattered spirit seeds. Su Sherdao introduced. Lu Yin looked up and saw countless spirit seeds floating down. They were truly spirit seeds that could aid in one's cultivation. They were the most common currency in the spiritualized universe, and there were at least a few 100 million spirit seeds being scattered all over the place. There is a spirit tree blooming outside the Ji Palace. It is full of spirit seeds and is endless. Every once in a while, there will be a maid swaying the spirit tree, allowing the spirit seeds to float freely. Anyone who sees them can pick them up. This is an opportunity given by the sky beyond heaven, Su Sherdao said. The spirit seeds grow from the tree? Lu Yin was surprised. Su Sherdao laughed, Of course not. The G Palace maid placed them on the tree. They look like they are grown. Isn't it exaggerated? To cultivators like you and me, the value of spirit seeds is not that high. We can get a lot of them, but it is not to be squandered like this. Every once in a while, there will be hundreds of millions or even billions of spirit seeds scattered down. Do you know how long the sky beyond heaven has existed? Do the math. This number is enough to include the largest that you know of. Was it exaggerated? Not really. The first time Lu Yin had been stunned by such a scene was at the Mavis Bank. There had been a large tree in front of the bank that was filled with money. When the wind blew, the money would fall down and be picked up by others. At that time he had truly been stunned. How rich did one have to be so willful? But as his status increased, so did his perspective. That tree filled with money was just a small trick. To a true powerhouse, it was just a scenery. Similarly to Yu Sang-tian, this tree full of spirit seeds was nothing more than a scenery. The scattered spirit seeds would eventually return to the sky beyond heaven through various methods. This was the end of the spiritualized universe, and it was also the end. Some people saw the money while others saw the results. In front of them, the void distorted as a figure appeared. It was a woman with a dignified and beautiful appearance. She bowed to Lu Yin and Su Sherdao. Lan greets the two of you. Su Sherdao looked at the woman. We meet again, Lan? Lan revealed a smile that seemed friendly but also distant. Brother Su, you've already achieved Sang-tian after our last meeting. Congratulations. Su Sherdao smiled bitterly. I didn't want to achieve Sang-tian. I was forced to do so. Lan smiled. Many people in the spiritualized universe dream of achieving Sang-tian. Brother Su, what are you unhappy about? She then looked at Lu Yin. Third Master, nice to meet you. I'm Lan, and I'm in charge of the Extreme Palace. Lu Yin grunted. The Extreme Palace's manager? Lan laughed. You could say that. The spiritualized universe is really generous to have a powerhouse who survived bitter adversity as their manager, Lu Yin praised. Lan smiled. Being able to work for the sky beyond heaven is the fortune of every spiritualized cultivator. She then gestured for them to follow her. Sir Yu Sang-tian invites you too. Please follow me. Lu Yin and Su Sherdao exchanged glances before following Lan to the sky beyond heaven. Along the way, Su Sherdao's voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears. Don't underestimate this woman. Yu Sang-tian controls the spiritualized universe, which means that she controls the sky beyond heaven. There are 36 xianxias in the sky beyond heaven, and they're all at the spiritual level. They all cultivate the spiritualized array and form a spiritualized array that can defend against attacks at the Sang-tian level. It's an extremely powerful defensive technique. Not only does she cultivate the projection array, but she can also release the power of the sky beyond heaven to any part of the spiritualized universe. She also controls the sixth array's foundation, the wildlands. Her strength is not below that of any Sang-tian. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The projection array. He recalled that palm and finger. Could it be related to this woman? There was also the wildlands, the sixth array's foundation. He had naturally heard of it before. It was said that it was condensed by someone who specialized in the spiritualized array and had absolute defense. Of course, it could only defend and not attack, but it was enough for the sky beyond heaven. She was in the crossing bitter adversity realm and controlled the sixth array's foundation. She also had 36 xianxias under her command. This woman's overall strength was not to be underestimated. The sky beyond heaven was above the 7 great powers, and its foundation was unfathomable. Just the tomorrow beast alone was enough to make people wary, and no one knew how many hidden experts there were in the sky beyond heaven. After passing by the tomorrow beast, Lu Yin and the Su Sherdao followed Lan into the sky beyond heaven. What entered their eyes was an ethereal, dreamy scene with specks of starlight. They came from a large tree that was surrounded by many beautiful women. Every time the tree swayed, spirit seeds floated in all directions. In the distance, white clouds intertwined with mountain ranges. From time to time, cultivators would soar into the sky and disappear into the distance. Even further away, pillars were faintly discernible, supporting the zenith palace. Lifelike spirit molts of beasts were carved on them, and they looked as if they were about to roar out and overturn the rain and clouds. As far as the eye could see, the entire sky beyond heaven was filled with gentleness and ethereal beauty. It did not have the awe-inspiring feeling of the sky above heaven, but there was an indescribable sense of superiority. For many cultivators, every step they took here made them feel ashamed of their own size. The sky above heaven was the height that controlled everything, and this place was the distance that controlled everything. Height seemed unreachable, but once one climbed it, one would feel a sense of accomplishment and conquest. Countless cultivators in the Xuanhuan universe yearned for the sky above heaven and wanted to cultivate there. Distance was not a matter of distance, but of one's heart. It was an invisible gap. Even if one traveled thousands of mountains and rivers to get here, one would not dare to step in. Was this the sky beyond heaven? You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.